They'll be able to hear you shortly. Definitely can't hear me. Well, they can hear me now. And they should be able to hear you now.
Think so?
Go ahead and give them a good old mic check.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. PM in the PM live on Saturday morning.
Oh, PM in the PM. Oh, God.
Did I say PM in the PM?
Yes,
I'm telling you where I'm at this morning here. Living Splitscreen live on a Saturday morning. Let's go. Oh shit! I told you where I'm at, Steve.
You see what Paul's trying to do to me already? We get monetized, and now he's trying to get rid of me. That shit is crazy.
This is makeup for all that bullshit. Every time you mute me, try to go for signal.
Yes, but ladies and gentlemen, I do have to step away for a quick second. Make sure I get my daughter situated. But I do want to
tell you where I'm at this morning here. Living Splitscreen live on a Saturday morning. Let's go.
I do want you guys real quick.
I
see what Paul's trying to do to me already. We get monetized, and now he's trying to get rid of me. That shit is crazy.
This is makeup for all that.
Hold on. Why is YouTube doubling up chat in my chat box? Sorry, guys. You're gonna hear a little bit of a double up there. I don't know what that's about. For whatever reason, YouTube is literally giving me an entire YouTube URL chat box, including video. Never the case. Really weird. Yes. You know what? I'm about to. I can open. There we go. All I want is chat. You don't have to give me nothing else, YouTube. I don't need the video in my chat. I don't need nothing else in OBS right now. I just need the chat. Yeah. Well, welcome to being monetized, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you get. Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice.
And casket repair, thank you. Oh, good God! Whoa, we're gonna start early.
Decado, what are you doing?
Start early, bro.
What are you doing? You gotta shout him out. You gotta shout him out.
Brother. We are behind the scenes. Steel's got to go be Daddy Steel right now and take care of the little ones for a second. Oh, Jesus, come on, guys. So, yeah,
y'all are hitting us over the head already.
$50 super chat from Decado. Congrats on the monetization. Listen, thank you so much. Appreciate you. $4.99 casket repair. Congratulations on reaching this milestone. Thank you, casket repair. Blue Moon FC becomes a member. Welcome to the Splitters. That's right, Blue Moon FC. Welcome to the Splitters. Appreciate it. $2 or not dollar. Shouldn't say that too. And listen, guys, first of all, hold on. Before I continue real quick, this morning, warning. I woke up in the middle of the night with stomach problems. You know how fun all that is, right? So bear with me. I am extremely tired this morning. So bear with me if I screw up. But €2 from Tim the Sorcerer coming through with congrats, dude. And we got Nixie showing up with just a plain old $9.99. Listen, y'all. I put out a video on Twitter, which I'm sure most of you saw or whatever else, thanking everybody yesterday for helping us get to this moment. It has been, obviously just what a run for me and Steel. Again, we started this. You just never know how things are going to go on a podcast. When you start one like that, and obviously I was new to doing this. Steel had done podcasting with his brother previously.
Only for a little bit,
but it's still, you had some experience. I had, I was fresh. I had just started doing it. I had, started doing shows and that kind of stuff, but you just never know how things are going to go. But here we are today, episode 112. Steel and I did it one show a week, basically. Yes. Steel has done some streaming. He's done some shorts. He's done a lot of work in the background. But listen, we only do one show a week, really. We give you 2 shows in one most of the time, but listen, we only do one show a week, so that's tough. to get to this point. And obviously, YouTube, backing off the stats a little bit, it finally eventually kicked in, but we're almost at a natural, 1K, right? We were at 960, 959. But that's all due to every single one of you and this freaking amazing community out there that continues to support, that continues to show up week in, week out, share us out. Again, it's nothing but love and respect to all of you. Tim, the Sorcerer, welcome to the Splitters. Welcome to the Splitters.
The Splitters.
We got Decados. Welcome to the Splitters. Fastback OG NLG brother Chris from the NLG crew coming through. Congrats, living split screen on leveling up on YouTube. Much deserved. You keep me entertained at work. Appreciate it much. I appreciate you, brother Chris, for everything.
Definitely glad we could
Again, NLG was one of the early shows that I would start guest appearing on with brother Mike, brother Peter, and brother Chris. Again, you guys helped a lot in the support and love as always. Decado dropping in, gifting 5 living split screen memberships. Oh, shout out to you, Decado. Listen, everybody who's getting the gifted subs, again, enjoy those. And we're gonna improve obviously over time with the membership stuff. We'll get some emojis going. We're gonna do all that good stuff as well. We'll get that rocking and rolling in the background. But this is, again, it's not even about the monetization. Obviously, it's about becoming partners so that we can have this stuff available. Obviously, Steel has done so much work in the background. You guys don't know because I didn't have a PC. I'm not a PC dude. I didn't get a PC until 2 months ago, right? So there's going to be more on the way. We're starting out small, but the mission continues the same as it always has for me and Steel, right? And we want to reach more and more people. But thank you all for being here on a Saturday morning. Again, if I dip out, I'll be right back. You guys know how that goes on Saturdays, but this Saturday might be a couple more times than normal. We'll see. I don't know where my stomach's at this morning. We're going to find out. I'm rocking and rolling about 4 hours of sleep, so this is going to be an interesting show. I might have some more old man brain than normal, but we are here live, episode 112 behind the scenes. I know Steele's about to kick us off here soon too.
We are definitely going to kick off here in a little bit. I'm currently trying to figure out some things with the alerts itself. Just so when people start tipping in, it's not like over the top loud or anything like that. So I'm trying to see if I can get that situated because right now, it's done by Streamlabs from what I know, and I do have it set up. But I never like changed it or anything else like that. So I got to figure out what I need to do to get that situated. Again, brand new to getting monetized. This isn't something like, of course, for everybody that does end up subscribing, it is $2.99. We wanted to make it something that'll make it seemed right. But not only that, for those who wanted to support, but also hopefully you enjoy your RTS view and ECP emotes that you get for being a member. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. There is something that you get. I wanted to make sure there was something there for you that you can give us in chat. And since we're gonna add more. Yeah, I'm definitely going to add more. And since there is more people in chat, like Jacob Novick with the sick, he got dropped the 14 SEK in chat. You guys really getting in. This is going to be something that we got to get adjusted to also. So definitely bear with us. And again, overall, I again want to say thank you, everybody who either donates or joins or helps us get to that road to 1K because it's only the beginning. I still want to try to hit 3K by the end of the year. Whether that's going to be possible or not, we'll see. But as games come out, there's going to be plenty of games for us to hopefully be able to do that with between streaming. And I know Pong has a whole Starfield lineup that he's thinking about and planning on in the background. And I think that's really going to turn some things up. But I really appreciate everybody being here. I'm actually going to turn this sound down. So probably about, I'll leave it at 10%. We'll see how it is right now. Right now it's at 50. Also need to change the sound. Real quick, Pong, because I'm gonna look for this in the background too. What do you think in chat? Let us know too. What do you think is a good image to pop up? And it could be like it could be a bit kind of like a 16-bit character, anything, an animated character that you would like to have every time somebody either sends in a donation or a super chat. or they sub. What do you
Sub.
think would be a good representation of that?
That image of you and I that Caitlin sent us to the DMs at one time.
Oh wow. Hey yo.
Nobody
Hey yo. Hey yo.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to think on that one, Steel. I like the little zombie dude that pops up now. That's pretty funny.
That's default.
Yeah. That's default. I know it is. I've seen it before, but I think he's pretty funny. But yeah, we'll have to come up with something in the background. But if anybody in the chat does have any good ideas, let us know. $5 super chat from Sanchez MTZ Gaming says Pong Soul is the GOAT. Man, I appreciate you. I'm definitely not the GOAT, but I appreciate you, Sanchez MTZ. Thank you so much for that early morning compliment. I appreciate that. Casket Repair, welcome to the Splitters. Thank you all for being here this morning again.
Hopefully, you guys like being the Splitters. I mean, personally, when Paul brought it up, I was like, that's just perfect. And it has to be that's perfect. The Splitters.
Could have gone with the Spitters. We could have gone with the Spitters.
That would have been kind of Spitters. Jacob Novick says, "Living split screen. YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So how do you and Paul split the money?" I'm gonna tell you like this, Jacob Novick. Living split screen is 50-50. Until further notice, unless something dramatic changes,
still gets me out of here permanently with his mute.
Unless something dramatic changes, me and Paul have deeper discussions in the background for whatever reason, and we decide to change that. My plan currently is for it to be 50-50. This is something that me and Paul both started in tandem with each other. I'm not one of those guys that say, "Hey, well, I do more work, so I'm gonna." No, this is something that we both come together to do. We throw ideas around with each other all the time. Sure, there's a lot of background things that kind of happen and whatnot, but that's just part of the show, right? And actually having the show, and having my brother here, and us just doing this together, I would like to keep everything as is, and me and Paul kind of have a similar mentality, and so that's how we're doing. That's how we're doing things.
Yeah, no.
Oats.
Steele's getting paid back though for everything that he did behind the scenes.
Oh,
that's for damn sure. Tell you that ain't going down like that. So Steele's done a lot. So, but more so, it's gonna maintain the stuff that does cost money.
Yes.
In the background that is a part of podcasting. Like,
right. You want to restream, be able to go
restream, all that kind of all that kind of stuff.
That's the main thing. While we're backstage, I do want to spend some additional time, because this is new for us, right? And kind of let you guys know, as subscribers, as the people who are tuning in, and I'll break this a little bit down for the audio listeners too, but this isn't going to mean as much to them. The thing with Living Split Screen that me and Palm both want to do is expand, right? So anything that you help with the channel, that's what it's going to go into, whether that be equipment wise or whether that be mostly just getting our podcast out there more. Things that we typically wouldn't be able to do because, again, life is life behind the scenes. And yes, we've already made our own personal investments, equipment, and things like that to be able to do a show. But the other thing too is when you want to expand, there's other things that you gotta, invest into, and no matter whether you guys are investing in us or not, that we want to keep consistent so that we can expand our base and have even more people want to jump in and be part of what we have going on here at Living Split Screen. So again, I want to give all of the splitters a congratulations and a thank you for getting us here, at least to the monetization point, but it's not over. Still got to get to 1K. Again, it's not going to feel organic enough to me until we hit that 1K. But nonetheless, once we do that, the goal is going to be then to hit 3K. We're just going to grow from there, man. I greatly appreciate everybody who tunes in. Please, if you want to subscribe, and shout out to the Kato and everybody who's been throwing out memberships and whatnot. That's a beautiful thing to see already. Again, once you become a member, you do get access to the 2 emotes that I currently have, and I'm working on some other things. I couldn't come up with any more ideas when I was doing them, but I wanted to make sure I got RTS View and ECP in there at the very bare minimum. So hopefully you guys like that.
Exactly. Steve, I was going to mention this. I'm sure you know, but I'm not centered. I got black bar on the side.
Oh God!
On
thanks,
YouTube.
Thanks, fucking OBS. No, just fucking fix that.
Just so you know. Yeah. Jacob threw it up in the chat too, but I was about to say something when he did too, because I was looking at myself and I'm like, my God, I'm I'm on like 16:9 mode or whatever the hell it was.
There we go. Hold on. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger, guys. Let me adjust some things some more for Pong. Again, had to completely reinstall Windows for the first time and Lord knows how long. And this is the issue that come with that. A lot of these things.
PC Master Race. Let's go.
A lot of these things that you won't notice until, especially show wise, until we actually go live. So things want to move around and mess with things. Honestly, what I think that it is that it, for whatever reason, I think I see exactly what it is. I won't mess with it now because I think it's fine where it's at. But I typically keep our because I do a window capture for our cameras and whatnot. So and it may be throwing some stuff off because I see that my internet window here is bigger than it normally would be. But all good.
That's okay.
I need to actually move OBS over here.
So everybody's doing on the Saturday morning chat. You guys all doing freaking fantastic. What a week. Small news week. Steel and I will see how long we get out of today. I'm sure we'll still make 3+ hours, but small news week this week, but we're gonna have some topics to talk about for sure. As you can see in the background, Steel and I, obviously during our intros, we'll talk more about it, but Remnant 2, we hopped into this last night. Steel's got solo gameplay right now, but me, Steel, and Jasper played considerable amount. I almost got like 4 hours in, Steel. I think I got 3 hours and 45 minutes
probably somewhere around.
Yeah. You probably got a little bit more than me because you were playing while we were doing Xbox Ultimate.
Yeah, for a little bit.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about Remnant 2. Anybody wondering, just real quick off the rip, so far this game's living up to everything we thought it was going to be. This game is crazy, and it's crazy good, especially in co-op, which I played the majority of my time. Now Steel played more time in solo, but he'll be able to talk about that a little bit more. But this is definitely a rip-roaring time. If you're looking for another game, there's a million out right now. We got Diablo Season 1, which we jumped into the other night. Well, some thoughts on that as well. But Remnant 2 is definitely worth a look. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. But it is definitely something a lot better than their original. They definitely stepped up their game, and we're gonna be giving our thoughts on that. But what a fantastic Saturday morning to be here with y'all, living Split Screen live, raw and uncut. And I'm gonna try to make it through the show. So let's go.
Hopefully you definitely can. I was looking to see if I can make they had a 16-bit character of Jean Grey that I could use as that.
Man, if you can find a Jean Grey that turns into a phoenix when somebody freaking does a sub, oh my God.
Let me see. If anybody can find Jean Grey turning into a phoenix as like a 16-bit character.
Just like a quick transformation, yes. Like that would be so damn cool.
That would be, I think that's what we may end up using again.
That would be dope.
Classic X-Men, 90s X-Men is what I'm fucking used to, what I love, and I wouldn't mind having a character for that. That'd be super dope. I'm gonna look around for that, but we need to get the show started.
Let's get the show started. Let's get rocking and rolling.
What you got? All right, let's get it. Let's get it on. All right. Hey, Dragonheart Yobi, thank you for becoming a splitter.
The legend himself. Birthday week for Dragonheart Yobi. It's past his birthday, but he's a legend, so everybody put the happy birthdays in there for Yobi. Let's go.
Definitely do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hopefully the music was locked and loaded and ready to rock with you guys. And you guys got that classic feel for a good old Saturday morning with Living Split Screen. Hey, audio listeners, if you're wondering why I may sound a little extra excited this morning, we'll get into that here in a moment. But you are now tuned in, locked in with Living Split Screen, your Saturday morning gaming podcast, where we cover all things going on in the gaming industry, the home of the RTS view, that's that real-time strategy, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, and pull those resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation to reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. Not only that, the newly YouTube partners, Living Split Screen, also the non-console-centric platform that everybody has come to love, and with that, also the great home of the ECP, that educated consumer perspective. And audio listeners, this is definitely a moment where I have to kind of step to the side and tell you guys, look, guys got to come check us out live one day, right? Sometime soon, come check us out, come subscribe, come write a comment in chat, whatever you may feel like is going to be of use to you, even if you end up doing it after the fact, right? The show's down, and you just write something down in the comments. Let us know how you're feeling, how you've been rocking with us. Chat. What I'd like for you guys to do today, anybody in chat, while we're going through our intros and whatnot, let us know some of your favorite moments from Living Split Screen. Let us know some of the things that you have come to love about what we present here on every Saturday morning, and why you continue to come back. I would hope it's because you guys just enjoy the banter and the energy that we bring you. Hopefully, it does the same thing for you guys that it does for us. It truly is that energy boost to get your day started. I know that seems like marketing speak and whatnot, but it's real, right? On every level, it does exactly that. Of course, I get my coffee in the morning, but outside of that, you guys really help get the juices flowing, get the mind flowing, and it just helps me get throughout my day. So I want to greatly appreciate you guys for that. But I gotta tell you, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain the T is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place to type that information in. But I gotta introduce my brother from another. And you guys might know him as the uncanny gentleman himself. The X-Men that is not Cyclops. And he's also not Iceman, ladies and gentlemen. He's not Iceman. But he is Mr. Pong Soul himself. What up, brother man? How you feeling?
Morning. Hey, it's a beautiful morning for a Saturday show with my brother from another, Steel Rain, on Living Split Screen. Thank you all for joining us on this newly minted YouTube partner program. Let's go. Let's go. It is a big deal to make that. It's been a lot of work. Season 3, episode 112, organic growth everywhere. That's what we've been doing here on Living Split Screen. But thank you all for joining us this morning. What a time, man. I can't believe we're here, Steel, and talking about this. But thank you, brother, again, for all that you do behind the scenes to make this all work. It has been a busy week for me, as always, in real life. Not a whole ton of gaming in, but definitely did get some time in on some things, and obviously Diablo 4 season 1, a lot to talk about. I'm sure we'll talk about Diablo more because they had a fireside chat yesterday. Yes. That was, I'll say, interesting.
Yeah,
let's put it that way. Yeah, Steel and I will get into that in a little bit, but Diablo 4 season 1 so far, fresh and new is what I will say about it. I'm enjoying my time. I went with Necro. I was trying to decide exactly what I was going to do. I was thinking about going and just sticking with Rogue again because of how much I did enjoy that class, but decided to go Necro, one of my old favorite classes to go to, and having a freaking blast right now with Necro. Again, it's early game. We got up to level 20. I got up to level 20. Steel's a little bit further than that the other night. We got up to level 20. and really just again, it feels like I started the game all over, and that I think it helped too. Said this on PM and the PM that I was happy that I took a break from Diablo for about a week and a half prior to season 1 launching, because jumping back into it with a fresh class, the new additions that they do have to season 1, the hearts, the malignant hearts, which go on your jewelry. They have some really awesome aspects, some that might be OP, in fact. So just kind of trying out the class, getting used to it again. Going through all the different looks, right? We know Steel is a big look guy for his character. I'm not quite as big as Steel on looks, but I am. I'm
hardcore.
Transmog. Yeah, Steel's hardcore on that closet. I'm not so hardcore on it, but I do like my transmogs. I do be like, changing outfits and looking different. And the Necro, the Rogue's got some cool looks, but the Necro, man, has got a lot of different options. So I was doing that as well, but really just trying to figure it out, playing with my skill sets and trying to see what I was going to run. Of course, I don't do the meta stuff out the gate. I always like to try my own way first, and that's what I'm kind of doing right now. So having a blast in Diablo 4 season 1. There's a lot of discourse around it again. Steel and I will talk about that because Steel's got some big thoughts on it. He went on a 15-minute rant in party chat just when I brought it up. It was like a living split screen episode.
We
it was
having a conversation, crazy. Man. I was just
No, Steel was on a rant, but it was fun. So we will talk about that. But yeah, overall, Diablo 4 season 1 so far so good. Obviously, early game, you don't feel the nerfs that they did do. You're not experiencing that yet. So again, for right now, Diablo 4 is still my game of the year up to this point. So, and then of course, which Steel and I will both touch on here for sure. We hopped into early access on Remnant 2.
Yes.
For all of you that don't remember, I was not going to buy any other games. I did pick up Baldur's Gate 3 to play at the beginning of August when that goes live, but I was not planning on buying any other games at all because Starfield is now 35 days away for early access, something crazy like that now. I can't believe we're even, oh my God, that's going to be a whole nother thing. So I wasn't planning on buying anything else. I was set. I was like, nope, I'm not going to do it. Budget gamer. Right. No need to. I'm not playing anything else when Starfield comes out. So what am I going to do? I started watching the videos more and more on Remnant 2, started looking at the class designs that they had going on. And this became a game that I wanted to play. This became a game that I was like, no, I really want to play. Obviously knowing that Steel and Jasper and now Mav decided to jump in too. Having those three around to be able to co-op this game in obviously added a little extra spice to it as well. But this is just something that really caught my eye. I played the first one for about 30 hours until I got to a boss that I simply could not beat because this game does. I hesitate all the time when I say Souls-like, but it has some elements to it. It is a tougher game for somebody like me. Steel might have a different experience and Jasper has a different experience because they're just a little bit better at them than I am for sure. But it has some aspects to it, but it's more forgiving than obviously a Souls game is. So I don't want to put it there, but I enjoyed my time with the first one up until I got to that one boss that I simply could not beat. So I decided to jump into Remnant 2. Pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition so I could have early access, and me, Steel, and Jasper jumped in last night into some co-op. Again, what you're seeing right here is Steel playing solo, which he did do, which I'll let him speak on because I didn't play really a whole lot of solo outside the opening, which you have to do to get to the multiplayer co-op. But listen, my experience in Remnant 2, wow. Again, it's not going to be game for everybody, but you want to talk about refreshing from the standpoint of being surprised and even shocked at some points with the story, not having any idea of what's going to happen next. Gunplay feels absolutely incredible. They've taken a huge leap up. The first one felt good, but this one feels great. All the guns feel different. Really impressive so far about the different weapons I've used. We just picked up spears last night for melee weapons, which we can throw and they come back to you, Thor hammer style. Like, I can't wait to try that out today. Just a whole lot of cool loot. The story is not anything mind-blowing by any stretch, but it's there, and it's the world design, the enemy design, the bosses so far.
Yeah.
We are having just an absolute, like, and again, not knowing what you're going to find around the next corner,
it's or
what's going to happen. As we had one moment last night that which Steel didn't get on video, but we had one moment last night. Steel, Jasper, and I found ourselves down in this little area, and we came upon a lever, and Steel's like, I don't know what's going to happen when I pull this lever. We knew there was a big metal door in front of us. And sure enough, he pulls the lever, and all of a sudden we are in a fight for our lives like nobody's business in these tight corridors with this gigantic hog beast bull looking beast, man. And then there's more enemies showing up. It gets really frantic at times. It makes you feel the pressure, which I'm sure Steel will touch on as well, but it makes you feel the pressure. But it's fun. It's fun. It's like, they balance it out. And again, we were playing in my world, which is normal level. Okay. So, and it still was putting pressure on it. The first time we jumped in, got into a sewer, wound up with this were-rat monkey thing boss with lightning, and he rolled us. He rolled all three of us, like, real quick. Like, it was like, okay, all right, that was fun. Now, again, unlike Souls games, you get to keep all your stuff when you die. You just go back to the checkpoint.
Yeah, you lose time.
Yeah,
if
you
anything,
lose time. Right. You lose time. And we came back and we finally beat him. We still got downed a couple times, but we finally beat him. That's the type of game this is. And again, in multiplayer, the co-op experience, which is what most of my experience is so far, this game is awesome. The synergy between the different classes, we're all playing different classes. I'm playing the handler class, so I've got a little dog with me, a German Shepherd, with me that helps out. He can heal, he can attack, he can do lots of different things, which is awesome. Steel's playing the actual healer class right now, and Jasper was playing the hunter, which is the long range sniper class. But the synergy between some of the abilities and kind of working together, because there's a ton of buffs, team buffs, with the different classes as well. Like Steel can give us shields and instant healing.
Yes.
My dog buffs our speed. He also buffs some of our damage if we're all tight grouped up close enough. Like, it rewards you for playing as a team. So again, shout out to the Remnant 2 team. Did a fantastic job so far. Again, throwing me for a loop, like, again, just random magical doors that take us, we didn't know where. And then all of a sudden, like Jasper was telling us, because he had played a ton solo too, the story took a totally different turn from his. In fact, our starting points were different from each other, right? That's the stuff that can happen in this game, because it does have what am I looking for, Steel? Where it's randomly generated areas.
Procedurally generated.
Procedural. I tell you guys weren't in vaccines. I woke up with stomach problems in the middle of the morning, so I'm walking around 4 hours of sleep, so bear with me today. But yeah, procedurally generated areas. Level design is crazy, wild, and wacky. I know ACG said it's one thing that he was, a little disappointed in. Overall, his review was fantastic. It was glowing. He gave it a buy. But he did say the level design left a little bit to be desired, because sometimes there's really no rhyme or reason. It's kind of like being in the Mad Hatter's world, in Alice in Wonderland. You just run into dead ends for no good reason, out of the blue, but it's a part of exploration. And so far it hasn't annoyed me. You got to backtrack sometimes, but other than that, just having a blast with Remnant 2. Really a fantastic game. So if you're looking for something new, a little bit different, a little challenging, if you're not up for a challenge, it is that. But the power so far leveling up is on a consistent basis. Yeah, it feels consistent. You find random books as loot, which give you more trait points that you can put in your traits. It's got a whole separate skill tree, or not a skill tree, I shouldn't say, but you open up more skills as you level up as well automatically, which again increases your powers. You got mods for your weapons, so you can get like fire mods and that kind of stuff. on them. You can get healing mods for them. ACG said that he played a ton of the game solo. He also played a ton of co-op, but he said the solo experience for him was much better than the first one was. Every build feels viable to some degree. So just a great game. So hats off to Remnant 2. We're going to be jumping into more this weekend. We'll obviously probably be doing some more Diablo 4 Season 1 runs as well as we continue to work through Season 1. But overall, golden age of gaming, folks. Did not think I'd be playing Remnant 2. Here I am playing Remnant 2 and having just an absolute great time. Overall, again, nobody cares about review scores, but a lot of people still look at them. This game is sitting at 83 on OpenCritic or somewhere in that neighborhood right now. Really good game, like really well worth the money. The ultimate edition is $69.99, so it's not a full price game. $69.99 gets you all 3 packs of DLC that they're going to have coming out. And you open up the gunslinger class as well early. You get the gunslinger class later on. And I'm sure Steele will talk about it, but he sent me a video last night. This game has got secrets upon secrets upon secrets because somebody just put out a YouTube video that Steele watched and sent to me last night where there's secret classes you can actually open up that they don't even advertise.
Nope.
So there's extra classes. There's a summoner class.
Yep.
That nobody advertised. There's secret weapons that you can find in this game as well that's not advertised. So,
and that's just some of the few things that have been found thus far.
Yes.
Right.
Thus far.
So
yeah, they came out yesterday. There was a tweet out by, I think, one of the devs or Remnant 2 themselves said some of their internal devs are 400 hours deep in this game and still have not seen everything. And obviously a part of that is the procedural generation. A part of it is the decisions you make in this game that takes the story in different directions. So there's that to this game as well, which for me, again, as somebody who loves to explore, somebody who just likes to get into a game, this game does not handhold you at all. You are kind of learning on the fly. It doesn't give you a lot of hints and tips about, hey, if you open this door, what's going to happen? Where are you going to get? It's trial and error. Find out, right? Fuck around and find out real quick because you're going to run into boss areas that are going to be intense. That is 100% for sure. Even the regular enemies, they start flooding in. They come from behind, come from where you can see them. Great. They come from behind you all of a sudden out of the blue. You got to be listening. That's the other thing.
Audio cues in here are very...
Either if you don't have a great surround sound setup, use headphones. The audio is freaking out of this world. ACG also mentioned the music is one of the best soundtracks he's heard in years in a game. And I gotta say, just from the little bit I played 4 hours in, a little over 3 hours, bro, some of the dramatic music and the different styling is out of this world. But the sounds, the atmosphere, they did this right. So yeah, go check out Remnant 2. I've talked enough now. I was going to end this a little bit earlier, but I can keep going on because that's how much fun I'm having in Remnant 2 and how impressed I am with what the team did with this game. So that was my week, Steele. What about you, sir? What about you?
Remnant 2 has definitely been a highlight from my week for sure. I wasn't expecting the game to hit as hard as it has for me thus far, right? And I'm only probably about 4 hours in or so, maybe more or less, give or take. I'm not quite sure.
You gotta be closer to 5.
I know since I'm playing on the Series X, I'll be able to kind of keep up with that time now. But as someone
no crossplay, folks.
Yeah, no crossplay, unfortunately. And Ben Millard, is it a single player game? It can be, but it can also be played co-op. 3 people.
Up to 3 players.
Up to 3 people. So I'll start off with some of this. I did play Remnant 1. Remnant 1 I thought was a pretty solid game. I didn't play Remnant until last year for the first time. I did play it previous to that. I think it was the year prior or sometime before that. And I couldn't get into it at first. So nonetheless, I ended up coming back to it later, and I actually would beat the game. Now, to what level did I beat the game? I'm coming to find out. I'm not quite sure. And I also kind of feel like I probably didn't really truly beat the game because I only beat it the one time. And Remnant, from what I hear, is one of those games that you need to beat multitudes of times to get to the end or figure out some of the story, get through some of the shortcuts, find out some of the hidden things in there, so you can progress in many other ways. Also, the difficulty also increases as you beat the game and whatnot. So those things unlock, so you have those options. Remnant 2 is definitely better than the first game in every which way. Last night I was looking around the environments and moving around and gunplay and just feeling things out. And I would have to say that at least there's at least a 3 times of a difference for gunfire games for between Remnant 1 to going into Remnant 2. And that's just crazy to think about. This game does not look like DLC. I know some people have been trying to run with that. Oh, this game is just DLC. It's a continuation of gameplay that you've already gotten. And it's like, I don't agree with that. I don't see that in any which way personally, right? Again, is it the second iteration of a game? Yeah. I mean, but is this like what you would expect and what you would want out of the next iteration out of the game every which way thus far? The thing that I'm liking about it the most, again, is those Dark Souls elements, right? Mainly for me, when I speak to the Dark Souls elements, and the main thing that I like about them is that element of not necessarily fear, but pressure. Right? Souls games do really well, at least for me, of yes, forcing you to learn the game. And at least that's how I explain it to people. Hey, these games want you to learn what the game is. So you have to take your time and learn the enemy's moves. And a lot of those kind of same methodologies, carry over in the Remnant. Although you have guns. So it makes it vastly different versus you trying to time melee attacks and
you will be using your melee in this game because ammo is sparse.
Yes. And Fahim Scott, again, that is another good way to put it. Dark Souls with guns. Exactly. Now, Jasper.
With some Outriders and some Borderlands to it as well.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Jasper, so Lord Master Jasper, he brought up a good point. And Remnant is an easier game to get into. If you're one of those gamers who are like, I don't really like Souls games, you telling me it's Souls with guns, that doesn't really get me excited. I hear you and I get it. I would advise, if you're unsure about it, don't spend the $70 for the game. Don't get the DLC, none of that extra. The game by itself is $49.99. Get the game on release, $50, $20 off of what you would typically pay for a high quality game. And I would argue that this game is worth a $70 price tag. Get the DLC, get the content for the future content, get the additional outfits and whatnot that they give you up front, because I do think that it's well worth it in my opinion. Now, I did run into some little issues, but again, it could just be the game with like hitbox detection and things like that. You'll see me die to this first boss that I run into here a number of different times. And one, it's like a hitbox thing, maybe because of what I'm used to from other games. Like if an enemy, if the boss does this, you dodge the opposite way because the boss typically is going to attack you the last place that you were. So all right, if I dodge to the left, it's going to, he'll miss me. And here it's a little bit different, and I can't quite put a pin on it, so I don't want to put any real attention to it. But in every form factor, I went to sleep thinking about Remnant last night. If that doesn't tell you enough, I don't know what else will. There's very rare games that end up after I play them that make me think about them while I'm trying to get to sleep, or make me feel like, oh man, I can't wait to jump back in to see what else is there. Looking at that video and finding out that there's a summoner class, I was like, all right, bro, I'm about to be a summoning healer then. That's about to be my goal. Fuck. But there are those underlying mechanics there. Nonetheless, to be in early access,
because you can multi-class. You can multi-class too.
You can multi-class for sure.
And you can respec. You can redo your classes. You can change classes. They've got all those opportunities for you in the game as well.
Yes, it's very friendly in those aspects, but the game still wants you to learn the base mechanics of the game, so you kind of have a better idea of what you're working with. There is that. I won't say too much else over the top as far as Remnant 2 goes, because again, only a few
different
hours
environments, atmosphere, Steel, though, the different environments out the gate that we've already seen. The first town, I don't know if Steel winds up in the first town through his gameplay, but one of the first towns that you walk into, it's got Resident Evil Bloodborne written all over it. And then the next minute, you're in this high fairy elf castle, this rundown castle. And then we wound up in an insane asylum at one point. Like the varied, the different environments, the varied atmosphere that you get from this game. It's always a lot of dark oppressiveness overall, wherever you are. But the environments themselves are wildly different so far. Which again, from the first game, already I can see that as a step up for this dev team as well. So
exactly, and that's another good point, Ducato. You're not stuck in a class. You can switch your class whenever you want to if you're not feeling what you're playing. So there's just a lot of versatility to be had here, and I can see why the first game, for those who did pay attention to it and did see that there was potential in that first game, why there was a solid player base there. Even when I played it years later, there was still like I had random people that would come in because I leave my lobbies open just because I'd have random people come in that were quite high level characters, it seemed like, at least for what they were wearing and the type of guns that they were using. And they were making sure, this is another thing about these style of games, they were making sure that, hey, you know, they'll run with you. They'll try to make sure that you get to certain areas. They'll try to help you unlock things. It's very friendly in that way. Though there are those people that are annoying that will, if you don't do what they want you to, they'll kill you or they'll down you. But you can't kick people out of your world.
Yeah, MG, and there are bonfires. They're crystals. They're checkpoints. And they do reset the enemies if you use them. Obviously, you get all your ammo and health back if you use a checkpoint or whatever the case. But yes, same style of system that you do see in Souls games for sure.
Yeah, it's literally a lot of familiarity there. If you've played a Souls game before, you'll have a lot of familiarity going into this game.
And if you're co-op, you share your loot outside of ammo. Ammo is whoever picks it up gets the ammo.
It's like Gauntlet.
Yeah, it is like kind of. Yeah, it's like that. But everything else, loot wise, if somebody picks up like a ring, like you're seeing Steel, you'll find a ton of rings because you got 4 ring slots. Right. You get a ton of different rings with different abilities. Everybody gets that ring. And if one person is downed and the teammates are finding loot until they can bring you back at one of those checkpoint crystals, then you also get that loot while they're still playing too, as long as you're in the lobby. That's all that matters. Even Jasper last night came into our lobby late when Steel and I were playing after Xbox Ultimate. And so we had to go find a crystal to bring him in because if somebody joins, they join, but they're still not in the game until you actually go to a crystal and bring them in. So Steel and I were running around trying to find a new crystal, brought Jasper in. Jasper still got all the loot while he was in our lobby the entire time. So that was cool.
Yeah, it's really dope. It's little things that help enhance the experience that you typically that you would that you would want to expect. But there's quality of life things that typically don't get addressed or put in until later on. A lot of those things are here. So there is that. And again, there is that pressure in there. You'll see that towards the end.
Here's one of the crystals.
Has some scary moments.
So, yeah, there's scary moments too. There's just jump moments too.
Yeah, for sure. Outside of Remnant 2, that's kind of was the end cap to my week. There was Exoprimal. So there's that. Exoprimal is still. It's probably still going to be somewhat of a game that I touch on here and there. I did beat the game in its totality. I'm like over level 60 or maybe level 70 in Exoprimal. And I was having a lot of fun with that game. I do think that it's unfortunate that the game is probably going to be overlooked by a numerous amount of people because unfortunately, I will put this 100% on the game. It's not people's fault because game design is game design at the end of the day. There's going to be a lot of people who overlook Exoprimal or think the game is more shallow than what it truly is. And that's unfortunate because Exoprimal is truly a game that helped me understand why people love the Overwatch, right? Why people like Team Fortress, why people like those style of hero-based class games, right? I never, like, I got it as a gamer, but like overall, I was just like, I don't know, man. Like, when I played Exoprimal, it immediately made me get it. I don't think the PvP is as weak or as prominent as I would personally like it to be. And I don't think that it's necessarily worth complaining about either. One, because if you're playing with randoms, again, just like any other games, you have to understand that you're playing with randoms, and not everybody's going to play the same way you play. The other thing too, though, what I'll say from my personal experience, and it's been blatantly proven that my experience is different from a lot of other people's experience. Because on my side, I do experience a lot. There's probably an 80-20 ratio as far as wins to losses in Exoprimal for me. That's not bragging or anything. Maybe it's just luck of the draw. I'm getting decent teammates or whichever the case may be.
You got MVP with you all the time.
I mean, when you do got Pong with you, he's the MVP. although you're the one that's literally keeping the enemy from progressing. It's all good. You got Pong with you. That's all that matters. There are little things that are in the game that do kind of like, guys, like you got to reward those players who do take that extra step to help hold that other team back and things of that nature. But nonetheless, even when you remove my own little personal jest out of it at those moments, it's a team-based game, right? And on every front. And if you have a weak part of your team, you're going to notice it. And as long as you don't take it overly serious, I think you can have a lot of fun with this game. And at least try to get it through until that final mission that you get in, where you get in with a group of 10. And they have those throughout your story experience. But keep running those dino survivals. You'll progress through the story, and you'll find out what the game truly is. Because there's a lot more content to be had there.
There's a lot more that opens up. And I didn't talk about Exoprimal. I did play Exoprimal with Steel and Jasper this week as well. But yes, Steel is absolutely 100% quick. God, Steel is 100% correct. A lot of people haven't progressed in the game, and that's fine. Again, people can decide that the game's not for them and drop it. Again, Steel and I are all about that. If you're not going to invest the time because it's just not what you're feeling out the gate, then so be it. And again, Steel talked about that too. Games sometimes shouldn't take so long for themselves to all of a sudden become a good game. If it's not a good game right away to you, then fair enough. Don't put time into it. But a lot of opinions out there are based on people who did decide it wasn't for them early on. And like Steele said, this game is one of those games where potentially if you played it long enough, that it would open up more, that maybe some people's minds would have changed, right? Which again is on Capcom. That's the game. That's the design of the game. It is what it is. We've seen that previously, but yeah, playing Exoprimal with these guys more and more. I mean, again, I don't know. I think I've got maybe like 15 hours in now, somewhere around there. I enjoy the game. The game is fantastic. I love killing dinosaurs. It's not some overly whelming, complex type of game. This is a fun game to jump in, to play with players, and just kind of progress. Like I said, I don't like necessarily how the story is set up. Like, I still have problems with the whole board where you get these little pieces and you get these little clips, right? But the gameplay loop for me is entertaining and it's fun. It's just pure fun. And again, this reminds me of Capcom of the 360 era, that were trying different ideas, threw out new games on a like Lost Planet came out of the blue, trying new ideas, trying to find something. Of course, they're trying to get into that space now that is really popular. But again, even the monetization in this game with the battle pass isn't over the top. It's not egregious in any way. You can earn most of the outfits through just playing the game and then buying them. And you do earn a good amount of coin for each match. I already bought one of the most expensive outfits for Barrage with 15,000 coins. And that was after I had spent a ton of money upgrading my different mods and stuff on my weapons. Yeah. So
they did really well with that. They did a
great job with that. Again, legs wise, that's going to be up to the devs and how much content they can put in this game. But there is more content than what's given to you initially, right? There is more things to do. Again, that multi-team where you're actually working together with the enemy team to defeat these, I forget what they call them, but they're the dinos are like
Neosaur,
they're infected. Yeah, Neosaur, they're infected, and it's like a raid type scenario. That I didn't even see that until I played it the last time with Jasper and Steel. I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, oh yeah, this is that raid thing. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that's because I hadn't progressed far enough in the game yet. So then it finally opened up. So we got a chance to play it, and it was a blast. Sorry, Steel. I didn't mean to steal your thing. I just didn't talk about Exoprimal. But I think more people should give it a try. It's Game Pass. It is a great Game Pass game. Again, not Game Pass fodder.
Yeah,
it's a great Game Pass game because you can find other people playing it at any moment that you jump into it and get a good experience. And again, it is going to be dependent if you're playing with randos on your team makeup and how those people play the game. But for the most part, like Steele said, I haven't, had any problems getting wins. Right. So again, it's a really great game. It does have that hero shooter kind of aspect to it. And it's fun. The classes are all viable. They're all
they all work. They're well balanced.
Yeah, they all work. Exactly. So from what I've seen, again, I only play Barrage because I get MVP on a consistent basis.
And I played pretty much every class.
Yeah, you have. Yeah.
Because again, this is another one of those things where the reason I'm saying the game's a little bit is definitely better than what people are expecting. And again, this is only coming from my personal perspective. This game, especially for a hero-based game, like a class-based game, I typically don't venture around and I'm gonna be a healer, or I don't see anybody being a tank, or I don't see anybody being assault. Let me change over. I'm usually not that dude that'll be like, all right, let me be the guy that switches over. This game entices me to want to swap. I don't see a healer, boom, swapping over. I don't see support, swapping over. Assault, tank, yeah, let's go, whatever we need. And I think there's that's doing the same thing to other people who are also playing the game and they actually get into it, because you'll be surprised how many people start off as one thing, because you can have your favorite class, you can load in that way, but then when you actually start the game, they're completely different. And that's super dope to me that the gameplay somehow I'm gonna go on a short rant. I got a couple rants that I got to do today. So this might be a podcast, a congratulatory podcast for us, being YouTube partners and whatnot. Now, and again, I did change the subscriber and the super chat emotes, so they should look a little bit differently. If you guys want to test those out, be free to do that. Again, for those who are members now, please enjoy your RTS view and ECP little pictures or whatever that I got in there for you. I'm brain dead this morning. Bear with me. But there's something to be said about people who consistently downplay certain types of games, or like Pong was touching on, the whole Game Pass fodder argument. Because that's been something that started since this game released. Oh, well, this game isn't good enough to not be in Game Pass. And I am so confused by that statement. I'm not confused. I don't get what people are saying by that, but I'm confused because people are again talking about shit that they know nothing about or don't care about. The same thing that people are doing with Diablo, which I'm going to do in a separate fucking conversation, because I have to do that in a separate thing. For Exoprimal, again, I get if a game is not worth $60 to you. I get it. I get if you don't want to pay a certain amount for a game. I get if you think that you feel the game should be free.
Right.
What I don't get, because all those points are valid arguments and things that we can have a conversation about. What I do not get is when people do it to purposefully downplay something that they don't have any interest in to begin with. I just don't see the point in that. But again, I was also never a bully, right? I was the guy who stood up against bullies and fought for folks and whatnot. So maybe I have a different perspective on life than a lot of other people do, right? But in gaming and things that are supposed to be based off of your complete hobby, Boogie, hey, he tested it out, and we got the Phoenix. We got G Gray transforming into the Phoenix.
And welcome to the Splitters, Boogie. Boogie, newest Splitters. Member of the Splitters. Welcome.
Oh, that is super fun. I like that. I like that. In case you didn't see that, Paul, definitely check.
I did not see it. I'll go back and look at it.
But nonetheless, people talking about things that if you're not genuinely interested in them, and you can't be subjective, is completely disingenuous. And I at least for me personally, I don't know why nobody else calls people out when they do that, or whichever the case, or don't want to actually take that conversation to the next level and find out, hey, what are some of the things that you don't like? Let's have a constructive conversation about do something that would help your community understand why you don't like it. Not just oh, it's boring. Oh, it's repetitive. Oh, I've played a few matches and there's nothing there. Something I have with Diablo also, but it's super disingenuous for people to fight off games. And again, I get what you mean by that, but calling it fodder, I just don't agree with. You know, gaming is
that Phoenix is fire, bro. That Phoenix is fire.
Hey.
Phoenix is fire, bro.
Decado gifted 5 living split screen subs, membership, excuse me. Got some more splitters in here. What's going on?
Let's go. Thank you.
Greatly appreciate you, Decado. You always showing us love, and I greatly appreciate that. But it's just, it's wild to see how people treat gaming industry still. It's not just on the outside, it's also on the inside, where you find a lot more of that. And again, you're going to find toxicity in anything any conversation that you could have, and any subject that you could find. Just make sure that you're tuning into things that are offering you some form of constructive conversation so that you as a gamer, as a consumer overall, because that's what you are. Yeah, you're tuning into podcasts. You might be part of that hardcore audience. Although I don't like using that word, the AMG became a member and got the Phoenix on screen.
Love it.
Hey, he said, Dragonheart Yobi said, living split screen, a new tier got to be called Whore Divorce. I'm gonna see what I can do about that. That might be the $5 tier, Whore Divorce. To pause. Again, like you will find spice in every conversation that you can have. Just make sure you're listening to people who are, they don't have to have the same thoughts that you have, but they're at least offering you a different perspective that you can kind of tune into and be like, okay, I see where they're coming from. May not agree, but I see where. So that's kind of where I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna get into the Diablo thing. I don't want to conflate the two conversations. The other thing too is Diablo 4, and I think before we get onto our upcoming games, let's go ahead and have a little bit of a conversation about Diablo.
You want to get into the fireside chat? Or do you just want to talk about Diablo 4? Because we can save the fireside chat reaction till later, or because
you know what?
Again,
we'll get into upcoming games and then we'll get into Diablo.
Okay.
But Diablo is something else. I'm playing season 1, and I don't know how far I'm gonna get into season 1. Again, Remnant's kind of got its teeth in me. I'm kind of more interested in playing Remnant right now than I am Diablo season 1. And I'll get into some of the reasons why, although nothing against Diablo, but I am enjoying the time that I'm playing with the rogue class now, right? I got more customization options that I personally feel than I had before. On the druid, I can instantly tell the ease of use compared to what I experienced with the druid. It's a night and day difference from what I'm experienced going from druid to rogue. But we'll talk about all those things. Again, let's get through the upcoming games, because the Diablo and the fireside chat, it's going to be a lot to get into there, and a lot of passionate conversation to be had there. And I do want to preface this before we get into our upcoming games with saying this. Look, I don't want anybody to get too emotional about some of the things that we say. Typically, from what I've seen from our chat anyway, you guys aren't that way. You pretty much have civil conversations and can come to agree and disagree in things that you may not agree in tandem with someone else. So with that in mind, I think we'll be all right. We'll be able to have a good conversation regardless. But, and again, I'll be coming from the perspective of somebody that I have a level 97, 98 character as the druid in Diablo, and I now have a level 30 rogue. So I'll be coming from the perspective of somebody that does definitely have some time in Diablo, and I feel like I have some not only critique on Diablo, but also for the gamer playing Diablo, the 10%ers, as we've kind of referenced. It may be more so 15%, but well, I don't know. We'll see.
It may be 1 to 5%.
It could be. But I do feel like there are a lot more people that are getting to that end game. Again, level 60 was jarring for me as a druid. Is it going to be jarring for me when I get to a rogue? I don't know. We'll see. Pong said he experienced some of the same thing. And with the changes that they've made, again, we'll see. So there is definitely some value to be had there. But let's get into these upcoming games, ladies and gentlemen, so you guys can get excited for what's coming up. Again, there's some things around the corner, and I was playing a little bit because as much as I'm in Remnant 2, there's another game coming out in the next couple of weeks, known as Atlas Fallen. Me and Dragonheart Yobi are actually planning to jumping in that together. He said he was going to jump in day one. And I don't know if I'll be able to jump in day one or not. Again, school starting up with the girls and everything. Again, real life is always going to take precedent over all else. But we'll see, because I'm definitely interested in playing that game also day one. Atlas Fallen has me highly excited. But I was like, if the gods could give me anything on my birthday, it would be to be a god of the sands.
I love it. Before we get into this upcoming week of games, let's shout out the chat here real quick. All the freaking amazing people showing up and showing out for us as we do weekly. Over 50 of you in here. So thank you all for that. And welcome, Silent, Cypher, Brian, brother. Great to see you. Welcome to the Splitters, sir. Appreciate you. So East Side Vandals in the house. What's going on, East Side? Silent, Cypher, as I just shouted out, what's going on, Silent? We got Nixie, of course, one of the OGs in the house. Is going on, Nixie. Decado is in here again, blessing us today as well. We got the one, the only Lady Foxfire is in here saying, gonna share this out on Twitter. Thank you, Lady Foxfire. Awesome to hear. Thank you for being here with us. Tim the Sorcerer is in here. What's going on, Tim? We got Blue Moon FC's in the house as always. What's going on, Blue Moon? We got Ben Millard in here. What's going on? Says, like the stream, we need to elevate good content. Ben Millard, thank you. Thank you so much for the love and support. And yes, if you have not hit that like button, please do so. Back from the dead is in here. What's going on, brother? Great to see you as always. Who else we got in here? We got Lord Roughness. What's going on, Lord? I see he was gifted a membership. Enjoy the membership, Lord Roughness. What's going on? We got MG in here. I think I already shouted out MG, but you get a second one. Dragon Heart Yobi, the legend. The legend himself is in here again. Happy birthday to you again, sir. It is I said it to you on your birthday, but again, it's birthday week. So, hey, you get another one. It's Timmy. What's going on? It's Timmy. We got Sanchez MTZ Gaming in here. What's going on, Sanchez? Great to have you a part of the show. Oates is in here as well. What's going on, Oates? We got RWK88 dropping on in saying, sup, y'all. What's going on with you, RWK? I hope your Saturday is going amazingly. Game Pass Dad, Pickle Papa. Oh, man, good to see you, Game Pass Dad. Thank you for dropping in here. We got the Boogeyman in the house. What's going on, Boogeyman? Who else? We got Apex is in here. What's going on, Apex? Great to see you. We got let me see if God, you guys have been already chatting up a storm. We got the Hooded Canuck in the house. What's going on, Hooded Canuck? Great to see you. We got King Chili's in the house. What's going on, King? Great to see you as well. Who else is in here? We got who else? We got South Mole in the house. What's going on, South Mole? Great to see you being a part of the show this morning. We got the one, the only Fahim Scott is up in here. One of the OGs as well. Fahim's been rocking with us for a long time. A lot of you have been rocking with us for a long time. Thank you all for being here. AJH, what's going on, my friend? Great to see you in here as always. We got Talos Ray. What's going on, Talos? Of course, brother from another lore, Master Jasper's in the house. What's going on, Jaspy? Who else we got in here? Scrolling. God, you guys have been talking. Scrolling. Stanley Francois. What's going on, Stanley? Great to see you, brother, as always in here. We got Trevor in the house. What's going on, Trevor? Let's see. Oh, it's great too. Trevor said, my boys, I finally catch y'all live. Trevor, great to have you live, sir. And thank you for supporting us even when you watch us afterwards or whenever anybody does. Again, if you're listening to us in the future, some point, you're watching this back or listening to it back, thank you. all love and respect the same. So thank you for all that again.
Yo, when we first put that name together, because I just saw Nixie do it. He said, "Shout out to the Splitter Gang." It sounds like we're part of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I know, right? It does. It does.
We might as well be the Foot. I swear.
The Foot?
Man. No, we're not gonna be.
Damn, that would be weird.
That sounds weird.
Okay.
That would be weird. That sounds like we'd be pandering to like somebody's kink, and I'm not kink. I don't kink shame, but
welcome to the feet. All right, let's go. Let's go now. Just the foot. Nam Omar, what is going on, brother? Great to have you part of the show as well, brother from another Psychonauts. And got to shout out brother Psychonauts. He just started his new job at GameStop. He's doing good work out there in the Xbox community. So for all you gangrene out there, Psychonauts is at the front lines pushing those Xbox Series consoles out to all those moms that show up. He is doing that for sure. You got to go see Xbox Ultimate. Oh my God, he was off. Jesse Darby's in here. What's going on? Of course, we've got the one, the only Jacob Novick in the house. We got Jim Ryan dropping on in here. Jim, we'll be talking a little bit about your failed deal a little bit. Not a whole lot to talk about. We got another delay, but we will be touching on that, I'm sure, at some point here as well. But good to see you, Jim. Good work over there at PlayStation. Let's see here. Who else we got in the house? We got Ray Oid. Ray Oid, what is going on, brother? Great to have you a part of the show. I think I've got everybody. Let's see who jumped in here down at the bottom. If anybody jumped in here and showed up. Nope. BZ McNasty. What's going on, BZ McNasty? I see you jumping on in here. Great to have you a part of the show. I think I've got everybody Steel so far that's jumped in here. So thank you all for being here. Let's get into upcoming week of games.
And as we stroll on into our upcoming games, I do want to still also shout out Dragonheart Yobi for saying 41 more subs to go. Woo!
Yes, sir.
41 more subs to 1K, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you all for being on this journey with us. As I have some bent up little gas there from drinking some water. So
hey, it happens.
A little pent up air. All right.
It's a little morning. So we're going to get into this upcoming week of games.
Get it. Let's get into it. Let's see what we can do, good sir. Do you want to get into these? Oh, God. Here we go.
Oh, God.
The fucking screens are all over the place. One second, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, no, it's not like a huge problem, but
yeah,
it's going to be slightly
Tim the Sorcerer says, Pong and Steel, love the name, can say to my wife every week, hey, honey, I'm going to split.
Oh my God. I don't know if that's something that you would want to tell her, bro. I'm just going to be frank with you. If you say that and for whatever reason, she's not there when you get home, don't blame us. That's all I'm going to say. Just don't blame us. I didn't tell you to say that. But,
yes, back from the dead. That's right. That's what Steel was going with, was the Foot Clan from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Absolutely correct. It just gets a little weird because nowadays everybody takes it the wrong way, no matter what you say. That's why pause became such a big thing in this community, right? Every little thing you say can be taken wrong. So anyways, Fahim Scott Pong Soul, please tell me you have seen how awesome Venom looks. Then we'll talk about the Spider-Man 2 trailer for sure. The trailer that they had at their showcase, I think. So we'll talk about that. But yeah, Venom definitely look cool, but I'm going to let Steel talk about Venom because Venom's one of his favorite characters.
I was going to say, I don't know if Pong's the guy to get you hype about seeing Venom or whatnot.
No, but I can still say Venom looks cool, but Steel will have more to say about it because he is one of
he does have a really good design, and I'm glad I'm really happy that they went the direction that they did with him. Definitely that was one of the things I was most worried about, that they were trying to do too much, and I think they hit the nail.
Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll talk about it. All right, so this upcoming week of gaming, and of course, for everybody who doesn't know that might be joining us or listening to us that is new to this, we do use Game Informer for the upcoming list of games for the following week. I also have started incorporating more again Xbox Wire because they have now been consistent. Usually the Xbox Wire is going to be a bunch of smaller games. Again, as soon as PlayStation starts doing a weekly update somewhere, I will try to do
Switch
that
also.
As well.
Yeah,
Switch also, but there's just really nothing like that I found yet. So let's get into this. It is going to be, God, dang, the week of July the 24th already, sir. Summer is going to be winding down, and it means it's Starfield time soon enough. Oh, God, life is good. All right, let's get into this. So on July 25th, we got Mr. Run and Jump coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Mr. Run and Jump looks like a platformer published by none other than Atari. That's right? What I grew up on, there it is. Atari is back. They are doing some things. Atari is actually not doing too bad for themselves after being dead and buried for a long time. So, developed by Graphite Lab and Heavy Horse Games, a platformer, Mr. Run and Jump, coming July the 25th everywhere. And then, of course, what Steele and I talked about, we got early release access because we did pick up the Ultimate Editions on pre-order. Yes. But the full launch, the regular launch of Remnant 2 happens this week on July the 25th. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. Yeah, there you go. Hey, everybody. The game that was only possible due to the PlayStation's Magic SSD is no longer going to be limited to the PlayStation 5 anymore, folks. That's right. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart somehow, some way is able to come to PCs in all different levels of PCs, and you don't need an SSD, which has been a topic of conversation around the community, of course, but that is finally coming this week, July the 26th, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Actually, a game I probably will pick up on PC down the road on sale at some point.
Definitely down the road for sure. Maybe.
When things slow down, but that's never going to happen. But I eventually will pick it up. I played Ratchet and Clanks on PS3, on PS2, PS4. I mean, I played Ratchet and Clank games. I enjoy them for a time period, so I always pick them up on sale. But that game is coming. Double Dragon Gaiden, Rise of the Dragons, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, July the 27th. I actually forgot this was coming. This is published by Modus Games, developed by Secret Base. Yeah, at some point I'll jump into some more Double Dragon. Double Dragon is nostalgia city, and I love Double Dragons. And I want to play. Sure. I want to play more Double Dragon. I love beat 'em ups. So I'll eventually get this game down the road as well. 1 to 2 players, of course. Double Dragon Gaiden, Rise of the Dragons this week on July 27th. We've got Return to Monkey Island, which was a DLC recently for Sea of Thieves. That is coming to iOS and Android. So for you mobile gamers out there, you want to get back to Monkey Island, guess what? You can go ahead and do so July the 27th. So be there for that on mobile. And then we've got Steel, one that I definitely will also be getting down the road at some point. I want to try this one out. I enjoy a lot of the Telltale series. And this week, The Expanse is coming out. And I started The Expanse. I watched the first 2.5, 3 seasons, I want to say, of The Expanse. I got to get back to it at some point.
You were actually in it.
The Expanse is unbelievable from a sci-fi aspect. The Expanse is if you are a sci-fi lover in any way, shape, or form, you should check out The Expanse if you have not already. It is worth the price of admission, 1,000%. It is a great, great series, and Telltale looks like they are doing it justice.
That's dope.
From all the stuff I've seen, Telltale is awesome. Not for everybody, I understand that, but the Telltale series, if you enjoy them, this one is definitely going to be something I'm getting. That comes out July 27th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. So please keep that one in mind as well. We got the Room VR, a dark matter coming to PlayStation VR 2 from Fireproof Games. So for all you VR2 fans out there, guess what? You got another game coming this week. So the Room VR, a dark matter. Why do they always have to include VR in their names? I don't ever understand that. Just call it a regular game name. Jesus. And then we got Disney Illusion Island coming to Switch July the 28th. This is from Dalala Studios, which did what they do, Steel? Battletoads, the new Battletoads.
Yeah,
they did the new Battletoads for Xbox. So Dalala Studios coming back with Illusion Island. Again, classic gameplay, platforming, Mickey Mouse. Looks gorgeous. Looks really gorgeous. So go check that out. If you got the Switch, I'm sure it's going to be a decent seller over there for sure. It's right up their alley. And I think that's it from Game Informer for this week because, yep, it is. So let's go over to Xbox Wire real quick. Steel, I didn't send this to you. If you want the link, I can send it to you real quick. I don't know.
Yeah, if you want to send it to me real quick, I can pull it up.
Yeah. I'll send it over to you so people can still see on screen.
For sure.
There you go. I just sent that to you. And of course, look at that beautiful picture, Steel. I'm going to be posting a screenshot of this at some point this weekend during our gameplay last week.
Yeah, no, that was super
Xbox
dope.
Wire used a Remnant 2. Man, when we walked into this room, folks, I know you can see it on screen as soon as Steel brings it up there. That's from the Remnant 2. Nemu, I think is her name. We met her last night. And when you walk into this room, it is one of those kind of Elden Ring, Elder Scrolls moments when you're like, where did we just wind up? And what is going on? And pretty impressive stuff right here.
Yeah.
So this is Xbox Wire for this coming week here, coming to Xbox or PC. We've got Colossal Cave, July 25th, optimized for Xbox Series X and S. Embark on a timeless journey through a sprawling cave system packed with treasures, creatures, mazes, and wit-defying puzzles. Through cunning trial and error, you'll crawl through tight squeezes, encounter impressive caverns, collect inventory, locate treasure, thwart dwarf attacks, all while keeping your eye on the score before your lamp goes out. Okay, that Cygnus Entertainment kind of sounds like a game I might want to try. We already talked about Mr. Run and Jump. We talked about Remnant 2. One button games, 5-in-1, July 26th. Challenge yourself with these 5 one-button fast-paced games. Hey, if you're looking for non-complex action and fun, this sounds like it's for you. Move around the screen, shooting circles and reversing direction by pressing A button in B cannon. Score points by destroying caterpillars crawling around you. Kate P constantly move between 4 lanes on the left side of the screen while shooting enemies coming from the right. In S lanes, run around the thunderstorm, collecting stars that form when lightning strikes while trying to avoid getting struck in thunder. Okay. And control 2 characters simultaneously going through caves. Only one of them is upside down in UD Cave. 5-in-1 game collection coming. All right. Got Double Dragon. We talked about that. Eden's Last Sunrise, an isometric strategy RPG, always speaking my language, inspired by classics of the genre. As the commander of the Cradle Project, you'll befriend many human and non-human allies, experience multiple branching paths and endings, and strengthen your units through a mix and match job class system. That is Eden's Last Sunrise, coming this week as well. Koa and the 5 Pirates of Mara. Join a series favorite Koa. I don't know if I've ever heard of Koa, but okay. Excuse me. Join a series favorite Koa and her friend Napopo on an action-packed journey through the world of Mara. Traverse wild islands, dodge cunning traps, and defeat the gnarliest pirate bosses in this loving tribute to classic platforming adventures. Relax and unwind, or knuckle down and challenge yourself. From newcomers to speedrunners, Koa and the 5 Pirates is a buccaneering adventure for all. Okay, got the Expanse already. Birth.
Oh.
I don't want to experience Birth. I'll leave up that to the female side of things. You women, girls, something else. All right, I don't want to do it. But anyways, Birth, July 28th. Coming. Birth is an adventure puzzle game about constructing a creature from spare bones and organs found around the city in order to quell your loneliness. Okay. Solve physics-based puzzles and discover secrets in lovingly hand-drawn museums, bakeries, bookstores, and more.
Okay. Shout
out to the indies, man. They come up with some, again, people say that nobody's got creativity anymore. How you put that together and decided this is the game you're going to make, I have no idea, but all right, we're good. Demonic Supremacy, July the 28th. Whoa. Old school 3D first-person shooter with a certain Doomish flavor. They are leaning into that, so good on them. The Lord of Hell was defeated, but the Astral Worlds do not recognize the new king, Zexus. Powerful masters of the worlds challenge the demon and are going to destroy it with the help of hordes of their minions. Zexus must show them all they are gravely mistaken and therefore must either die or kneel before his might. No Place Like Home. Let's see here. No Place Like Home is a cute and relaxing sim where you play as Ellen Newland, a girl who decides to visit her grandfather on Earth for the very last time before she moves to Mars. However, she soon discovers her grandpa is missing and that his farm was recently destroyed. Sounds like another farming sim. Let's go. Farm sims are alive and well and kicking. No Place Like Home. Spectralite. Spectralite is a unique take on first-person platformers where you can experience the mix of thrilling atmospheric levels and intense timed challenges. Use rethought traditional platforming mechanics spiced up with powerful abilities to experience a new level of precision new to the genre. Okay. Working Hard Collection. Pause.
Or hardly working.
Pause. Or hardly working. Features 2 puzzle platform games with unique gameplay styles and 50 levels in each game. In Blessed Work, your goal is to manage mindless robots on construction site, get project completed, and prevent accidents. In Doom Work, your goal is to protect endangered forests by preventing the same mindless robots from destroying it. Help precious animals stop some greedy businessmen pillaging their home. Damn capitalism and those greedy businessmen, down with them, I say. World of Solitaire will be the final one this week. Solitaire fans, I don't think I need to go into this one. World of Solitaire is coming on July the 28th. I enjoy myself a little bit of Solitaire, so, whatever. But again, World of Solitaire. That's your upcoming week of games. Steel and chat. Enjoy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you found something in there that you could definitely rock and roll with. Burke Andy, or aka Andy Burke, he says, "Sup Pong, sup Steel, what's going on?
What's up?
Tony Grasso, welcome to the Splitters.
Grasso. Thank you, Grasso.
Thank you for joining us, and hopefully you can enjoy the RTS view emote and the ECP emote, and we're working on some other things in there for you guys to get excited about and have some other things that you can play with in chat. Along with additional content that we'll also be bringing to the channel for our members. And again, we'll be working on some things behind the scenes. Again, I think Dragonheart Yobi came up with a good idea as our next tier member. You'll upgrade from a splitter to a hordivore for your next premium membership. So let's let that be known. And the creepy part that I was fucking talking about in Remnant 2 is on the screen right now. So, hey, you guys want to see what that's like and wonder why I was fucking creeped out and was wondering how I was going to deal with this game, you'll be able to see.
Yeah, that's right. The story you told us last
time. Yeah. It was quite bad. It was the lead up before this that made it really interesting. But nonetheless, it is definitely time for us to get into some Diablo conversation.
Okay.
That's good, baby. So, Diablo Season 1 started this week. It actually started on Thursday. That was July the 20th. And a lot of interesting things have led up to that. Before that, I believe it was on Wednesday evening or Wednesday during the day at some point. There was another update, another patch that went out to kind of, it was like a pre-patch to get things prepped. Big patch that was coming out to help get things ready for the new season drop, right? And with this patch, there were a lot of, I'm not going to say a lot. There was a ton of nerfs that were done to a majority of the characters. Not only that, there was nerfs done to experience gain. They also made some changes to nightmare dungeons and things like that. They also put out another hot fix last night, apparently. Indicato, I do think that's a good point to bring up in there too. The Diablo 4 burnout is real. And that is something that I will address as part of my conversation because that is a reality of it. And at what point do you sit back and recognize that and say, well, maybe this game isn't the forever game that I was looking for? But that's also a conversation that's willing to have with the pedigree of talent that supposedly Blizzard is, right? So, but nonetheless, with the update that came out and everything that led up to it, it got so much backlash from the community that they came out and had to do a fireside chat. They didn't have to, but they decided to do a fireside chat to talk to the community about the changes that were made and why. Now, Palm, did they tell us why? Did they give us reasons on why these things were done? Were there good reasons? Were they well explained? Those are questions I don't know quite yet. And I'll pass it off to you first before I'll pass it back off to me, because I'll probably go on for some time.
Yeah.
And the biggest reason I went on the tangent I did yesterday is because how you staged the conversation. And I had nobody else to talk to about Diablo during that time. Probably would have been a good video. Probably would have been good.
I'll let you go. It would have been a great short.
But nonetheless, I'll let you kind of set it up for me again, because you kind of triggered me the first time. Not trigger wouldn't be the best way. But it really got the juices flowing for the overall conversation, because in some ways I do feel, I don't want to necessarily say embarrassing. I don't know if that's the word that I would want to use. Maybe unprepared. Possibly is a better. Embarrassing is potentially a better word.
Yeah, well, for a team that's as experienced as they are. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you decide which way that bridge will fall, and then kind of lead me that direction. But nonetheless, I'll proceed this conversation. I'll proceed that point of the conversation with this. As someone that has easily probably over 150 hours into the game in Diablo 4, again, I have no way of checking my time. Battle.net doesn't keep that up for me, so I don't know how much time. I know I got a good amount of time. I have a level 97 or 98.
You could be approaching 200.
I got a level 97, 98 druid, and now I have a season 1 level almost 30 rogue, I think. So, just to give you some perspective on the angle that I'll be coming from.
Yeah, and I've got 140 hours in. So, I
by no means am saying that will ever be saying that Diablo is a bad game. I do think, again, at a value standpoint, and I'll admit that this was taken from Asm Gold, right? That perspective, somewhat. I mean, of course, I kind of looked at it like this anyway. But the way that he explains it, put it a little bit, and I don't agree with everything that he does, but it put it in a little bit of a better perspective. $100 as what I paid for this game, right? $1 an hour. If you want to put some form of value to the game, right?
I always do that too. It's funny.
At $1 an hour, for me to get the amount of time that I've gotten from the game and have not found any boredom until probably over 100 hours, or find real concerns until I got to over 100 hours, I think is extremely telling. Now, the perspective that I'll be personally coming from, and I don't want to speak for Pong on that front, because he may come from a different angle. I'm pretty sure that he'll have some part of this, is that I'm kind of two-sided on this. Because on one side, because of Diablo and the type of game that it is and has historically been, they're 10-year games, right? That's the way that it's been. Fortunate or unfortunate, however you want to look at that. But I'm also a gamer who has come to a point to where I don't think that games have to last me forever unless they have a true multiplayer component, which they have made blatantly obvious that the PvP in this game is literally a tack on. It's not a focus. It's not something to care about. It's not something you can focus on. Because even if you get to level 100, unless you're going to sit there and min-max and do the things that people on YouTube are doing word for word, you're not going to have a fun time in PvP. And PvP at this point is going to be the very last fucking thing that they'll ever address amongst all the other things that they have to get, they have to kind of hammer out and finalize. I've enjoyed my time with Diablo thoroughly. Yes, I hit a wall in some aspects, with a class that has come to be known as one of the most difficult classes to play, especially before you get them to level 70. Especially before you get them any unique gear or any of that good ancestral gear that you can get in tier 4.
Yep.
Known as the Druid. That's just been, apparently that's just a known fact. There are so many videos on YouTube and on TikTok and all these different Facebook that I've seen of people literally not recommending people to run Druid if this is your first time playing Diablo, or if you're trying to have a good time in the Diablo experience, especially with the current nerfs that have happened. That's kind of crazy. But my personal experience as a Druid has not been the same as everybody else has explained it. My experience has been pretty strong outside of that tier 3 to tier 4 move that I did, and that was at level 60. Around 60, 65 or so. So, there's that. And Rogue, again, early on, I'm still having the same feeling, some of the same feeling that I have with my Druid. Although, again, like I mentioned earlier, I can feel the difference of it's easier to play the Rogue at the same point that I was at with the Druid, just as an example. But let's talk about this Fireside chat and the things that they brought up, Pong, and some of the things that have happened and what the community uproar has been. For you, I want to say it your way first again. How do you feel, one, about the Fireside chat more so? Because I know you're not necessarily a sweaty. I mean, you, Mav, and other folks of that nature, the gamers that are, you love Diablo, but maybe you don't haven't put as much time into it as me, like a Mia Jasper or other people that are of the upper echelon. But we still consider ourselves, I would consider you guys still part of that top 10 to 15%, maybe even smaller, as we've kind of been discussing. How do you feel as a gamer, as a fan of Diablo, and what you've experienced thus far from Diablo in you said almost 140 or over 140 hours that you've put into it? From what you saw from the Fireside chat yesterday, how do you feel about Diablo 4 in its current standing? Have you had fun with the game up to this current point? Have you had struggles with the game up to this current point? And do you think that this Fireside chat gives you some hope, or at least helps lessen maybe some of those worries you probably had, or benefits you at all in your perspective?
Yeah. Great setup, by the way, Steel. I love when you just roll. I love it. You just roll.
I appreciate it.
I love that, man. It was. Yeah, as somebody who's got 100, around 130, 140 hours, whatever it is now, in Diablo, it's still my game of the year up to this point, right? That's probably going to change with Starfield, or maybe even Baldur's Gate 3. Maybe even Remnant 2 by the time we're all done with it.
Yeah, sure.
But Diablo is my game of the year. And I have given the Blizzard team, the Diablo team, all their flowers, right? For how they've handled the launch of the game, for, all of their dev directs, dev diaries, right, dev talks, Fireside chat, whatever you want to call them, leading up to the launch, was fantastic. The betas, fantastic. Yeah. Like, again, I can't give them enough praise for the beginning stages of this game, for sure, 1000%. And I've done that time and time again on every show. For a seasoned veteran, I'll start here. For a seasoned veteran team like them, and for how Rod Ferguson on down has launched this game, the patch and the Fireside chat yesterday were a little bit embarrassing. That's why I said I think that you were spot on with that. There's always going to be a mix here in 2023 and even before. We're long past the point of the days where the games industry has always been in business, but we're on another level here. Okay, when the games industry becomes the number one entertainment form in the entire world, there's a lot more at play from a business perspective than used to be there. And obviously monetization, battle passes, all the cosmetics, all that kind of stuff has changed the industry, and we're long past ever going back to where that isn't a thing. So I understand that. We talk about that a lot here on Living Splitscreen for sure, about the business side of things. So I get all of that. But the fact that a team like this can't find a good balance between what they need to do from a business side of things with their season 1 coming out, with obviously them wanting people to get into the premium battle pass and all that kind of stuff, and making sure that their players continue to have fun and that the game is enjoyable. That's what's embarrassing to me at this point. They overcorrected with this patch is what they did. They did a dramatic patch to try to fix some problems that didn't need to be priorities. As I'm sure Steel will touch on as well, there are other things in Diablo 4 that should have been prioritized over the fact that you've got people running around that are extremely OP in their opinion, and running through and power leveling their friends and all that kind of stuff that they patched out of this. There was other things that they needed to focus on first, in my opinion, that they should have done prior to anything like this. And they got gut punched. There's no question. The mood of that Fireside chat could not have been more opposite of all their other, dev directs and stuff that they've done with the team, where they were getting their flowers, where people were like, oh my God, this game is freaking awesome. Thank you so much. Again, there's always going to be a small subsect that is always never going to be happy with the direction of the game. That's aside. Overall, the majority of people that were playing Diablo 4 were having a fantastic time and talking about how great it was. Yesterday's Fireside chat, they knew that they messed up. The problem being with that Fireside chat is they didn't apologize. Like, they should have come out, all of them looked at the cameras and apologized to the community for dropping that type of patch on this game. This was a giant overcorrection on their part. And instead, what they did was they came out with, in my opinion, and again, if you go, they disabled the YouTube comments, number one. Twitch comments were still live. Right. If you guys watched it on Twitch, it was the dumpster fire you thought it would be. And yes, is some of the outrage way over the top? Is some of the outrage part of a hate train? Like Steel might bring it up in his conversation afterwards, but Steel brought it up to us while we were talking about it as well, and he's spot on. How many of these people outraged have actually gotten to level 50 and beyond? How many of these people are actually at end game and experiencing where most of the problems are, which is that upper tier end game type content where you really start to feel it in your classes? How many people are actually there that are outraged right now? And how many people are just jumping on the hate train and saying, oh, everybody hates Diablo right now. They did something bad. Let me go ahead and get my bars off with hate as well. That's the real question. But it was a dumpster fire in their chat. There was so much spamming of refund me. Diablo 4 is dead. Like, it was over the top, but it's to be expected. And this team should have expected nothing less when you drop a patch that basically nerfs the entire game, every single class, and they did no real research. As Steel, I hate this because we've had so many conversations in the background. Sometimes this happens, but Steel's made great points that I would make naturally, but Steel's already said them to me as well as through our conversations. It feels like the Diablo team themselves aren't playing their own game here, folks. It feels like they don't understand their own game. I don't know how that's possible, again, for a team that is this experienced, that is running one of the franchises, actually the franchise that put this entire genre on the map. That's what we're talking about here, Diablo. How you do not know that if you are going to drop a patch like this, you are going to kill a lot of people's enthusiasm for the game. Whether real or fake outrage, you are going to kill enthusiasm for your game. You know in 2023 what you are going to get when you do something like this. It has been done time and time again in other games. The roadmap is laid out for you, and yet you still decided to do it this way and then have to have a fireside chat where you all look like, oh God, yeah, we screwed up. But you can't put aside the egos and look in the camera and say, we fucked up, we apologize. No, instead, you have to talk not a whole lot of specifics, because you're going to have another fireside chat a week later. Right. Okay. Yeah. They've already announced that you're going to have a fireside chat next Friday.
Exactly.
with another patch to fix what you broke, some of what you broke. You're going to go ahead and have another patch ready in a couple of weeks, which is fine. Again, we're in 2023. I understand this is how games as a service roll. We do this all the time.
Right.
But the fact that you're not going to look at the camera and say you're sorry, instead you're going to talk generalities like, well, you know, our vision for the game didn't have vulnerable damage working the way it is. And we realize now that vulnerable damage, the way that it stacks and it's multiplicative. Oh my God. Multiplicative.
Yeah.
We didn't understand that's how this was going to affect the game. Well, what were you doing behind the scenes with all these testing? How did you not know that the way that you programmed the game, it was going to do this?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't want, vulnerable damage now feels like it's so powerful that everybody's got to take it. That wasn't the original idea. And the way that it's implemented now, we're going to have to undo it all. And we're going to have to add it as a separate stat, right? Where it doesn't do what it's doing now. So, and that's going to take time. So instead of really doing hard work and putting in individual buffs and nerfs per class to try to balance things, we're just going to nerf everybody all at one time and then work to fix it later. And we realize that maybe we did take some of the fun out of this game. Listen, to me, that's indefensible. Again, as Steele said, I'm still enjoying the game. I still think a lot of the outrage is over the top because to me, as bad as the Fireside chat was, as much as I can say that they handled the situation wrong, I still have faith in the Diablo team. I still have faith in Blizzard. I know Steele might have a different opinion here from his rant last night on when we were talking about this. For me, as somebody who knows he's not going to be playing Diablo every single day with the other games coming out, as somebody who is not going to be sitting down on my couch or at my PC firing up Diablo every day like some people are, the enthusiasts, the upper level, the 1%ers, the 5%ers, whatever you want to say, those people, right? As somebody who is going to be playing Starfield, Baldur's Gate 3, Remnant 2, a billion other games on top of coming back to Diablo from time to time, right? Outside of season 1, which now that I activated my season 1 thing, which is a whole nother conversation. Anyways, now that because I was going to save it.
Yeah, me too.
But now that I activated season 1, yes, I'm going to play a lot of Diablo 4 now. But as somebody who has other things he's looking forward to game-wise, I'm not worried about Diablo 4. Diablo 3 came back from the brink of death into a game that is now on season 38 or 30, whatever the hell it is now, that went from everybody hating it out the gate to a game that millions upon millions of people really enjoyed and put hundreds and thousands of hours into, right? I have faith in this team that this game is going to continue to evolve because I'm sure it's another 10-year plan or somewhere thereabouts for Diablo 4, that they will have this game in a totally different state, whether that's season 2, whether that's season 3, whether that's season 10, that this game is going to play different. This game is not getting uninstalled from my hard drive. It is something I'm going to continuously come back to. So I have the faith in this team that they're going to fix it. But the fact that they handled this game this way right now, when they had a majority of praise out here for how the game was playing, what the game was doing for the most part, the fact they come in and do this to themselves this quickly, right at season 1, that's to me what's embarrassing about this, because they should have known. Again, you're going to look in the camera, you're going to take a question from somebody in the chat that talks about the XP experience being dropped at higher levels, your bonus XP for when you're fighting higher level enemies. And you're going to tell me, you're going to look in the camera and say, yeah, well, we did take that bonus XP from 25% down to 15%, but that wasn't to slow your progress down. That wasn't to slow your progress. That wasn't the intention to slow your progress. And really, we didn't think it was going to slow down your progress, but now we see that it did. What? I'm sorry. You dropped the bonus experience game by 10%, and you're telling me you did not know that was going to slow down progress? And you're going to look in the camera and say that to your audience, who a lot of the people watching that Fireside Chat on Twitch yesterday are going to be a lot of your 5 to 1%ers who are putting in the time, the grind, and everything else. You're going to honestly say that that wasn't meant to slow down progress for the battle for the season pass? Really? Really? Okay, that's when I can't take you seriously, because you should know better. You should be able to read the room at this point, and you should understand that you're going to be called out for that kind of BS. When you talk about inventory problems, which, again, how in the name of every living god and goddess out there do you not know that if you're playing your game internally and testing it,
right,
how are you not going to know that the way that you have it set up with gems and now malignant hearts and how those things are gathered in your inventory, that that's not going to cause an inventory problem, and that people are not going to be talking about this prior to even launch? How did you not know the community was talking about this stuff or would be talking about it? Again, as experienced Diablo devs, many of them are.
Yeah.
How did you not know that you were going to have an issue with the inventory system, and yet you still engineered it that way to the point where your only answer is, we're going to give you another tab until we can go back and re-engineer the inventory system and make it right somewhere around season 2. But we're going to give you an extra tab in the meantime. No. It's these things to me, Steele, that are embarrassing for this team, and they should be embarrassed. They came out with slideshow during the Fireside Chat, listing off their priorities and talking about some of the fixes they're going to be doing with this game. And let me tell you, one slide, it had 4 different priorities on there. Number 4 on there, Steele. Number 4, the last one on there, was make sure the game is fun for the players. That should be number 1 at all times. And that shows why you dropped a patch like this, because when you were in that room talking about the patch and what you were implementing, obviously not a single person, or if they did, nobody took it to heart. Not a single person said, is this going to be fun for the players, or is this going to make the game not fun for players? That obviously didn't happen. Or if it did, like I said, everybody said, sit down, we'll fix it later. That should be your number 1 priority at all times. Yes, the business model is there. I get that. I understand that. The monetization is important. You want people slowed down in the battle pass to spend more time in your game.
Yeah.
Giving them, if they are in the free battle pass, the more time they spend, the more likely they are to upgrade to the premium. That, again, that's psychology 101. We're in 2023. We've seen games that do this. There are different ways to implement monetization, right? We talked about an Exoprimal. There can be egregious ways and there can be not so egregious ways. But at the end of the day, they're still trying to get you to spend your money. But with a game like Diablo 4, with the praise that it's getting, with how you introduce this game, with the flowers you all received, why do you want to kill that enthusiasm for your game out the gate by putting business first instead of fun? And again, there's no way anybody will ever convince me that with those experienced devs, with that team, nobody realized that, hey, sending out an entire nerf patch might be a bad idea. You're not going to tell me that. I think they did, Steele. I think they just didn't care. I think that they honestly believe, not correct, but I think that they believe now that they can fix it later and they'll take the hit up front. Now, during the Fireside Chat, what I will give them credit for is they said that they will never do a patch like this again. Number 1. Number 2, future patches will be talked about. And again, Steele has an issue with this about your community building your game versus you building your game first and then course correcting and adjusting on the fly, because what they said they're going to do in the future is they are going to release the patch notes long, with a good amount of time in between. They're going to launch what they're going to do with the patch notes, then have a fireside chat, take community feedback, make adjustments to the patch, and then drop the patch later on. Now, to me, that can be both good and bad, because again, what that could wind up, and Jasper brought this up last night, is, hey, we're going to do this in this patch, and it's going to have extreme stuff. Like, we're going to debuff this ability 50%. And the community is going to be in an uproar, and they're going to be like, oh, we heard your feedback. We're going to change that to 40%. Right. And they can use that to do the extreme, to say they're going to do the extreme, get the community feedback, and then look like the good guys, like, oh no, we heard you, we're changing it to this. And it's still not going to be necessarily a great patch. Right. So there is some of that to that as well. I just think overall the Fireside chat was the dumpster fire that we expected it would be, that most people expected it would be. It looked like they weren't prepared. They didn't come out with specifics. They talked about some things in detail, but other things they went with we're not ready to talk about that.
They dodged it. Yeah.
Listen, when you do something like this, you got to have a little bit more for your community. So again, we are getting a patch. They are preparing another patch to make some changes to some of the things that they did, kind of ruin for people. It's not going to be everything, but it is supposedly coming quickly. Again, another fireside chat next Friday. They said within a couple of weeks, the new patch will be out, which are going to fix some things. They are going back and fixing the nightmare dungeons. So a level 100 nightmare dungeon. Yeah, that's already been done. That was a hot fix. The level one, because you heard Steele and I talk about nightmare dungeons, like it's ridiculous. They addressed that as well. They were up front. They said, yeah, we know the monsters in some of the nightmare dungeons are stupid because of how powerful they are. One hitting you, one shotting you, freeze, instantaneously killing you. The monsters have so many aspects attached to them that they're just not fun to play against in some of the nightmare dungeons. So they adjusted all of that. They are adjusting that. They're continuously adjusting that. They are going to fix the sword class. Sword class is a priority. They're going to fix it. They're going to fix the armor so that the sword class is not so spongy. They are working towards things, and I do have faith. Again, I will reiterate, Diablo 4 is not dead to me. Diablo 4 is still my game of the year. I said it in the intro. If you guys weren't here for the intro, played the season 1 the other night, level 20. I got to. Enjoying the hell out of it. It felt fresh. It felt new. The malignant hearts, again, could be very powerful from the way that they're looking. Yeah. I like that.
I want to see what the high level ones look like.
Yeah, exactly. They talked about those two Steel. They said that they are very, very powerful, and there's actually some that they're going to increase buff-wise. They said the malignant hearts, you guys are going to find out, are really, really powerful. There's some really cool stuff in there that you can do.
Looks like it.
So I'm enjoying season 1. Again, high level play, which Steele will touch on again here, and he's already touched on. High level play is where most of the stuff comes into it. Again, I think that they should allow people to power level. The fact that they said, well, power leveling is fine. They said this in the fire chat. Power leveling is fine, but we want to keep the fun in it. And having somebody sit at the dungeon entrance while their buddies go run through the dungeon and they just collect all the XP, that's not fun to us. So that's why we changed that. Okay, but again, that's up to the player to decide. If a player wants to do that and a group of friends get together and one player says, hey, I'm going to sit at the entrance and get power leveled and I'm not going to join you guys, well, then that's their gameplay. That's their decision to make. It's not your decision as a developer to say, well, that's not fun to us. No, you just don't like it because it's an easy way for somebody to go through your game and get leveled to the end game without having to grind. So again, the little things like that still irk me, but overall, again, I have faith in Diablo. It's not getting installed from my hard drive. There is burnout at play, of course. Any game that's grindy like this, that's why I said I took a week and a half, 2 weeks off of Diablo prior to the season. Mav kept going. Mav built a whole other character.
Mav
Chad was in.
When me and Jasper hit
Yeah.
hit the tippy top,
Yeah.
it seemed like Matt was just he found a whole new leg and just started doing his thing. I was like, wow.
Yeah. But for me, I took the week and a half, 2 weeks off. So when I hopped into season 1, it felt great again.
Yeah.
Right. It felt great. And so burnout is real. You got to step away. And again, I already know, again, this is not the game I'm firing up on a daily basis going forward for the next foreseeable future. I got too much other stuff to play. So for me, Diablo is still a great game. They screwed up here. They made a mistake. Some of the outrage is over the top. Diablo 4 is not dead. Again, even those people saying that stuff are going to be the ones that come back eventually as they make fixes, as the years go by, as Diablo 4 evolves, just like Diablo 3 did, becomes a whole different type of game by the end of it, which we already know they are. They're talking about end game. They're going to have expansions. They've already got, 3 expansions in the works or whatever the case may be. Everybody's going to come back for that stuff because it's Diablo. It's still a great game at heart. They just really screwed up here and they got hit for it, which they should have. They deserve this one. 100%. So that's where I'm at, Steel. So you take it over, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So definitely got quite a few things, and I'm probably gonna be a little bit more fired up than Pong was for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. And again, I will preface this as I am somebody that probably has close to or over 200 hours in Diablo 4. Take that as you will. No, by no means am I saying I'm the top echelon of hardcore, but I'm not the casual either.
Yeah, and I see a lot real quick before you jump in, real quick. I just see a lot of people in chat that were talking while I was talking.
Yeah.
And yes, if you didn't get this throughout my entire spiel, right? A lot of it is coming from the top down because that's where the business decisions are made, right? The business, but it's still the studio and the studio heads, Rod Ferguson on down, whose job is to, if they have to go that direction because of upper management decisions with the business model at hand, he and his team, as experienced people who have been in this industry, they have to understand a better way of implementing that to the community, even if it's a business decision. Again, they didn't have to drop an entire nerf patch on the community. They could have implemented it in steps. They could have done it in a more, what I want to say, in a more,
you ask me, I'm
gradual,
gradual
way. Yeah, more gradual way. They could have said to the management, we'll get this to where you guys want. We'll find a way to do this, but we got to do this gradually so we don't kill our community, right? Because again, if you kill the enthusiasm for the community, the business side, the upper management also understands that you're going to lose some of your whales. You're going to lose some of your payers, right? That money that you're talking about, you're going to lose some of that at the end of the day if you kill the enthusiasm for the game. So I think that back and forth should have been better and they should have come out with a better way. That's all. But yes, definitely was a business decision, upper level decision stuff for sure.
I don't think that it was.
Okay.
I don't think it was upper level. I don't think it was upper level for them to decide to slow down the game. I don't think that's what it was at all. I think they legitimately was a
part of the overall model. Yeah.
It was
how it's built,
an overshoot of what they expected.
Yes.
And that kind of goes to like my feeling about them not necessarily being connected to what the game actually is or how it plays or how it feels, or because there's just certain things in Diablo 4 from my perspective that as the grandfather of the ARPG genre that you should not be making mistakes on.
Yeah, absolutely.
The inventory system, as much as it's not truly a bother to me and I can work with it and I can deal with it and having an additional stash tab, like I get it. I can understand the technical side of things. Maybe it's on the server side and you're trying to figure out how to connect things with the server and have things carry over and make sure nothing gets lost and this and another thing.
That goes into game design. From the beginning.
Y'all had that in Diablo 3 though, and it was done pretty well. The inventory system in Diablo 3 wasn't bad or
after
broken.
They fixed it.
Especially after they fixed it.
Right. That's what.
So, like,
that's the point.
Going into Diablo 4, To have an issue with stash tabs, gems, malignant hearts, relics taking space, aspects taking space,
Yeah, all these potions, aspects.
And then you have all this material that I don't use.
Right.
The leather and all the other BS that's in between. Oh, you use that to make potions. And the potions don't do shit. I don't need the potions in the game. They're literally completely irrelevant. I only pop them in Nightmare Dungeons. Only pop them in Nightmare Dungeons for that exactly. The 5 to 10 experience bonus, maybe. And then, oh, I feel like I'm getting hit too hard by this lightning, only to find out that even me popping a potion doesn't change how much damage I take from that lightning anyway. So this is the issue that I have with the Fireside chat. And again, I'm not upset with Diablo. I am a gamer that can pull himself away. Again, when I was done playing Diablo, I jumped into Valhalla. Y'all guys can check out the streams. It's on Living Splitscreen. I took that as an opportunity to create more content or try to bring more content to my channel as a gamer. As a gamer, I was able to recognize, this is my thought process. I was able to recognize, hey, this is my progression in Diablo right now. I've tried the PvP. It's not where it needs to be. It probably is never going to need to be where it needs. And I might as well just deal with the fact that this is never going to be addressed and get over it. This is not going to be a game that's going to keep me within its world as much as I want it to. It is what it is. Maybe it's me as a gamer who was able to make that determination, and maybe that's on the devs for not being able to create an environment and a system, a mechanic to keep you enticed. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this. Once you're able to complete tier 50 Nightmare Dungeons, there's no other reason to play the game. None. You don't get better gear. You're not going to get stronger. The only thing to do is to get to level 100. Once you get to level 100, guess what? That's the end of the game. Do you have to?
You're not going to beat Uber Lilith.
No, you're not going to beat Uber Lilith. Shout out to Web Dave for the $1.99. He says, congratulations, you, Pong and Steel. It's the golden age. Greatly appreciate it. But there is literally no point to play the end game past a certain point. But that's where I come in and say, well, and I'll get to the Fireside chat, sorry. But that's where I get to the point and say, you're only going to experience a large amount of the issues that people are talking about until you get to this point. Now, there may be a good amount of people who are also maybe struggling with the current game as is. There are also people who want to go higher than World Tier 1 when they start off and try to do World Tier 2. I'll tell you right now, that's not worth it either. If you want to play the story and you just want to have fun, just go play World Tier 1. You don't get nothing extra from playing World Tier 2. And then, yeah, they updated and it gave you some additional things, some additional benefits for playing World Tier 2, but inside of an increased difficulty, which they have nerfed the characters, so you're not going to be as strong as you were. It may not be a good experience. Maybe. But I also have a different experience from that, because what I just stated is what other people have been stating was their experience. My experience has not been that. The leveling process up to 65 was okay. It was fine. I felt like I was progressing. I was getting stronger. I got to 65 and I hit a wall. I got to 65 and noticed, damn, there really is a problem with these resistances. Why do I have this resistance if it's not working? Oh, my character, my druid, can just randomly I can sit in all the poison in the world. But then when we get to this one nightmare dungeon, and the whole crew has experienced me do this, we get to one nightmare dungeon, then all of a sudden, I can't take any damage. I can't take any poison damage. And it's not because, the enemy's got additional poison damage. And no, it's not that. It's inconsistent. The damage is inconsistent. Again, these are things that you won't notice until later on, but they are part of your progression of the game. And they're not addressing that. Matter of fact, they made it more difficult for you to gain experience. And then also admitted that the game on release was unbalanced. To go from a Nightmare Dungeon tier of 100 and say that the new 100 is a tier 70, a 30 level difference, should be extremely telling of where the game was. And not saying that it wasn't possible and there wasn't people out there that were doing that content. Cool, they were able to figure those things out. But how disconnected are you from your game? So then the Fireside chat happens. You wanted to do a Fireside chat because the update that you put out this week for the game, the week of July 22nd of us doing this podcast, that you completely overshot your nerf to all the characters in the game. Not just the characters. The reason the other big reason why people are saying there's really a big nerf to all the characters, because you also have a damage type that you admitted that you're not going to be able to address until probably season 3. That is a main damage type currently and vulnerable damage that has to be taken because it's a multiplicative stat in your game that you created. To then come out and say that, oh, that's not what the intention was, we're going to make it an outside stat. It shouldn't be multiplicative, it should be an additional. Well, hey, and then not only that, you say, you know what? And we're going to decrease it by 40% because it's just too strong. Hey, Blizzard, I don't know if you played your game or not, but without that multiplicative stat that you just decreased by almost 50%, half, that in turn also decreases the large amount of damage or the different varieties of damage that people were coming up with using that mechanic that you created. We as the gamer adjusted to your game. And your adjustment to us adjusting to you is, oh, we're just going to decrease vulnerability because it's not how we intended it. You admit in your Fireside chat that it made the game unfun. You know what that tells me as a gamer, as a fan of Diablo? That you're not fucking playing your game. There is no way, and again, I'm not a game dev. I understand there's more that goes into it. I understand that there's certifications that you got to pass, and you got to get things ready ahead of time. And this issue may not have been that issue at this time. But as a consumer, I can't give you any excuses. As a consumer, as a gamer, as someone who cares about the industry and has an understanding who you are, as a game developer, Blizzard, this isn't your first rodeo. To decrease things or to change things without fixing your base game doesn't give me faith that you will fix this game or that this game will be everything that it needs to be. And the only reason that I say it doesn't give me faith, because of course, if you give anything time with people that have good experience and can get a team together, you give anybody time, you can get something done. Again, you saw they've done it with Diablo 2, they did it with Diablo 3, now they're gonna do it again with Diablo 4. Now, Diablo 4 is in a much better place than Diablo 3 ever was. I'll be honest and say that. I remember what the game was like. I enjoyed Diablo 3 for what it was day one also. Maybe it's just a different perspective from me. Because Diablo is not my end all to be all. It is not the game that I've been looking for the last 20 years of my life, and I just need this game. I love it. I care about it. I enjoy playing it. I don't regret any of the time that I put into this game. Zero. Don't regret any. Because that's not my mentality as a gamer. But I do have every right as a consumer and as a gamer to call you out on your bullshit for you, again, releasing an incomplete game. The rumors that we were hearing behind the scenes about Diablo struggling, getting the game together, the last year before the game released, have to be true in some form or fashion. Because this is ridiculous at this point. Because from this Fireside chat, the biggest thing that it told me is that it made me feel like you guys are not playing the game. And then to say that, we're not going to do updates this way anymore. We're going to do a Fireside chat, and we're going to put out an update post before we actually release the update, tells me that you want the community to fix your game, not you. Because you don't know what you're doing. Or maybe you're throwing up your hands and say, anything that we do, it's not good enough. If it's one of those two things, I personally think that that's embarrassing. This is your game. What is your game? At the base level, your game is, at the base level, your game has broken resistances. They don't exist. You acknowledge that they do not work. And you want to tell the gamer, hey, wait till season 3 for it to be fixed. It's a base mechanic of your game. But you want to fix the vulnerable, another base mechanic, huh? How we were counteracting us taking that additional damage was that vulnerable damage that you decreased. It's crazy how that works. But, the game's supposed to be fun. That's your fourth mission statement, huh? Fun, huh? So far down. You lack inventory space. In a game that is a looter. What world were we living in when we created Diablo 4? Was Activision, and again, this is another thing that ties into it and why I kind of get worked up and get into a rant about it, because people don't understand why Activision Blizzard being bought by Microsoft is such an important thing. And again, to each their own. You could think it's Call of Duty, King, all these other things. I like to consider the human element of it. I do think that this is also another prime example that Activision Blizzard, ABK, was in a much worse position than maybe we could have even imagined. Because the way Diablo 4 is released, it just blatantly demonstrates that. This is like you releasing Halo Infinite, but better. Because at least Diablo doesn't have that same critique that a Halo may get. It may get it from the hardcore. Sure. But I don't think it gets that same critique because Halo does have to do everything right. Story, multiplayer, forge, custom matches. Diablo just needs the story and an endgame experience. And I'm not trying to minimize that and say, that's easy to do. But you're not the only ARPG anymore. You haven't been. Since you released Diablo 3, there have been several other ARPGs to release. Path of Exile blatantly showed you how you can do a good Diablo game. People said they didn't like Diablo 3 because of the aesthetic, although it sold pretty well. So Path of Exile stepped in to be the new Diablo, what people wanted from 2. Back to the hardcore experience. Giving people that thrill. And they've leveled it up. They have gotten better. They have made changes to the end game. Path of Exile is a very scary game to play, even for me. Because it's a game The same reason I don't play RTSs now. It's a huge time investment. You gotta understand the mechanics. There's this fucking huge ass Paragon board that's fucking 10 pages long. It is so much more ever expanding than Diablo could ever imagine to be, even in its current state. That it boggles my mind that Diablo 4 is having the issues that it has. The blatant, I would say, the blatant difference between, as you get into the higher levels, of the dramatic changes of how the game feels. There's no middle ground. After you get the world, even from tier 3 to tier 4, I felt like there wasn't a middle ground. There wasn't anything outside of Helltides, which I gotta wait an hour to do in Helltide. What am I gonna do in that hour? These dungeons that don't do anything for me? You want me to go do nightmare dungeons that I can't do because I don't have the gear to move over, because Helltide is the best place for me to get that in-between gear so I can do nightmare dungeons? Again, did you play your game? Or did you only play it up to World Tier 3 and then Tier 4 was just a crapshoot? Yeah, oh, it's unbalanced? Oh, it's fine, it'll be ready. Barely anybody will get there. But then you've had the most amount of people probably play Diablo 4 than any other Diablo, I would imagine, at this point. I do think that Diablo 4 is going to be probably the most played, most sold Diablo of all time. I do. And the base mechanics of the game support that. The game isn't bad, but they've added things and elements to the game that have made it tedious. It's not fun. Like, I get, oh, we want you to experience the content. We want you to experience the travel of the world, like the Lilith statues. As tedious as that might have been, I enjoyed it for what it was. It got me to experience the world. I can kind of listen to a podcast, or I could do these other things and just, let's go find some statues. So I knew it would help my progression. It's still tedious. Season 1, the way that they have it set up. Oh, complete this mission to do this. Oh, complete chapter 1 and 2 of the new season for the Malignant. Do all these tedious things. Go do these dungeons. Go find 5 frogs. Go jump over a werewolf that's standing backwards and do a front flip, even though you can't do front flips in the game. Again, I'm over exaggerating a bit, but you've made the game even more tedious. You didn't tie in elements like, hey, go do this, go do Act 2 story mission 1 on this level to unlock, complete chapter 2. Oh, go do this part of the Malignant, and it's like, it's not tied in that way. It's just, for me, and everything that I saw from the Fireside chat seems like they are just completely disconnected from the game. Now, as someone who is not a dev, it is also, I'm not going to say necessarily difficult for me to say that, because again, it's from the outside looking in. And yes, they're going to change things and whatnot, but I am just not of the mindset, and I cannot support the mindset of we release it now and you deal with it, and then we fix everything later. Like, sure, Diablo, I damn sure hope that fucking Diablo would be better 2 years from now. But saying that, oh, don't worry, it'll be better 2 years from now, is not the answer. Why wasn't the game put together day one? Does that add to the conversation that people have of, the digital era and service-based games, and people we don't get the quality content that we used to? I got an argument for that too, because quality is subjective. But Diablo is a quality game. Do all the things, do all the BS that they're going through currently. Diablo's a quality game. I still give Diablo a 9 out of 10. For me personally. Why? Because of the time that I've spent with the game. The engagement that I've gotten from the game, for me personally. The fun that I've had with the game, for me personally. I think it was worth every dollar that I spent on it. Are there things that I would like for Blizzard to improve on? Yeah. Outfits. Don't charge me $25 for an outfit if every outfit for my druid is going to be ugly and look uninspired. That's a personal opinion. But damn, I'm playing a rogue now, and I feel like I got all the drip in the world. I got every piece of clothing I could want. I can look however I want. There's so much versatility to be had there. I can look like this on Monday, and I can look totally different on a Friday. Every day of the week, I can choose a new fit and feel good about it. The druid didn't feel that way for me personally. A lot of the outfits that I've seen in that store, $25 for that? Uninspired content? In my opinion, it's crazy to me. And this isn't just they're trying to increase the longevity of the game. Newsflash, Blizzard and Diablo players. Diablo players are going to play Diablo regardless. But you need to fix your base game. There are other things that matter versus you not making the game fun. And for that not to be your main priority. This is gaming. I do not want gamers to lose sight of what fun is for them. But I also don't want you to lose sight that you can have an opinion about something that you care about. You don't have to be a developer to say that, hey, man, I didn't feel good about that presentation that you did, or those changes that you made, or how I feel about the game now. I can also speak out on the people who put 30 to 40 hours in this game, who get to if you're under level 50 in Diablo 4 and you're complaining about Diablo, I can't take you serious. I can't hear nothing you're saying. I can't value your opinion. The only thing that I can come to the justification is that you don't like Diablo. If you spent money on Diablo, you get to level 50 and decide that Diablo isn't for you, you spend much longer than was necessary to decide that a game wasn't for you. Which is fine, because maybe you wanted to stick it out and really see what was there. The first 10 hours of the game tell you whether you should be there or not. Honestly, the first 2 hours of the game pretty much tell you what this game is going to be about and what the progression is going to feel like. If you haven't beat the game, I don't see how you can speak about the progression. In Remake Station, you can say that that's elitist. But you have people who have not beat the game, even from my personal experience. And because of my personal experience is why I'm saying this. There is no way that you're under level 50 and say that you're bored, or say that the game is repetitive, or say that the mechanics don't make sense, or say that you cannot say that, in my opinion. Because I've played the game. You haven't fully experienced the game at that point. Now, if you get to the end of the game, you beat the last boss, and you say that, damn, this game isn't for me, I'm not going to play the end game, that's fair. But you beat the story. And at that point, you have to decide what is value to you. Is the 40 hours that you spent beating the campaign worth the $60, $70 that you spent on the game? Is my $100 that I spent on the game worth the 200 hours that I've spent in the game? To me, as someone that believes in that $1 an hour mentality, $1 from my time, I'd go spend $50 an hour on something. It's something I can go spend $50 on right now for some fun. Would that be more worth it to me than me spending at $1 an hour, 50 hours in this game? Subjective. It's completely subjective. And I've enjoyed my time with Diablo. And yes, will I come back to it later after season 1? Probably. But I can also admit that this is not my mainstay game. I have other games to play. I have other games that I would like to play. This is not 20 years ago where I had to make, 10 years ago even, where you had to make a tough decision on what game that you're going to play. Now, if it is, and that you are still someone that has to, hey, I spend $70 on Diablo. Diablo's my game that I have to play for X amount of time. That's what I can afford right now. Again, this is why I'm speaking out on the issues that I'm seeing with the game and what the devs are speaking on when they do their fireside chats. I'm speaking for you. Because you're someone that's going to get to the end game and experience the same thing that I'm experiencing. And you won't be able to move on. You should be taken care of. And it shouldn't take season 3. It shouldn't take season 2 of a game 6 to 9 months after release for core mechanics of the game to be fixed. I don't believe in that. And it should be talked about.
Core mechanics, absolutely.
100%. That's my main. That's the main argument that I can have.
Your systems that you put in place from the beginning that you built in the game should work.
Point blank. No excuse. Right. No, this, that, and the other thing. And then,
especially important ones.
And then when you start the fireside chat trying to explain why you made these changes, I don't give a fuck. You made them. And then the reason that you gave made no sense.
Right.
Especially when you have other prevalent issues. Oh, we're getting with the team and this is something. What? PvP is a core mechanic in the game. Is it ever going to get addressed?
I see you. Have a good day.
Probably not. Probably not.
Probably not. No, because it's not important. It's not important overall. It could later become important as the years go by. They certainly could develop it, and it could certainly become something. But
no, it's not.
But for the foreseeable future,
in season 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they could eventually develop it, but right now, no. But
see, season 10, I'll finally be able to play PvP. Yes. Great. That's what I was waiting for this entire time, even though they advertised it as part of releasing with this game and how great it was going to feel. Man. Does it feel great? No, it doesn't.
Did you get our latest Splitter member, by the way?
Who was the latest splitter? I don't think I got
Senior Click, otherwise known as Vic the Click, dropped out of here and became a splitter. What's going on?
Senior Click. I appreciate you coming through, Brody. Hopefully, the week has been treating you well. And shout out to Yobi over here spamming the RTS view and ECP. Those looking kind of good in there. I like the way those are looking, man. But yeah, that's overall my feelings about Diablo 4. Again, I would recommend Diablo 4 to anybody that's telling you, hey, don't jump into the game. I do feel like they may be being a bit disingenuous. If you have interest in playing Diablo 4, there's nothing that you should wait for. Play the game. Right. If you're waiting for Diablo's ending game, if you're legitimately going to stick with Diablo for some time and have worries about the end game, then that would be the only time that I would say, yeah, you should hold off.
I still think you could still find a certain level up to a point.
Yeah.
Right, Steel, that's even if you're looking at the end game. Nightmare dungeons are fun in groups. Like they can be. They can be frustrated. They could be head scratchers as to why you could run one and be just fine and run another one that's even a lower level and get destroyed. But they're still fun, right? Yeah. And that chase, that grind, that loot, like you said, and they also address that too. Steel, I heard you bring that up earlier too as well. They are going to fix the higher level gear loot as well, so that you are going to be able to find gear if you are grinding. Because right now, when you're at that high level, you can grind for 2-3 days and not find a single piece that works with your build, that just makes any sense. And they talked about that, and they understand that is an issue and that they want to change that. And they are looking at down the road eventually allowing you to replace more stats on your equipment too, so that you can start looking at that meta build and not be grinding for days on end without anything that makes sense. Like grind is one thing, but it's another thing not to be finding anything. Like that's over the top, even at high level stuff. You should always find incremental better gear. Like you should be able to find incrementally better gear for your build.
Yes.
At the end of the day.
If you're playing, right?
Yes, correct.
Be rewarded for your time.
Yeah. We crushed Diablo 4's Fireside chat there. That's what we did.
Yeah, I think we did for sure. And again, you guys interested in it, play it. Don't let nobody discourage you from jumping in. If you're holding off, then hold off. Again, gaming is subjective. It's very opinion based. If it's something that you're interested in, check it out.
Yeah.
But I guess it makes it for interesting drama if you like that. So there's that.
Sure. Yeah.
I think some more interesting drama, more interesting conversation, I should say more so than anything, is this new Spider-Man 2 trailer.
Woo.
How are you guys feeling about that? Are you guys excited? Chat, let us know. Are you, how on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for Spider-Man 2? I say I'm at about an 8. Most recent trailer definitely gave more of a feel for what the game is going to be. Again, it got Pong excited enough to say that there should have been the original trailer that they led with.
Yeah.
Dixie says, live a split screen. Can we get that still epic rant emoji soon? I don't know what that emoji would be.
Well, and Eastside Vandal said it, and still it was on my idea list too, that we should have some kind of graphic that pops up when we go into one of our rants. Right?
We should. That would be dope.
Yeah.
Dan the Man Cunningham, $5 says, glad to see this is now a method of support. Love what you dudes are doing. Keep it up, gentlemen. I greatly appreciate you for coming through.
One of the OGs, Dan the Man Cunningham.
Been here
put my name in the ring.
He did.
Boom originally to get me on Boom's podcast. So shout out to Dan the Man, man. For sure, 100% one of the OGs out there.
He definitely was a motivator for you, I would say. Getting out there and whatnot, and greatly appreciate all the love and appreciation for that. But Spider-Man 2, the new trailer got Pong excited enough to say that, hey, this should have been the trailer that they used originally to show the game at the original presentation. So that's quite impressive. But the other thing too that was quite impressive was the look of Venom. I am thoroughly satisfied with how they have presented Venom up at this point. I still want to see how he is going to be in game. But nonetheless, I also like the presentation of the characters. I do feel with Miles, though, that they tried to overreach a bit with his hairstyle. It's not a big thing, again, it's not a huge thing for me, but there is a thing to where, especially as somebody who is I'm a multicultural individual, this is something that I've had to deal with my entire life, being of multiple races, but being a black man also. You can tell when people are trying to do too much or trying too hard to fit in. And that's kind of how Miles presented himself to me in the trailer. Like they were trying to represent both of his ethnicities, his Spanish side and also his black side too. Like they were trying to do too much. And you also see like the hairstyle that they use is like the hairstyle that a lot of characters have been using.
Yeah.
That for whatever reason, oh, this is the black hairstyle that we're going to use right now. They got the shaved sides, they got the mohawk with the locks on top. And it's like, you know that there's like a whole culture of 100 different hairstyles that we got, right? But nonetheless, I mean, again, not like it's a major issue, but I think it's also what's jading me a little bit is coming off of Spider-Man, the animated universe, right? The multiverse thing that they got going on with that version of Miles. Maybe I'm a bit jaded in that because they did so well with the movies where it just feels natural and organic, and he got the fro and the way that he's represented in there, they just do it really well. So maybe there's just that distinction in there too. But I mean, again, it's not like it's a big issue. I saw people running with that and whatnot this week, and how downgraded the characters looking. Like, characters don't look downgraded. The world doesn't look downgraded. I saw somebody else do some side by sides of the bridge and whatnot, and there is a league of a difference in detail that are between the games, right? It's like a Remnant to Remnant 2 situation that I was explaining earlier. You could see that in this jump to Spider-Man 2, and I would hope so at least. I do want to see more from the game, but I do at this point think that I have seen enough to determine this isn't a system seller for me. It's not. It's an addition. And I have to be realistic with myself. And when I think about it, even the Spider-Man 2018 wasn't a system seller for me. It was a game that I happened to get because I had the console already. So when I think about it that way, as much as I love Spider-Man 2018, again, I loved it so much I bought the game on PC when it released. So that should tell you enough. If it's good enough for me to double dip into, that should tell you enough about the game and how I felt about it. And it played leagues better than what I remember playing on PlayStation 4. Leagues, along with the mods and making my character look different. It was super dope. This is a game that I'm at this point telling myself I'm just going to wait for it to come to PC. It's going to play better there. It's going to look better there. It's going to be a better overall feeling game there. And especially what I've experienced with the mods, I would rather wait. Because there's also something to say, when I went through the experience again on PC, I wasn't as connected as I was that first time that I played it. That's also a personal problem for me. Because there's a lot of games that after I play it that original time, me playing it again just doesn't do anything for me. I'm that type of gamer though. I play games one time and then I move on, especially story-based games. It made it hard for me to play through the additional DLC that they dropped in Spider-Man 2018. I played the Black Cat DLC and then that was it. I had no interest in continuing, because I played this game already. And me as a gamer, I wasn't having that same gratification that I had already. And again, I beat the game all over again on the hardest difficulty on PC. So maybe I was burnt out by it, but I got my time. So that's kind of where I'm at with it at this point. I hope everybody that is excited for it, that is going to end up buying the special edition. I don't think that special edition console is worth it, in my opinion. I think the design is very lackluster, very basic.
You can buy the panels separately.
You can buy the panels separately, which is cool.
Yep. Yeah.
I still don't think that that's worth the dollars either. In my personal opinion, I would have rather had, if you're going to have one side that's completely black, you should have incorporated Venom more so on that side or something. And instead of the Spider-Man logo just being in the bottom corner, on the other side where you see the Venom kind of coming over, maybe you incorporate his face right there, and maybe you incorporate Spider-Man, him actually like fighting the symbiote back or something. Like there could have been more of a dramatic and more of an impacting effect. This comes across to me as a, hey, what's a cheap way we can get a cool effect on on some plastic panels? What's something cheap that we can do that's gonna sell well? The same thing with the controller. Sure, it's better than the God of War, but it's also kind of the same.
But it's better than the LeBron James Steel.
That is true. It is better than the LeBron James one.
No, I said, is it?
Is it better than LeBron James?
Stupid.
No, that's so fucking stupid.
It was so stupid.
It's just for me, from my mind, for what I would expect and what I would want. This is not worth buying to me, in my opinion. But I also have a different mindset when it comes to that. I'm also the guy that goes into games and I'm looking at cosmetics first. First thing I did in Remnant. Sure, I want things to be in a certain weight class and all that so I can move around, but my look matters too. So, I mean, I take that into a lot of things in real life too. So, unfortunately, I can't help myself in that way. Again, like the saying goes, you look good, you feel good. You feel good, you play good. You play good, you get paid good. Anyway, but so it's interesting to me that Spider-Man, that Sony did use this trailer as a more so closer to release. Again, it did what it was supposed to, though. It drove that hype back up. It does have, I saw the argument again, people using Starfield as a comparison to Spider-Man, saying that the hype levels for Spider-Man 2 are on a much higher scale than Starfield is. And on some levels, I mean, again, you're taking a character that has been around. Dragonheart Gobi, again, he used a stat that is, when you take it from perspective, a character that's been in existence for 60 plus years versus a brand new IP from developers that make Western RPGs. If you're just using trailers as a basis for popularity, I guess, yeah. I mean, Spider-Man's got over 4 million views on a PlayStation channel, while Starfield has 400K on Xbox's channel. They got almost 2 mil on Bethesda's channel.
Right.
All right, and Bethesda is part of Xbox, so you can kind of put those numbers together. And yes, in less time, the Spider-Man trailer has gotten that attention.
Of course.
But I want people to hear what you're saying, though. You're comparing Spider-Man to Starfield.
And what game are we going to be talking about 10 years from now?
You're comparing Spider-Man,
correct, it's a Starfield,
an action game, an action adventure game,
popular character based, one of the most popular characters in the world,
a Marvel character
yep,
who has toys, has had comics, movies,
tunes,
shows, has been around for 60 plus years,
Yep.
to Starfield,
a non-character based RPG where you are the character.
I don't know if you don't understand what the difference is, but I mean, Wizzy brings up a good point, and I don't think that it's a slack on the game. Again, Wizzy says you're comparing a 13-hour game to an 1,000-hour game. I mean, I would say Starfield's at least a 100-hour game.
Right.
You're not going to get 100 hours out of Spider-Man. I don't care how many ways you play it. Sure, if you like to play games over and over again, I get it. But in comparison, again, I told you guys how I feel about how I conceptualize my value for games. I can't say that Spider-Man's more worth it than Starfield is. On an hour-to-hour basis. I'm going to be spending 70 hours for a game that I'm probably going to be playing for 20 hours.
About the fun. It's about the fun.
But it is about the fun. And I mean, of course, that's the value, but still, I like to bring that perspective up, because that's how you know its value is subjective.
Sure.
You have to decide what that value is for you. And if Spider-Man is of enough value to you to buy a console, that's why the PlayStation is doing this. Then you're going to make the investment. You're going to buy day one. And and I love Spider-Man. I love Venom. Venom is my top 2 as far as characters go overall. Iron Man being number 1 and then Venom's number 2. I mean, again, I'm excited for it, and I can go dark. I don't have to know nothing about this game, and even if I did get spoilers, I'm also finding out that it seems like most of the people that play the original game are surprised that Harry is Venom. Where the fuck were y'all at the first game? This is like my, and then people are having conversation about this and are completely bamboozled. I didn't know. Who knew?
Some people are like that. Some people are like that.
Oh, what? Really? Harry? Oh, I was hoping they weren't going to go this direction. What? You just won't crack between the first game and the second game? Again,
there's people don't pay attention that way still. Not everybody pays attention.
Look, Paul, you don't have to pay attention. You just have to have beaten the game. It's literally blatantly obvious.
Right. But we know that a lot of people don't beat games. So
they put it in your face.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't beat games yet.
But you can't. If you're not going to beat games, it's fine. But you can't be surprised about the second game.
No, I mean, but you can still. Well,
you can't.
I mean, technically,
you can't be surprised by the second game.
Technically, you're going to be surprised because you weren't there to get the clue.
Well, maybe you should go find some videos and find out.
But people don't have to care that way either, right? So,
well, don't be surprised then. If you're not going to care, like listen to how that sounds.
But
if you don't care, then why are you surprised? You don't care. You can't
because
be
you can still be surprised. Come on,
you can't be surprised if you don't care.
All right,
you can't be surprised.
I'm not. I don't co-sign that. But okay, all right. Let's steal. Listen, CDO Click $5 super chat. You guys have been giving me gaming news entertainment while I was at work or when I wake up drunk like today, and I feel more should feel this membership. I feel like more should feel this membership. And then he went and turned around and gifted 5 memberships as well. Senior Click.
Appreciate
showing up, showing out. Thank you, Senior Click. I appreciate you, brother. I hope you feel better.
More people should appreciate the member. Is that what he said?
Yeah, like that. They gifted 5 memberships. More people should feel like they. Yeah.
It just sounded kind of crazy.
He's spreading the love.
Oh,
yeah, it was.
Gotcha.
But again, he came off of a classic Vic night, obviously. So his brain cells aren't all there either, just like mine, right? So I understand.
And Fahim Scott says, and how many Gears games are there? It's not about the number of games either. Like the 2 is great.
But it's about the number of games in a short time span too, though. We can talk about that. There is burnout as well currently happening across the board with Marvel in general, right? Because of how much content Disney has put out. They've admitted it. Iger came out and said they're going to scale back because there is legitimate burnout. And we've had 3 Spider-Man games now in 5 years, right? 3 Spider-Man games in 5 years.
Oh yeah, because Miles Morales, I keep forgetting Miles Morales.
Yeah, Miles. Separate. Considered separate. So 3 games in 5 years. Again, shout out to Insomniac, Wizards. Again, there's no taking away the quality, and there's a certain portion of the fan base that absolutely will continue to eat up as much as that they put out. That hey, that's cool, but there is a certain level because you do see, and I have seen this week, in fact, some hardcore PlayStation fans admitting that Spider-Man 2 looks mid. And that could just be potentially part of that burnout factor. Like we've seen this now 3 times in 5 years. Like, okay, we get it, right? Spider-Man, but that's not taken away from the game. It's not taken away from the fact that it's going to sell like hotcakes. It could be potentially one of the biggest sellers of the year. There is no doubt about that. It's going to be one of Sony's biggest sellers.
Yeah.
I think the trailer, getting back to the trailer, because again, for me, I don't care enough about Spider-Man to care either way, but I'm going to say as an outsider looking in, right? The trailer itself was extremely well done. It was a fantastic narrative trailer. Again, character designs. I've seen a lot of people, again, I don't have a personal opinion because I don't care, but talking about what I've seen in the community, and I'm not talking about the Xbox side that's, throwing up screenshots and all that kind of stuff. I care less about that either. Talking about legitimate PlayStation and Spider-Man fans who have been talking about the character designs. I don't understand why devs decide to change up character designs on a beloved franchise in such a drastic fashion where the fans go, who is this?
Who?
I'm sorry, but the side-by-sides of Peter, I know it's an aged Peter. Bro.
Okay, bro. Which one? Because they did 3. They did because they did change. Remember, they changed his character model.
Yes, they changed it. Yeah. But I'm talking about the one that looks most like this current one.
Oh, so from the changed character model.
Yeah, from the change. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But it breaks for me if I cared about the game. It does break that continuity amongst the games, which I don't like. Like I want my characters and I understand the whole different Spider-Mans, all that kind of stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, but it just doesn't, it breaks up the feel of that I'm playing within the same franchise, even though obviously it's Spider-Man, that doesn't change. But I'm just saying it kind of breaks it up a little bit, but whatever. It is what it is. Devs decided to do that. I thought the trailer was great. As I started out saying at the beginning of this topic, I think this trailer would have been better off being the showcase trailer with 5 minutes of gameplay, right? Tacked onto the end, clip down that entire gameplay segment that they had, give us the best 5 minutes after you showed off this story trailer or prior to this, and then show this story trailer at the end. Either way, the story trailer would have had more impact at the PlayStation Showcase than I think what that entire gameplay loop that they gave us they did. That's how good I think this trailer was, because actually watching it as somebody who doesn't care, I was actually into it. I was like, oh man, this is pretty exciting shit, right? I like the story. I like what's going on. Introducing Venom and drop it. Venom, like you said, Steel looks great.
Yeah.
Looks fantastic. The modeling. Yeah, all that. And I was really intrigued by what was happening in the story trailer. Yeah. So that's where I'm at with it. Again, I won't go on long because I don't care either way. Again, Spider-Man 2018, I played it for about 20, 30 hours. I think I did my whole around the city, I can't remember what I collected. I collected everything of one thing.
Backpacks were the main thing.
Maybe that was, I did that whole thing. So I saw the whole city, did some fighting, did some of the story missions, and it was like, okay, yeah, Spider-Man, it's cool. It's a good game. Insomniac's great at what they do. I understand why people love it, and obviously why it's a system seller. But yeah, I thought the story trailer was great. I thought it was really well done, and we could see some improvements in there. Hopefully that translates to the entire game. Definitely think that the full game will definitely be a better representation than what they showed in the gameplay for the showcase. And as far as the custom consoles go, I think it looks cool. Again, I understand, Steel, where you're coming from, what you would like to see. Everybody's got their opinion when it comes to this stuff and custom controllers and what appeals to somebody, what doesn't.
Yeah.
They don't have a high bar to overcome when it comes to, that's the thing that's been most surprising to me out of Sony. When they created the PlayStation 5 and they had these removable panels, I thought we were going back to the 360 days with the face plates that we were going to see a ton, right? They were going to have custom panels out there for everybody to buy like all the time. And it's surprising to me and shocking to me that Sony hasn't taken advantage of that system, that setup yet, to any degree, really meaningful degree. I like the look of the panels. I think it's great. They're going to sell a ton of them. I do got to give credit to Sony for not just saying, hey, we're only putting out a custom console. So if you want these new panels, you're going to have to buy a whole new console. Right. That they did offer the panels separately for those who already own a PlayStation 5. Props to them. It could have been an easy way to push it. I think we're still, if they're going to announce the Slim this year, I think we might see a Slim with PlayStation that maybe doesn't have detachable panels anymore when they chop down the size. And I think they're going to have a Spider-Man exclusive Slim as well console that they will sell only in that way, and I think it'll sell like hotcakes. Controller wise, again, not a high watermark for their controllers. I thought all their controllers so far, their custom controllers, look like seriously like any cheap knockoff company just made a bunch of stickers and put them on there. Like I haven't liked any of them. The Final Fantasy one was terrible. The LeBron James one is absolutely horrible. Like there's been nothing that's been good. God of War was minimal effort,
sure.
man. Minimal effort on all of these. Spider-Man is actually the first one I said, if I was a Spider-Man fan, that's pretty cool. I could see how it could be improved, but that was pretty cool. All right, good effort. But again, it's not a high watermark, especially when you're looking, comparatively speaking, to Xbox, who obviously a lot of people could say put too much focus on their custom controllers.
Yeah.
But goddamn, do they got a lot of great looking controllers, man.
Yeah.
They got a lot of great control. Starfield, Forza, like they're legitimately awesome controllers. Like, and they put some time and effort into them. But yeah, no, shout out to the fan base. They're going to show up for this game. Even the people that are saying it looking mid, they're going to be there day one. Again, it's Spider-Man. It's going to sell a ton. And this trailer did do it favors. I thought it did a great job showing off the story and the narrative and got more people even more excited for it. So that's what it's supposed to do. So hats off to the team that did put it together for sure.
For sure. Nam Omar, he's asked, Pong Soul, when was the last time you bought hotcakes, good sir?
Hotcakes?
Yeah, pancakes. Hotcakes.
Pancakes? Oh, pancakes? Yeah, I eat protein pancakes on the regular.
The Gears of War Ice console, that was really dope, Boo Boo. I had one actually.
Yeah, the Gears of War consoles was great. And I wish that the Xbox has one. I don't know why they're against doing custom consoles. Again, the only one we've gotten is Halo, and I thought that was minimal effort on the Halo one as well. Yeah. I know a lot of people like it, but I thought it was minimal. You've got this perfect box that is set up to be customized, and we're not getting anything, and that there's no Starfield custom console as of right now is egregious.
Yeah,
it really is. So,
we got Dragonheart Yobi who dropped a $10 dono. He says, Harry was anti-Venom. It's lost on a lot of people. Shows they didn't read the comics. When I saw the route they were going in Spider-Man 2018 with Harry and the symbiote, I was excited. Same for me, Yobi. Again, many people are going to come from different angles. My main thing is just that when people get excited for the second game, I would imagine that would strike something within you to at least find out what happened at the end of the first game. And people, most of the time, they do go back and say, oh, well, the comics did this, this, and this. And the comics actually have done many of different things, which is why you kind of seen the MCU pull from that, but also incorporate a lot of their own type of imagination into those universes. And Sony's doing the same thing with theirs, right? I do hope that they go the anti-Venom route. Anti-Venom is very slept on as a kind of a Deadpool type, but he's definitely more on the hero side of things, being the more white and black representation of Venom, being like the good side of Venom, I would say, more so than anything. And it would really be interesting to see that dynamic with, if they end up giving Eddie Brock or they give it to Flash Thompson, one of those two, what that would be like and how they involve Carnage and all that good stuff after. Dragonheart Yobi also drops a $5 super chat. It says, what's not to say for Spider-Man 3? The finale is leading up to Green Goblin for the end of the game, just speculating, and also Spider-Man 2 is 10 months later. Again, a lot of dope things that could be incorporated as part of that. A lot of interesting story beats. Again, I like the way that they took Spider-Man 2018. I'm very interested in that story and what they're going to do with that game. And I'll probably play Miles Morales when Spider-Man 2 comes out. Well, whenever it comes out to PC, I'll play Spider-Man Morales then, so I can kind of extend my playtime with that. And they'll probably have some kind of tie-in bonus or, for the price of one game, you can get both. Or they'll probably do like a $100 version. You get that or whichever. So I might get incorporated at that point. Then Alvin drops a $5 super chat.
Alvin!
He said, as a villain enthusiast, I'm hoping for a Carnage reveal as the true boss. At least a Cletus Cassidy tease for Spidey 3. Congrats on the YouTube partnership. Thank you, Alvin. Greatly appreciate that. And yeah, I agree. I can agree with that too. Again, I'm always interested as someone that just likes that stuff. I'm never like too much on one side or the other. Oh, they need to be this way. If that was the case, I wouldn't have fell in love as much as I did with Iron Man. Because I do love Iron Man because of the comics and everything. But the main thing that really is invigorated that love for him, as much as I do, is Robert Downey Jr. I'm not even going to front to that. His representation of Iron Man, the character, bringing it to reality, even the cartoons, didn't do it as much justice back in the day as he has for that. He is literally the living representation of what I would expect out of Tony Stark, Iron Man, which is really dope to see.
Probably the most perfect casting ever done.
I
could never see anybody else.
It's literally damn the same thing with like Captain America. As much as I don't think Captain America is that guy for me, but
right.
Seeing Chris Evans as Captain America, I'm like, I don't know if anybody else could be Captain. He fucking plays that role pretty well.
I could see some others.
You can see some others in there?
Yeah, I could see some others in Cap. It's because of Tony Stark's persona.
Yeah.
Right. That's true. It's got to be. It's got to be. It's a complex character as much as he isn't front facing wise. He's a rich dude, right? Who thinks highly of himself, right? Okay, well, we got a billion examples of that, right? Whatever. But Tony Stark is much more complex than that. And like, again, Robert Downey he is Tony Stark. Like if you were going to make a Tony Stark right now from scratch,
right?
Robert Downey, the way that he took on that character is him. Like that there's just no separating those two now at this point. Like I could never see it. Again, we had Midnight Suns come out with Tony Stark in it, and everybody was like, Tony Stark is the worst in this game. Yeah, because it's not Robert Downey Jr. You can't do it. You can't find anybody to replace that. There's just not. It's just it is him, and he is him. It just is.
Shout out to Robert, man. His career made such a fucking dramatic change from, especially the stuff my mom used to tell me about, like his early career and whatnot, the things he used to go through. It's crazy to see where he's at. It's crazy.
Downey fan from the beginning, man. So. less than zero. Anybody who knows less than zero, want to talk about dark.
Yeah,
and
good,
and
good
a lot of personal for Robert Downey because a lot of it is him.
Yeah,
in that movie. So real. So Less Than Zero is a classic. Anyways.
But yeah, Spider-Man's interesting. I'm glad they're coming out with more information to talk about it. It is time for them to start ramping that up. So again, it's a really interesting year for games, especially the type of games that we have out. I actually made a post this week of like there's like 7 games that I have currently in a lineup, just up to the point of Starfield. So I think because Lies of P come out before or after Starfield?
After, same month, I think, right?
I think it's
Lies of P August.
I think it's after because I pushed it.
No, so yeah, it is September 19th.
Ducato says Michael Jai White as Spawn will always be Spawn. I can see that he did do his thing as Spawn. I ain't gonna lie. They need to remake Spawn, bro. There was a fan made trailer that somebody put together recently of this lady in the grocery store and her little kid or whatever. And that was like super dope. But yeah, that's another one of those characters they need to bring back ASAP. I think they were rumoring that supposedly they were going to have Jamie Foxx playing Spawn potentially. And I could see him. I could see him possibly. I would like to see Michael Jai maybe get another shot at it. Michael Jai, excuse me. But there is some breaking news out there. Apparently the Q Lite from PlayStation is out there on the streets, and it's apparently going to have a version of Android on there.
Yep, the one that leaked.
That's going to be interesting to see how much. Apparently, it's also going to be, again, rumored, grain of salt, $200. Not bad, not a bad price point. Again,
I'll believe that when I see it.
My Elite controller is $200, so if they release that for $200 and has some Android capability, I can't imagine it'll be able to do much or live for very long, but it's interesting.
The thing is with the Android Steel is that even if it is a custom Android setup, which it obviously will be, the hackers will get in there and open it up. And that means that the potential for it to becoming much bigger streaming device than just your PlayStation 5 streaming device does open up the opportunity that there will be a subset of people who buy it to be able to do that on and be able to stream all sorts of different streaming stuff to it. So that is the good news for it. The bad news is is that the battery life, if it's true,
It's
what
gonna be
Tom Henderson
innocuous.
reported, 3 to 4 hours, then there's much better streaming device options out there. Like, so why would you buy this unless you're absolutely in love with the look of the device or PlayStation or the PlayStation controller? There would be no reason to buy this as your main streaming device, right? So the Logitech G Cloud, it would be a much better device overall if you're just looking for a streaming device. But again, if it is Android based, that is interesting that Sony went that route. And it will open up some more opportunities. But like I said, the $200 price point, I'll believe it when I see it. I still don't think they come in at 200.
Yeah, and then people also thinking that this is going to be able to do PSP emulation and PS3 emulation. You're high on something. If it's that is not, just because it has a fucking Android backend does not mean it's going to be able to run those games. It takes hardware to run those games. Even Switch emulation on PC takes good hardware for you to be able to do it successfully if you want 60 frames. It is not just if the Switch can do it, it can easily run 60 frames for 1440p 4K on my PC. No, that's not how that works. Like, a lot of situations, you got to have at least a 2070 Super to get good. And again, it's negligible depending. It's all hardware. That's why PC is such an interesting conversation. But this device isn't doing those things. Your phone is going to be more powerful than that device is, and you'll be more likely be able to do PSP emulation on your phone. You'll get better performance from this before you get it from that device. I guarantee that. There is no way. Again, unless they got something else back there, 4 hours of battery life. Yeah, that's on the high end. Correct. That's a number that probably is never going to be hit because they say that. And then those numbers that's in the perfect circumstances. It's 4 hours.
Yeah, with the strongest Wi-Fi connection. As we know, most people don't get that. So you're upstairs, you play it, and you got low Wi-Fi. It's draining more juice.
Brightness is turned down to the lowest setting.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
All that stuff. Yep.
But it's interesting nonetheless. But let's keep things Sony, because there was an interesting thing that happened with some details that have sparked a conversation about the next generation of gaming.
Oh, yeah.
The next generation. And, you asked an interesting question last night also about on your guys' outro from what I heard. As far as how people feel, you wanted to get people's takes about whether you felt Xbox was going to do a mid-gen refresh with the information coming from Benji Sales. Shout out to Benji. Being on top of things within the gaming industry and then just sales and whatnot in total. Benji came out. Let me see if I can actually put this on screen for you guys. Of course, my camera on this is completely catawampus, but let me go ahead and fix that for you. Probably still can't see it. There's some details there, but I'll drag the window down a bit actually, so you guys be able to see that. There we go. Benji. We got Benji on screen. All right. I'll fix my stuff after I get this introduced. I'll let Pong kind of take it away a little bit. But Benji Sales on Twitter came out and said that the PlayStation 5 Pro details via Tom Henderson. So the code name is Project Trinity, apparently. It's been in development since early 2022. That sounds about right. Dev kits are going out in November. It's going to have a 30, I believe that's going to be 30 watts WGP and 1800 MTS memory, accelerated ray tracing in targeting November 2024 release. So there looks to actually be some truth behind some of the conversation for the PlayStation mid-gen refresh. And real quick, Senor Click, $5 super chat. I'm gonna call it a $5 holla. He said, why get this if you can just remote play on a Surface Pro, not Pong's? LOL, his Pro is about to explode. Yeah. No, you don't want to do all Prongs. Pong, so how do you feel about this finally becoming a reality, right? That the truth of the PlayStation 5 Pro Edition is on the horizon. And again, I I feel like this is something that a lot of us have expected. I don't know if it's going to be. I know Jasper crunched some numbers in the background. He was like, "Oh, it's going to be like 18 teraflops or whichever the case."
17.92 teraflops if it's a 2.5 gigahertz, which he is just making an educated guess, but he did the math. So right around 18 teraflops.
He crunched some math in the background and got it to about there. Even if that's the case, it would still be weaker than the Xbox, technically speaking. But nonetheless,
it'd be more powerful, wouldn't it?
No, because I believe Xbox is 20 something. I thought it's 2020.
No.
Is it 18?
It's what is I don't even know.
I don't even
use the teraflops. Anyways,
I don't talk about teraflops. I'll look that up so we can make sure we get clarification on that.
I never even talked.
Either way, I'm pretty sure that it's either going to be on par or maybe a little bit better.
12 teraflops.
Oh, Xbox Series X is 12 teraflops.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So you got a 12 teraflop console. Because I think the current Pro PlayStation 5 is what, 8? Close to 9, whatever.
8, 9.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we're there. If it's overclocked 10 sometimes.
There we go. Perfect thing. And then chat was good getting in there.
Yeah.
And yes, that 1800 mega transfer per second is pretty fast. Nonetheless. Okay. So this would make the PlayStation 5 more stronger than the Xbox Series console would be at this point.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that PlayStation, if they're able to take advantage of the hardware, and we haven't seen that the current hardware being used, either way, do you see PlayStation making that huge of a jump to kind of prove to the audience that Xbox is not going to withhold their power narrative or to kind of fight back their way of fighting back? And with that, is that going to be a just cause for Xbox to bark back and say, nope, we got to hold that power narrative? Or, because I think this is kind of where you were leaning more so, or do they think that they kind of hold the line and say, hey, well, we kept the power narrative up to this point. There's no point for us to kind of make something specific for this generation. We might as well get ahead of the next generation and make sure that we're ahead there, because I don't think that if PlayStation is going for a mid-gen refresh here and it's going to be of that upper echelon, getting, again, teraflops, whatever, if it's going to be a much powerful console, does it make sense for PlayStation then to turn around to do another powerful console that they would have to do what? Again, I think the biggest thing for the PlayStation Pro is for them to not to have to overclock their processor anymore. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
To get more consistency, because that's the current issue that they were having with the chip, with the SoCs, the SoCs. That they were having to overclock it to kind of compete with Xbox because of Xbox kind of last minute, showing off their stats being what they were. So where do you think that this puts PlayStation at this point? Do you think that this is more so like a bite back to Xbox, or is this kind of PlayStation kind of positioning themselves in the market the best way they can? What do you think?
Yeah. Me, I was never a mid-gen refresh guy. I didn't buy, the PS4 Pro or the Xbox upgrade either. I didn't do either one of them because I don't believe in it. Where it sits now, Steele, is what we've seen. If this generation is going to continue how the beginning of this generation has started, and I know a lot of people out there are saying, well, neither one of these boxes have been used to their full potential, and that's obvious. That's the case. But if developers outside of first party, and even we've seen some first party, continue to ignore all of the features that were advertised to us about what these boxes could do, because it's just too much work, not enough time, not enough resources to fully unlock these boxes, well, then brute force is the only way you're going to keep up with this generation, because we've already seen games now pushing the boxes where, we've got Starfield coming out that's going to be a lock 30 on consoles, even on the Series X, and other examples of that from first party and third party. Then the only way to move forward is brute force, right? To try to get the performance levels that more and more gamers are now requesting, which is 60 frames, right? And if you want to keep 4K 60, well, then Steel. Now, again, I'm not the tech guy. I just entered the PC space. I understand basics, the fact is that if you want 4K 60, well, then you're going to need more underneath the hood for some of these games coming down the road later in this generation. And again, still, you've talked about it consistently. Now that I've played games on PC at 1440, I understand why you always told me, hey, 4K isn't necessary. But obviously, when we're talking about the couch experience, the big screen experience, 4K does make a difference. So if you're going to push that, then yeah, you're going to have to brute force this. And a PS5 Pro makes sense. A PS5 Pro also makes sense from Sony's standpoint because they haven't had the power narrative. Now, there's an argument to be made that it hasn't mattered as much as some people thought it would this generation because, again, nobody's taking advantage of what Series X has under the hood.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, has it made that big of a difference? No. Does Series X have more games that run at 60 and 120, currently speaking, than the PlayStation? Yes. Sure. But are there third-party games that have come out that are running better on the PlayStation 5 than run on the Series X? Yeah, we got a lot of examples of that as well. So again, has that ultimately hurt PlayStation this gen? No. I would say no, it hasn't. But if they want to take it back, if they want to in 2024, when this thing supposedly is going to launch, they're supposedly targeting November of next year. Would that be a huge boon for them if they put out this box? And because third-party developers, generally speaking, not all, but a lot of third-party developers still make PlayStation a priority when it comes to the console versions. And all of a sudden now you've got a bigger gap there where PlayStation is getting 4K 60 games out of third-party developers and Xbox isn't on their series consoles. Is that going to be a big boon for PlayStation advertising wise? Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, especially if some big third-party titles come out, take advantage of the PlayStation 5 Pro, and all of a sudden the best place to play some of these big games is on PlayStation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to make a difference to some people, to some of the masses who do. You know, we say most of the masses don't care about that stuff, but there is still a certain base out there that does, outside of even the enthusiasts, where they say, oh, my Call of Duty over here is going to play 4K 60 natively. And again, I'm just throwing it out there. We already know it does already on Series X, but let's say the later versions. But it's not. It's 1440 over on Xbox. Right. Sure, that could ultimately make a difference. And PlayStation's great at marketing these differences as well. We can't forget that. PlayStation is really good at getting the word out. Hey, we're the we're the premium experience. Well, they can push that narrative a little bit further with a Pro. So yeah, I do think it's worth it for PlayStation if they're going to go ahead and do this. Now this whole thing about, and 8K experiences. Well, come on, man.
There ain't no goddamn way.
There ain't no way. And it doesn't matter because there's not a big enough audience with 8K freaking TVs to even matter at this point, right? 8K TVs probably won't be a thing for at least another 5 to 10 years, right? So does that matter? No, it doesn't. And like I said, overall, I think getting the mid-gen refresh with where we see gaming going right now, it could certainly help PlayStation if they do this. I think that this is real. We've talked about this for a long time. I thought the smoke was real originally. Obviously, it's getting more real as we go along, and we'll find out because the dev kits are supposedly going out by the end of this year. So we're going to hear something somewhere will leak. So yeah, I think this move is worth it for PlayStation to take that narrative back to promote it. And do I think that Xbox will take a hit if they don't match it? Yes, I do think they will, but we've already seen Xbox de-emphasize the console market in some ways. Not to say that it's not still important. Not to say the console market is going away. It's not.
Say, be careful.
Nope, not saying that at all in any way, shape, or form. You guys know me. I'm a console player through and through, right? Consoles aren't going anywhere. Phil has reiterated time and time again. They're already working on the next Xbox, that obviously hardware is still going to be the prime place to play. He understands that. Xbox understands that, and it's not going anywhere. Phil also said they will never lose the power narrative again. Now, we do know that Phil does CEO speak. We do know that he is that
He's
he has to
human,
be.
man.
That's his
Yeah.
position. And it's his
job.
position.
Mhm.
It's his position. It's his job. So could I see Xbox skipping a mid-gen refresh? Yes, I can. This is my current thought process with
Okay.
that. Phil, in the short term, will give up the power narrative right now with where Xbox is sitting, with the Activision Blizzard deal coming into play, with Game Pass becoming more potentially, but let's just say Starfield hits, all that kind of stuff. You get ABK in here, all that stuff. Game Pass, once again, will be ramping up as this value proposition that more and more people look over at and say, yeah, I got to get in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think he will give up that power narrative mid-gen. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility that they don't match him. It will be, I think, unless they are currently working on one that we have no idea about, I don't think they match PlayStation come out next year. I think it would be 2025 before we see an Xbox version of this. We'll get a slim version, right? And potentially, Psycho brought this up, an upgraded S version, but I don't see that happening because, again, there's too many S's out there in the wild. Devs are still going to have to make room for that S, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So what I think is going to happen, with all that being said, because of where the Series X stands, where the Series S stands, I think Phil is going to give up that power narrative for the remaining portion of this generation. But what I do think will happen, and this is my latest thought, is that if this does go down this way, Phil confirmed they're already working on the next Xbox. I thought this generation could potentially be one of the longest generations ever. I have revised that with how games have been coming out, with where we see gaming going, with what's going on currently speaking. I think that Xbox actually then turns around and beats PlayStation to the next gen. And I think that they take back that power narrative. They go big with the next series consoles, whatever that is, double X, Series SX, whatever they're going to freaking do next gen. I think then they come to market at least a year prior to Sony's next one.
Yes.
And I think that they go big. I think that Phil understands now, as consumers, gamers' tastes change, that he's going to be more forward thinking than he was for the series consoles in terms of game development and what that means. And yes, I know they put a ton of time and effort into it. They sold us on all this different tech that they had put in the box, but he has now seen that devs aren't going to take the time to use that tech. So then it's about brute force. So I think he goes big and he gets out to market a year to a year and a half prior to Sony to start the next gen. Because you gotta think about this, Steele.
Mm-hmm.
With the amount of studios they have, once ABK gets underneath, with the amount of big games they are going to be able to market leading into next gen. And again, some of this is going to depend upon what's available, what's ready. But let's say you do have an Elder Scrolls 6 ready to kick off your next gen as an exclusive.
Okay.
You could time it to have that next gen version of Call of Duty dropping into Game Pass day and date with your console launch. Right? Bro, you've got the advantage. Whatever advantage you lose from the power narrative for the last half of this generation or last few years of this generation before you kick off your next gen, you instantly gain back with mindshare by having the amount and the size of franchises that you now own ready to rock and roll to come out the gates, or within that first year of launch. You could take back that entire thing, because we know one thing about gamers, and we know one thing about gamers who are tech heads and always need the latest and greatest. Even if they've invested in PlayStation, even if they've invested in PlayStation 5 Pro, and they were enjoying the hell out of their consoles and they were getting the benefits, accelerated ray tracing, all that kind of stuff that maybe Series wasn't able to keep up with. If Phil walks out on stage, and I think that Phil eventually shortly thereafter walks away from Xbox and retires once he launches the next gen. That's my thinking here. He walks out on stage and says, here's the Series XX. And my God, look at this lineup of games coming day one and in the first year. And it is just hit after hit after hit, new title after new title from all of these teams that he now has underneath that umbrella still. Those gamers are going to be like, yo, look at the new shiny. Look at that. What Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be out day one, launch title, new Call of Duty, next gen version. Sony's going to have the PlayStation 5 Pro version, great, but this is the next gen version, all the bells and whistles. You're going to sell. You're going to sell a lot. And I think that would be my thinking. Again, I don't know all the behind the scenes. I don't know where the engineering is. I don't know where any of that stuff is.
Right.
I'm just saying that would be my thinking. I would go ahead and give up the power narrative for the last part of this gen, but I would come out early. I would hit Sony hard, and I would have my studios with games lined up. You're going to have 33, 35 studios. If you can't tell me that you can't plan from right now for your next gen console to have 10 to 12 titles ready to rock and roll with some heavy hitters in there for your launch, then I don't know what to tell you, but I think that's the way I would go right now. That's how I would plan it out, Steel. That's what I would do. And like I said, gamers would be all over it. Game Pass value through the roof. Like everything about that would sell itself. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, as far as PlayStation needs to do this because they have to at this point. Yes, they have been doing pretty well as far as competing with their competition up to this point. But like every other console generation, this is where these things still matter, because there are a lot of things that are different in comparison to previous generations, right? But the evolution of games don't necessarily change as far as that. And what I mean by that is by the end of the generation, we're going to finally see, or towards the middle to end of the generation. So we got about a year or two more. And again, it depends on what games end up releasing and actually take full advantage of our consoles. Well, you'll see more and more games, more and more third party, second party teams take advantage of both systems as they are. I don't foresee, because I do feel like Xbox, not as much as PlayStation, had more foresight for what they were expecting out of this console generation. Again, people can say what they want about the Series S. Yes, is it going to take an additional optimization to get more of the demanding games to run 60 frames on that console at 1080p? Probably. And as we progress, we also know, and this is where all the RDNA conversation, all that tied in early on, all those conversations were had prematurely. Because a lot of those conversations aren't going to come to fruition, especially with things like FSR 2.0, 3.0, because AMD is behind.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
AMD in both consoles, it's more so the PlayStation console, isn't as prevalent with new features because, as we know, Xbox waited for a lot of those RDNA 2 features. Now, a lot of that stuff doesn't matter. Oh, who cares? RDNA 2, that, whatever. They're just phrases and things that people use to try to bolster themselves up as part of the console generation. But I want to use those terms in a way to where it gives a little bit more of an understanding of where we are currently as far as technology goes. Even on the PC level side of things, AMD is just now starting to really be able to take advantage of FSR 2.0 and other super resolution options that they have become available, along with getting the drivers right and getting their hardware at a level, especially with ray tracing and whatnot, where it makes sense. So it does make sense for PlayStation, if they're going to do a Pro, to take advantage of a lot of those things, possibly be able to get RDNA 3 in there at some point, or some form of it. But again, you're doing a mid-gen refresh. What this kind of tells me is that PlayStation's mentality has kind of changed, because as they started this generation with we believe in generations, But I think where it's changing to is that we believe in the longevity of our generations. Because what I think is going to end up happening is this PlayStation 5 Pro is going to carry over even longer into the PlayStation 6, where you see more cross-gen games. Because again, hardware is going to move more so in the direction of phones or of PCs, where it's not necessarily a moderate jump, because again, anything within a 4 to 5 year time span, when you release new hardware typically in electronics, and especially on the PC side of things, is usually about a 6 months transition between when things kind of upgrade. That has lessened, especially within the last 10 years, to where it's more so along the lines, I would probably say it's getting closer to 4. And that's always going to become less and less. So the companies have to decide what's going to make sense financially, which is what they did this time around, I feel like, for the long run. Xbox and PlayStation both, more so Xbox, has kind of future-proofed itself by being on top of the hardware curve. Instead of like previous generations, this is why I say it's different. Previous generations were always a generation behind, and games are specifically being made for consoles. Consoles were completely different from PC. Now that things are becoming in line with each other, it is easier for you to upgrade certain parts of a system, or I'd imagine it would be easier for you to come out with a console with these multifaceted things in mind. Because it's not just, oh, I need to get these games to work on this console now. It's, oh, I need to get these games to work in this environment, which is the x86 architecture right now. Because that's what they're all talking on. So now that things have become more streamlined, you're going to see less of the power narrative necessarily mattering between PlayStation and Xbox. Xbox One and PlayStation 4 was the last time that conversation was truly going to be relevant. Even with a PlayStation 5 Pro, unless they can do 4K 60 native on a majority, I'm talking about 90% of their games, something that is difficult to do on PC currently. Now I'm talking about at high settings, at high settings, not ultra, high settings, because ultra is overrated also. Most gamers play at high because you can't really tell a difference between ultra to high, because they typically don't optimize for that. Nonetheless, 4K 60 on high settings on PC, and I like to use The Witcher 3 as an example because it's an older game, and people expect for newer games, again, people are expecting for Starfield to run at 4K 60, when The Witcher 3 takes a lot of power to run 4K 60 on PC at high. So to put things in perspective, to get the kind of quality that we've been getting from our current consoles is mind-boggling in itself. The price point that you're getting it at, $500, even for me, I'll throw Remnant in this conversation. Remnant 2 has optimization issues. I can see it. That's also because I'm majority of the time I do play on PC. So a lot of the inconsistencies I can either not see or my computer can power through. On the Xbox Series X, Remnant has some optimization issues. Maybe it's the hardware. At this point, I do think it's more optimization more so than anything, because that's been the issue with every game, is optimization as of this console generation mainly, for sure. It's we can't do 60, but 2 weeks later, here's a 60 patch. We can't do this, but months later, we were able to patch it in. So it's a time thing. It's a money thing. It's an investment thing. There are so many things that have led up to where we're at currently in our console generation, along with COVID and things being behind. And again, I know that's not a good enough excuse for a majority of people, but it is a reality of the situation. I don't personally think that PlayStation doing this is necessarily going to give an advantage over Xbox at that point in the generation, unless PlayStation, and again, has not shown all their cards. Unless there is something else that they have planned, whether that be Wolverine, whether that be, some other game, that they're planning to take advantage of that hardware. But it has to be something that's unique.
The Last of Us 2 Definitive Edition.
Oh yeah, that's going to take full capability of the hardware and the PlayStation.
That's
5
when
Pro.
Faction's coming.
Oh, that's when it's coming. When the 5 Pro.
Yeah.
Oh, because it needs
Factions
all those
Pro.
resources.
That's what it's going to call.
Okay.
Gotcha. That's when it's coming. Still.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. You can release a PlayStation 5 Pro, but can't release anyway.
Well, obviously they'd have to have a game that takes advantage of it, right? Obviously they'd have to plan for it first party wise to make sure that they have something to show the capabilities off, right? Unless they're working with a third party partner to do that. So they're going to have something that is going to promote the PlayStation 5 Pro, right? And I think that's it's got to be in the works. I mean, again, if it's coming out next year, I mean, could we see Bungie take advantage of it with Marathon and be a big?
Because that's going to be cross. Because it's going to be cross. It's going to be crossplay.
Right. But could they give it priority? Right. Obviously.
I mean, they could give it priority, but I don't think it's going to be, especially on a technical level, that big of a jump enough to the point where it's going to make people jump up in their seat and get it.
So then I'm just trying to think out the gate, because Wolverine's probably 2025, but I would definitely see, obviously, Insomniac being one of their best studio. Let's just put it out there. Insomniac being their best studio, that would totally make sense. If Wolverine is coming in 2025, next year you put out the PlayStation 5 Pro and instantaneously you have a new Wolverine trailer, gameplay from the PlayStation 5 Pro specs, hey, this is what Wolverine's going to look like next year on the PlayStation 5 Pro. That would be gigantic in itself.
Yeah,
I was just trying to think of something closer that would be around launch that would really push it. Maybe you got Polyphony doing an upgraded version of Gran Turismo for the Pro, Gran Turismo 7 Pro. Because again, racers always usually back in the day were the benchmarks, right, for a new system. They showed it off the best. So you could have on-track ray tracing, because obviously that's a big part of what they're talking about is accelerated ray tracing. So you could have Gran Turismo 7 with on-track ray tracing, which again would match what Forza is trying to do, and prove that it's, proof in the pudding, right, so to speak, that this is definitely an upgrade. Just throwing it out there. Going with your line of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be a possibility for sure. I just don't know how much it would benefit them in the long run, especially they would have to take a loss in this console. Again,
and it depends what leap we're talking about. If we're talking about what we're hearing and you're talking about potentially RDNA 3, that's going to be expensive right now. That's the cost of that is not going to come down that much next year. So you're talking about, a much more expensive console. So what is your price point going to be? Is it going to be 600?
Yeah, I think it would be. At least
no hard drive. Obviously, they'll go driveless, right? It'll be digital only with a expandable expandable disk drive outside of it. Not no hard drive, but I meant disk drive. So it won't have a disk drive.
Unless they take the current PlayStation 5 and drop it down to
with the Slim, they can set it up that way. There's been rumors that they're going to do a price drop on the current set anyways. But let's say the Slim comes out and they drop that down to $399.
I think $349. If you're going to just sell another console on top, a Pro, and if it's going to be at $500, if it's going to be $500, then the console under that needs to be.
Yeah, if you're going to come in at $500, that's why I said, are you going to come in at $600? Because the tech is going to be much more expensive.
Yeah, I think that they would end up coming in at 6, and then you drop the normal console to a 400.
400, right? And then the expandable or the disk drive, separate disk
$50
drive for our
$49.99.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't see maybe even $39.99 if you want to make it look even more appealing. I doubt that they'll do that because they like to work in 50s, typically. So,
right.
I don't know. Like, it kind of, in one side.
Oh, shout out to Jax for the $1.99 super chat, sending support. I'll catch you all on demand. Thank you for dropping in and dropping the $2.
Greatly appreciate
it. Means the world. Yep.
Greatly appreciate you, Jax. For me, I kind of feel like I'm benefiting from this because this would probably be the time by the time this releases, or
you might be ready to jump in there.
If I could be spending, I don't know. Because they still haven't shown me anything for, at least for me, that's going to be necessarily worth me getting that type of console for. But again, I know there's going to be an audience for it, and I know people are going to want it, and I know it's going to sell like crazy because people love PlayStation, and they want. Again, you are 100% right. We have too many enthusiasts. You see it with the PC talk that we play about all the time. Even that at a basic level, I know Mav is being funny and whatnot. When he compared things to you, and I'll let him reveal what we're talking about there. But I know he's being funny and whatnot, but it's just like, but those are serious conversations that do end up happening, and that's how people kind of do end up treating it. So it's like, I think this is a good move for them. Again, as far as longevity goes, this is a mentality shift more so than anything. I think it's my main focus that I want to bring attention to, because this isn't a generation pool anymore. This is an extended generation pool. You're seeing them do it with PlayStation 4 to 5, where Xbox has kind of cut that off a little bit sooner. And now they're doing, if you're going to do the PlayStation Slim and then do also a PlayStation 5 Pro on top of that, maybe that next year, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And that's an Apple mentality that they have with that, especially when you're in a generation where you haven't even used the full capability of your hardware currently, unless you're saying that you are and you need more, which is just, they've got teams still that they helped, like Square Enix, like Final Fantasy 16. I know Remake Station is being messy in here. He said, great, PS5 Pro will play Final Fantasy 16 at 1080p 30, the quiet edition. I know you're being messy, but the fact is that Sony helped that team. They gave them technical support, and we've got a situation where that game is dropping to 720 at points, right? So that's crazy.
That is crazy. And again, that's as close to a first party title as you can get without it being first party, with how it's all set up. And again, they sent their technical team to help that team work on that game. And that's what you're getting out of the PlayStation 5 with Final Fantasy 16, which, of course, it's a gorgeous game. Don't get me wrong. I love how, the Decima engine looks, and I like what it looks like. But the fact is that it's not from a technical standpoint pushing boundaries by any stretch. So if that's what I'm talking about still, if that's where we're at right now, and if new engines like Unreal Engine 5, with the problems that devs have talked about with Unreal Engine 5, and with optimization issues, which you just brought up, in that kind of situation, are we to the point where this is now consoles are PCs, and like you're just going to brute force, if you're going to brute force things, because these devs, for a variety of reasons, again, it's going to depend on the studio, it's going to depend on the publisher, just can't take advantage of all the little tools that are available to them to optimize to. Are we at the point where brute force is the only thing it's going to take, and you need these mid-gen refreshes, or we are getting to that point where the consoles will get more refreshes more often? Or is the next Xbox going to be something where we can replace like a dedicated card that allows us to upgrade on a more frequent basis? Like, is that where the industry is going? I don't know. I'm asking these questions as somebody who's not the tech guy, who's just new to the PC side of things, but just has a general basis. Are we moving to that direction?
I really hope not, mainly because there's a reason why consoles were created.
Correct.
It drives ingenuity.
Right.
It drives technical marvels, right?
Right. Because they're a dedicated hardware.
Exactly. And you have to treat it differently. Again, that was the whole point of velocity architecture and the Kraken architecture.
Right.
Because you can't just take in, I know you have the option of an SSD in the PlayStation 5 of using just a standard computer PC SSD and drop that in there as long as it's a certain speed or whatever. As we found out, that doesn't fucking matter anyway. But you know, so PlayStation's already kind of leaning that way. So, but that's easy things that are more simple to replace. But I feel like it would take away from the creativity side of it if you just say that, here's a console where you can replace parts now, because this is where this is where we are in technology. We didn't want to put the forethought into how do we kind of combine everything and make it work? Oh, how do we put 16 gigs of RAM in a console? That hasn't been done yet. Again, 10 is what the fucking Xbox Series X has, or whichever the case. Or 12, excuse me, I believe it actually is. The Series S has like 8. It's either 8 or 9. Maybe less than that. Again,
I think it's 6.
Again, I'm not always perfect about those specific numbers. Again, I care about
it. Doesn't matter. The bigger question is whether or not we are just getting to the point where consoles become dedicated mini PCs. Where
I don't agree with that. I just don't see what would be the point of doing that. I'm not doing that with my phone. Actually, what I don't like is that with my phone, you've removed my SD card slot.
Right. Of course, yeah.
Like, goddamn, like, what the, like, why? I don't know. I don't want that. Just because you gave me a more powerful phone, and no, I don't use the storage as the way that they did that, because we don't store shit on our phone like we used to. Before, I had a fucking 200 gigs of fucking music on my phone, right? Now that's not the case because everything is internet. But it's just like, I don't want you to have to, I don't need to take my phone apart to replace a battery or whatever the case. I just get a new phone.
But
benefits in that, but
and that's the bigger question. And Chad, if you guys got any ideas or thoughts about
please
this,
throw it out there.
Feel free, because this is like an open-ended conversation here, because none of us know what the future is going to look like. And obviously, I don't even know if Xbox and PlayStation for sure know, but we've had this discussion too. Are we going in the direction? Okay, so let's say that consoles aren't going to become modular like a PC is. Then are we saying that consoles are going to become more in that phone category? Not saying every 2 years, right? Not saying every 2 years, but every 3 to 4 years. Then are we upgrading our consoles? Are we going to get an upgrade path? Are we going to have, like, as we see more subscriptions, is Xbox going to be the first to introduce an upgrade path for your console directly through Xbox, where just like phones, you can upgrade? If you've got Game Pass Ultimate, you're a subscriber, are you going to have an upgrade path? I'm just curious what people see, because I think that we're starting to see signs. And again, maybe things level out. Maybe things even out, because like you've always pointed out, Steele, and I've pointed out to, as somebody who's been through all these generations, the beginning of the generation, people say nothing is going to get better than what we currently have. And then by the end of the generation, the games are like, some games are like 5 times better than what we got in the beginning of the generation, right? And people don't know how they magically made these boxes all of a sudden make better games, but they did, right? It happens. But are we getting to that point now? Are we seeing signs where development wise, game wise, again, not even talking about potentially game development up in the cloud, and maybe that will even things out eventually, but that's still kind of far away. Are we getting to the point where we are going to need these somehow, some way, whether it's modular or whether it's an upgrade? We're just going to need more brute force as the generation goes on to keep up with the developers. Like, I just don't know. I honestly don't.
Yeah, Lower Master Jasper brings up an excellent point, and that's kind of fucking my thing. That was the point. That was the point of FSR and DLSS, is to prolong your hardware, but they need to actually work for that to matter. I mean, when FSR is still fucking shitty, I mean, what do you, like, things aren't going to be better. Things aren't going to look good. Obviously, Remnant 2, again, as an example, has some form of some upscaling technique or like something going on, because there's too many scenarios. The game's adjusting too much. And when it's noticeable enough, it can take you out of the experience. So then, as a consumer, you start asking yourself questions like what is this? What's going on? Why am I seeing tears on the screen? Or why am I seeing textures pop in? Why am I seeing it's fuzzy back here but not fuzzy? Why is the textures on the character look weird? And everything looks out of balance. Like, these are things that you have to work on that you were like marketing at the beginning of the generation. Again, until you show us what velocity architecture and the Kraken can actually do and what that looks like and what the point of you even, again, outside of you proving it to me, I just think it's marketing speak. You literally use it as a marketing ploy, and the only difference that we got is SSDs now. Of course, we got more.
Especially if your first party's not going to take advantage.
Yeah, especially if
that's my biggest thing.
Yeah.
If your first party studios aren't using your hardware to the fullest, then what are we talking about, really? Then we are just talking about buzzwords. We're talking about buzz technology just to say, hey, we've got a system that can do this. But if nobody ever takes advantage of it, especially your own internal teams, for whatever the reason, it doesn't matter what it is, then it was wasted. Then it was nothing. Then it was a smokescreen. It was fake. Then there's no point in even having it.
Yeah, so I shouldn't listen to anything that you say this point forward, because I don't believe that you're actually selling me the hardware that you're talking about.
Right, exactly. Then you're overselling us and underdelivering. And again, it's never a good thing.
It's not good for me as a consumer.
No, it's not good for me. No.
And
no matter how you want to talk about $500, how cheap consoles are versus PC,
there's no excuse for that.
Doesn't matter how they present the consoles. Is up to them. And if they're going to present the consumer base with certain things, certain expectations, and then midway through the generation say, well, we didn't know this was going to, like, then don't oversell me again.
Yeah.
Then don't do
Tell
that.
me what it is. So I know what to prepare for as a consumer. Tell me that, again, like you did, that you have a dedicated hard storage unit, and that only Seagate is going to be able to put out the storage unit until 3 years later. And now we're finally getting other people who are, and again, they probably had a deal behind the scenes. And now we're finally getting other manufacturers who are able to develop a memory card for the Xbox Series consoles. Right. Again, it was an ingenious idea. You made it extremely simple, and it's dedicated hardware. And I get you, but my fear with making consoles more PC based is that now you are not just slotting these new graphics cards into a console. So what, you're going to create a dedicated graphics card for consoles now? Now you're creating more hardware. Who's optimizing for that?
Right.
You're not optimizing for shit now. So why would I give you more hardware to optimize for? No, we got to make it easier for you to optimize. And how we've done that? We've been exposed to more techniques. Are you going to use the techniques?
Yeah.
And if you're not, then as a consumer, I'm going to ask for more. I'm going to continue to ask.
Are the tools available, and are they up to speed? Are they up to date? Are they actually accessible to the developers? Right. The whole tool conversation has been nonstop since the beginning of the generation. But the question has to be asked. And if you're going to create all this new tech, and you're going to come up with all these great ideas about how devs are going to be able to optimize games and use all this tech to create better experiences for the gamers, and get more performance out of the console as the generation goes on, what are you doing with your tool set? Is your tool set not in the right spot? Are you not thinking that far ahead and just assuming that your team is going to be able to get the tools to a point where the devs, a third-party dev even, looks at it and goes, oh yeah, I want to use this. Oh, I'm going to spend the time to learn this whole new tool set over here that's different from these other tool sets. And I want to make sure that the game is working the best it can possibly be on the Xbox versus the PlayStation, because it's so easy to use this tool set. Or is it a fact of, oh shit, well, no, that's going to take a whole lot of time to learn. I don't know if I'm going to be able to optimize. There's too many priorities for devs as is to get these games out the door amongst all these different systems. Like, you got to think that far ahead. And like I said, I don't know the answer. I don't know how you resolve that. I don't know how you fix it. Because again, I'm not a game dev. I'm not in the industry like that. I'm not even a tech guy, but there's got to be a meeting of the minds somewhere that goes, look, if we're going to promote and market this, and we're going to make this console with all these fancy features, are these fancy features even worth it if less than 10% of the devs are ever going to use it. Like, is that even a thing? Like,
Yeah.
should we even do that? Or do we need to look for another way to help improve, the performance from these games on our console? Like, that to me is the burning question right now from what we've seen so far. Again, do things change over the next 5 years? Maybe everything just levels out. Everybody gets used to everything and we're good. And all the games are running the best they can possibly be at the hardware that they're on, right? Maybe that's the case. We've seen that before in other generations as well. But I just right now, it's a big unknown right now. Shout out to God Emperor Sofa King dropping in here. Shout out to the one and only K Asante, brother. Great to see you dropping in here. I hope you and Everborn had a fantastic show this morning, sir.
But Alvin brings up a good point, and this is something that I've been trying to hammer into people too, as far as expectation and whatnot. But he says games need to be built from jump with those technologies in mind. We're 3 years into a gen where AAA games take 5 to 6 years. We were never going to see those techs in gaming, in games before 2025 or so. And
that's my question. Proprietary tech, like, we don't see that necessarily a problem with PC tech, right? When a new graphics card comes out, we already got games that are running freaking. We see problems, obviously, with driver upgrades, all that kind of stuff, where the performance isn't necessarily. But the devs are instantaneously like, oh, we got 4090s out there. Hey, let's push our game. Like, hey, you can do this. Like with consoles, that doesn't seem to be the case with this proprietary tech. That's my question. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump.
No, you're good. But I mean, it is a good point. It is something that I've kind of been on the standpoint of too, because again, that is a part of the conversation that you got to take in consideration. So, Yobi says 40 more subs. Let's go. You already know, on that road to what K, baby. We close. Sofa K says, I mean, if they didn't solder the parts to the console and treated it more like a laptop, because that's really what it is, an APU, we should be able to upgrade these consoles with discrete graphic cards. But I still think that because the console is still stronger than a laptop would be, I think. And there's more. There's so much more that's involved in that. And it's still treated differently. I just, on a level, I could definitely agree with what you're saying, but I think I still have to stick with my thought of trying to lessen the potentiality of you exposing more hardware to the market and instead figuring out a way we could use what's currently on the market. So if we're going to go more the laptop route, and again, even replacing something in a laptop isn't the easiest thing to do, because a lot of those pieces are smaller. A lot of those things tend to be soldered on the laptop too, especially because they want to save prices and save money on laptops. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I'm not saying that I have the answers, but as a consumer and someone that uses that educated consumer perspective, ECP, the people who are engineering these things, I just don't want them to try to oversimplify it to the point to where they don't use the creative juices that have always put into creating a console. Because you're limited to what you can do, right? Because you can't just change the parts. You have to come up with creative ways to not only meet a price point, but to also have a piece of hardware that can at least be vital for 5 years. At least, bare minimum. And I think with these consoles, we should be able to get 8 years at least. Again, as long as we can get away from everything needing to be 4K. Because again, Pong has said it. I can show you guys, like, there is such a difference between what you're experiencing at 4K, quote unquote, on console, and what I'm experiencing even at 1080p at high settings on PC. There is, you would think that, oh, no, man, it's going to be more fuzzy than, no, that's just not the case. There are other things to consider in that, how far you sit from your TV, how close you sit, like screen size, all that great stuff. Like, there's other things part of that equation. But even then, even at a distance, you'll still be able to tell, like, there's something like, why does that 1080p image look crisper than the 4K image does? Although I can tell that it's not a 4K image, right? It's just, there's little things that it's such more of a convoluted conversation to have. And again, I'm not saying that I have all the answers either. I don't, but I just want them to be able to take advantage of everything that they have. Because so far it seems like they haven't. And we keep running into optimization issues. So it's a blatant sign that they haven't. So.
Still, we got breaking Armored Core 6.
No, what's breaking from Armored Core?
Breaking.
That was the last thing I was going to get into, because I do got to start wrapping things.
Yeah, I know you got stuff to do, and we got a lot of time. We didn't even get to Call of Duty reselling Xbox all over again. Oh my god,
that's going to be something that's temporary. It's
going to be temporary, but it's pretty impressive still to this day. Armored Core 6 will support up to 6 players in multiplayer with a 3-player spectator mode, according to the back of the Japanese game box. Up to 9 players can participate in a game at the same time.
What the entire fuck?
Yep.
So they went from, because there were people who were worried that this game wasn't going to have co-op or anything like that. They thought it was going to be more single player focused. People like, this was a worry, and they never clarified whether this what they were going to do. I expected for it to still have co-op regardless, because how the older games have been.
Yep.
6-player co-op?
Multiplayer, 2 to 6 player multiplayer, plus 3 spectators. So I don't know if the spectators can swap in or out, but they've actually posted a picture of the back of the box. It's a legit looking box from Japan on Reddit, and that's what it's reading. So according to photos taken in Japan storefronts, AC6 will support up to 6-player multiplayer plus 3 spectators.
I wonder if that's PvP, because that sounds like a 3v3 PvP.
Yep.
Maybe. I wanted to get some clarification on that, because if that's in co-op also, like you can have friends just kind of, it sounds PvP-ish to me when you say there's 3 additional spectators, just because why would I want spectators in my missions? I mean, I guess sure, you can invite a friend, but they're just going to spectate the whole time, or.
Yep.
I mean, I think that would be cool, because then you could have people like, hey, if you're confused about what you got going on in Armored Core right now, there's a lobby that's open with 3 extra spaces. You can go spectate what they're doing in their mission and learn from them and drop in, drop out. But it sounds like, if I had to put 2 and 2 together, it sounds like something that's PvP focused.
It does. And I'm looking at this picture now, Steele. Here, I'll send you the link so we can put this up. It's all in Japanese, but there's certain things that we gamers understand when we look at the back of a box, right? If you want to bring this up here, I'll send it to you right now.
Blue Moon FC says, is Armored Core like a Souls game?
No, but it.
Not the way that you're thinking.
Not the way you're thinking of it.
Not the way that you're thinking. Not at all.
There, I sent it to you.
It's not Elden Ring, or anything like that.
So, other little tidbit here, because we're looking at the back of the PlayStation box. I don't know if this is PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 4. I'm assuming it's PlayStation 5 box. It is 65 gigs according to the box. I can see that. Now, see why I want you to look at this picture too is because of what you were just talking about. It appears the way that, and again, I don't read Japanese, so forgive me, but the way that the symbols are appearing, it looks like it is single player campaign with 2 to 6 player multiplayer. So I don't know if there is going to be any co-op in the campaign by the way the box is kind of set up here. Now I could be wrong. Multiplayer, they could be including co-op in that, but there's no confirmation on that here.
Okay. I do see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying?
Let me see if I can scroll down on the image in OBS. I might have to lift it up a little bit so I can show people what you're talking about. Why is this not? Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to make sure I get it things set up here. There we go. So right here is the image that Pong's talking about. I don't know if you can see my mouse. You should be able to. But right here is what Pong was talking about. You see the 2 to 6. This right here. For audio listeners, there's a. You know how you look on a game box, and honestly,
there's a little person silhouette with a world next to it, which obviously means internet.
But I haven't looked at the
One.
back of a game box in a minute, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if you guys can see this, because Xbox changed how they do theirs, and I don't have a PlayStation case to show you, but you can kind of see it there if you're looking on stream. But so for like on Xbox case for like Gears of War, for an example, it'll say players 1 to 2, co-op 2, and then it has Xbox Live where it says 2 to 10 and then 2 to 5, right?
Right.
Because when you do Horde or anything like that, it's up to 5 players, and when you play online, it's up to 10 players because it's 5v5.
Right.
So with that being the case, just kind of keeping that in mind, it is looking like the story itself may be solo. From what I am kind of understanding from this. Now, the reason I can't be completely sure, because this isn't back in the day, and they could consider multiplayer co-op. It's never been like that before, but when you say 2 to 6, you can have 2 players in co-op. But from what it's looking like here, 2 to 6 in multiplayer, I would have to take an educated guess and also say, well, one, they're using the Havoc engine, so shout out to that. They're still using Havoc. Much love to that.
Doesn't Microsoft own Havoc?
Yes, they do. So that's gonna be interesting. Anyway, we'll see. But for me, when I say 2 to 6, that's like 1v1s, and then 1v1s up to a 3v3.
Right, correct.
So 2v2s and whatnot. That's what I'm getting. Again, that could change. That would fit somewhat within the rumors that what was rumored before is that the single player, that the story mode of the game was going to be single player. That's why the people were saying that it was going to be more Elden Ring-ish, I guess. Because they were expanding it, but it was still going to be traditional Armored Core. It was still going to have that form of an experience to it. But this is extremely interesting to see. I mean, it gets me hyped that there is going to be 3-on-3 multiplayer. It's not 4v4. It's interesting that they went with that choice, though. I do hope that there is co-op, because I would love to be able to group up with some folks, drop in, drop out with people who maybe have played Armored Core. I do think that that'll be a missed opportunity, because previous Armored Cores, I believe 4 and 5, did have co-op, if I can remember correctly. And 4 Answer had co-op also. And it's dope to be able to join into somebody else's lobby, especially if they're having a problem, and you come in there and help them out with your mech. And there's nothing like those co-op battles when you're fighting a boss or you're fighting opposition mechs, ACs. So I still do hope that that's in there. But yeah, man, this is really dope. I like the back of it. I like this box art too. I might have to get me a hard copy. I'm not gonna lie. First time in a while, I might have to give me a little hard copy to add to my collection.
Yeah, I know. I think Elvin. What did Elvin just say? Yeah, no campaign co-op so far. Yeah, exactly, Elvin. I was just gonna say the last one of the most recent articles. There was an interview with IGN from Miyazaki, and he said his quote was, "Yes, we do plan to have a versus mode similar to previous Armored Core titles, where you'll be able to customize your mech and take that fully customized mech into battle with others, but we will reveal more details about this at a later date. The main focus on AC6, on the story mode at least, is having that the story develop and play out. We concentrated on single player for the story mode. Please stay tuned for more multiplayer details at a later date." So it sounds like there will be no co-op. It is going to be a straight versus.
And somebody in chat brought up a good point too. They were like, hey, well, they could be saying that also because it's not couch co-op, like split screen. So that could be another way. The reason why it's broke down that way, because it could be only online co-op.
But Miyazaki's comment saying we focus on the single player for the story mode. It sounds like that's it.
It sounds like they've let it be separate.
Yes.
Again, so they can focus in more on what the experience actually is. Versus, I don't know, and then them having 2 to 6 person multiplayer with spectators, there's no telling what they could be. They could have a horde mode in there for 6 people to go in and do, and 3 people could watch you do that. Who knows? There could be mission based things in the multiplayer that you could do. there
It
is
could be
that option
objective
too.
based multiplayer, obviously.
Right, right,
So,
exactly. So it could be some PvE things that are in there.
Yep.
Who knows
Yep.
what their actual intention is? That could just be one way that they're treating the game, just to make sure that they're treating both sides of the game. I actually like when developers do that, because then you know that they have a vision. Hey, this is our story. This is all the attention that we've put in the story. But then once you beat the story, the multiplayer is what we kind of keep reinvigorating, adding to, hey, there's additional missions here. You can, now that you've beaten the story, you get all these extra things unlocked, or whichever the case. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Again, I'm excited for Armored Core 6 overall, especially with that most recent trailer that we got from Armored Core 6. If you guys haven't watched it, please check it out.
Yes.
Again, if you're not a mech fan, you're probably going to be like, oh, whatever, Steel.
Whatever.
Mech shit.
But talk about a great story. We're talking about Spider-Man's story trailer. Armored Core 6's CGI story trailer is top notch. Like I said, they made that gripping. A movie seal. I would watch it.
Yeah, 1,000%. Yeah, 1,000%. The way that the way that it was able to grip you into what was going on, the way that the ACs came onto the scene. They started off with 4, down to the one that ended up basically committing suicide and blowing up. But it also opened up a interesting story element, because it had some near automata elements to it. From my, at least from me, my perspective, and I'm probably using that comparison because I played the game recently, more recently. But as far as, there's something going on with like you getting plugged in, it's like similar to the Matrix style, to where you're in a location and you're getting plugged into a mech off site, and you have control over that mech. Now, there's also another underlying story element to where whoever was in a hospital bed. Yeah. So is this like you're an AC pilot who took damage from a previous battle? Because previously ACs are actually piloted. There's somebody inside making the movement and everything happen.
Are we moved beyond that now?
Have we gone? Yeah, exactly. Is there AI involved now? Is there, what is the take on this now? Is it a previous AC pilot that we might have ran into before from a different story who took substantial damage, and this is how he can still, I don't know, somehow cooperate, or is he being taken advantage of? Right.
Well, because the shadowy figure in that trailer is Steel to use the term "it" for the person on the bed.
Yes.
Meaning that he didn't consider that person as a human, right? It was an "it," meaning maybe is the body dead, only the brain functioning? Like, are they keeping the brain alive and just using the brain to control the mechs later on? Like, yeah, there's a lot of questions from that trailer that were very interesting on how they're going to approach the story and the narrative behind it.
Right.
Again, this is From Software. Again, Elden Ring, people argue all day long whether or not there was an actual story narrative. Obviously, there was a lot of lore there that you had to go through to get a story. Yes, correct, there was. But From does different storytelling techniques is what I'm saying. Because Armored Core has been more, traditionally, the old Armored Cores are more straight up storytelling, right? It was pretty basic storytelling at that, pretty generic storytelling when it came to Armored Core. This looks like From, again, we're getting peak From mech warfare here, which I can't wait to experience and see, because now From's in a totally different place than they were back then, right? So I want to see what they're bringing, and this narrative has definitely got me interested on what they're doing with the story side. So
yeah, I'm definitely super excited for Armored Core 6. Again, that's my current game of the year, even without playing it. So we'll see how that holds up and see if I'm proven wrong. Again, this is From Soft's best opportunity to really get this game to blow up. How I've always felt that it should have. Again, if this game sells over 2 million, sells over 1 million copies, I'm pretty sure they'll be excited. But as much time, effort, and the money it probably costs now to make that game, especially with as detailed as it looks, again, even from the warehouse screen, you can tell the detail in the mechs.
If this had been current gen only, oh god, I can't imagine. This is cross gen.
Yeah, it's cross gen.
So the fact that looks this great cross gen, I can't imagine if it was current gen only. But I hope this one does succeed, because From made the statement they want multiple games, so they're trying to bring back Armored Core as one of their mainline franchises that they're going to continue forward with. Obviously, you're going to need to see some success out of this one. I hope it does, because yeah, I can't wait to get a current gen only Armored Core 6 and what From can do with something like that. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be fun. Again, I'm so sad.
Yeah, so many games, bro.
Yeah, so many games, bro. So many games, but I do want to play Armored Core 6. But shout out to Idle Sloth. I don't know who gave him credit. Idle Sloth is the one who posted that on Twitter.
Oh, nice.
Shout out Idle Sloth, always coming through. So shout out to Idle. He just posted that 20 minutes ago.
Nice. So, shout out to Idle Sloth. I greatly appreciate you doing the hard work out there, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nixie says, any mention of crossplay for AC6, Armored Core 6, not Assassin's Creed? No. And I'd have to imagine, because of what they did with Elden Ring would have been the perfect game to introduce and start doing crossplay. And based off of FromSoft's history, it's probably not going to be crossplay. More than likely.
Which stinks.
It does stink, because I really want to get the game on PC, because I feel like the mods are going to be kind of crazy. Although I will say here recently, for certain games that are online, because they're trying to prevent more cheaters, there has been less of certain quality mods, right? So maybe I don't worry about that as much, and I get it on Xbox. I probably will end up getting on Xbox just so I can have the most exposure to people that want to jump in. This may also be a game that I end up double dipping into. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But I didn't do it with Elden Ring. So I only have Elden Ring on console. That is one that I do regret though not buying on PC, because the mods for that game are fucking insane. Like, there's literally
the mod's gonna look like for Armored Core,
bro.
They bring you some Gundam fucking mods, and
yeah, I would have to double dip. I would definitely have to double dip at that point. I'd be like, yeah, okay, now we're really taking it to the next level. But I don't know. We'll see.
Robotech. Oh god.
Oh, yeah. That'd be really dope.
Yeah, it would be.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited for it though. I think, was there anything else that you wanted to touch on?
No, I know you got to wrap things up, man. I mean, we just got a bunch of little topics, like I said, the Call of Duty stuff, whatever's interesting, but we don't have to touch on it. It's been touched on a lot this week. It's been a lot of conversation around it. I think we got to most of the major stuff that we wanted. I mean, ABK delayed, again, everybody knows by now. So the delay is in full effect, but it's coming. I mean, it's no question they are in the home stretch. Just a matter of time now. The FTC dropped formally, which they had to legally, they formally dropped their opposition for the time being. They can, go after Microsoft anytime they want to. They can reinstitute it and bring them back to court if they want to go after this deal, but they've been slapped down pretty hard. And it doesn't look like they got much fight left in them, especially after Congress got done with Lena Khan, and they got their funding slashed officially. Looks like the FTC is out for the time being. Which means it just leaves the CMA, and they're at the table. They got the extension done between Microsoft and ABK, got the extension done. It now includes language where they can close the deal and go around the UK if necessary. It also allows them to divest themselves of certain interests within the UK and still close the deal officially. So now it's just a matter of time. I think they're going to hammer out a deal with the CMA. All signs are pointing to by the end of August. So we are in the home stretch. If necessary, they've got until October 18th. And Bobby Kotick got another $1 dividend wise out of Microsoft per share. So 99 cents per share dividend going to be paid out. So it cost Microsoft a little bit more to get this extension, which they knew was going to happen. So whatever, it is what it is. ABK is coming to Xbox by the end of the year. I mean, again, it's going to be by end of August. So maybe Gamescom will be a big announcement. So we'll see.
Yeah. And again, as far as the Black Ops, as far as Call of Duty and whatnot, it's dope to see that resurgence. Again, multiplayer games always have that reinvigoration that can be put into them, but it's going to be a short-lived thing. I don't think it's going to be something that lasts for too long. Personally, in my eyes, it is dope to see that Microsoft Xbox was actually the one that did the work to get the servers back right. And I think that's something that's very influential and important. And we'll see how things go. Is that going to spark up the hype for the next game that's rumored to release this year? I don't know. I hope And again, nothing against Activision. I don't want this next game to do well. So I want them to get the point.
Yeah.
Even being under Microsoft, I don't care. I want you to get the point. Again,
we're doing this to get out of that contract.
And again, so, which I get,
business decision,
which I get, but I would rather people invest that money into if you're going to do that, put it back into Modern Warfare 2. But again, the next game could be even better, so we'll see. But nonetheless,
and we'll have another big resurgence when it hits Game Pass too.
Yes.
Again, it just shows the power of Call of Duty at the end of the day, right? It shows the nostalgia factor. It shows what Call of Duty can do. It shows the importance of it in gaming history. The fact that over 1 million people want to go back and play Black Ops 2 to this day, right? With no upgrades whatsoever, other than matchmaking being fixed. The fact that many people want to jump in, even if it is for a short-lived time, just shows the power of this franchise, pure and simple. It is what it is. It did sell some Xboxes. There's no doubt about it. The stats are out. It did sell some Xboxes, which is saying something unto itself, that games from 10, 12, 15 years ago can still sell a current day console. Like that's why Call of Duty is certainly a big part of this. Obviously, we know that, but it wasn't Microsoft's main point of getting Activision Blizzard, but it still has a ripple effect just by the simple fact they went back and fixed some of the servers. Like it's crazy, but that's where we're at. So it shows how much people want to play the old style Call of Duty 2. I'd love to see them still. I know they'll never do this because money wise, it doesn't make them anything.
Mm-hmm.
But man, if they just came out with a smaller project called like Call of Duty Classic and just went back to that old baseline style, kind of like what Ubisoft is doing with Assassin's Creed, right? It just went back to the old baseline style of Call of Duty without all the current modern day stuff in it. And just, it would sell like hotcakes. It really would if they did it right.
I think it would definitely sell pretty well for sure. Definitely for sure.
Be interesting.
And Psycho said he saw all of copies of Gold the Cause. Again, yeah. I mean, that's what those types of things are gonna definitely happen, and it's a definitely unique thing to see. That's dope. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am going to get into this day in gaming.
Nice.
Because gaming as art should be treated as such, and you always gotta see where your roots were, so you can acknowledge where you are today. We go back 30 years in history for this day in gaming. And today we're starting in 1990. So hopefully you guys are ready. Let me go and get this set up because it probably isn't. Oh, it is. Nice. Okay, perfect. All right. So now that everything is good and my camera is not where it needs to be for this scene, we'll change that a little bit. You guys can see a little bit of the screen there. Perfectly fine. Nothing too crazy. Not like I'm butt naked over here, so you're good. You're perfectly fine. But I do need to fix some Pong also on this screen. This is the let's dive into the past screen. I don't have the DVD logo there anymore because after I had to restart and reinstall Windows, it completely removed that image and I can't find it online anymore. So there's that. There is that. I liked it because he was diving into the past, but now we're just going to casually be strolling into it. It's all good. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So this day in gaming, 1990. We're starting off with, on the MSX, we had Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Then in 94, in Japan, on the Game Boy, you had Mega Man 5. Oh, you can't talk. Hold on.
Oh, once. Oh my God.
Here we go.
Yeah. Here we go. The usual. Never changes. Or never changes. And neither does Steel. Neither does Steel. Little quick tidbit for everybody. Mega Man fans out there. Supposedly, Capcom is internally discussing how to bring Mega Man back. Okay. So for everybody who's been wanting new Mega Mans, again, it's a classic franchise. It should still be around. But they're trying to figure out how to do that right in current day, I should say. So there is hope that we're going to see some new Mega Man at some point from Capcom.
Fire. Okay.
Yep.
Then in 1994 on the Genesis, you had Pulse Man.
Pulse.
Interesting. Then in 98, in arcade, you had the King of Fighters 98, the Slugfest.
The King of Fighters. I still want to jump into that new one, by the way, too. Mav loves that new one. So
Yeah, I heard the new one was all right.
Yeah.
The MSX was a home computer architecture announced by ASCII or 2.
Yeah,
Corporation.
ASCI. Yeah, ASCII. Yep.
Blue Moon asked about it in the chat.
Yeah, I did see him ask that too. I didn't know that was from ASCII. They were big at one point.
Lord Master Jasper says Exoprimal suit from with Mega Man. They should do that. They should do that.
Wait, ASCII, didn't they become
Didn't
they become AMD or something? Or maybe I'm completely wrong, but
we have to do a little dive in.
Yeah, go. You keep going. I'll
yeah, look, you see real quick.
Yeah,
it looks like they do have a history.
Yeah, they've got. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Weber.
We'll move on temporarily while Pong finds out that information there, because we're highly interested in the gaming industry, so we would like to know every facet of it if we can. But in Japan in '99, you had PlayStation release Germs, Nera Wareta Machi. Nera Wareta Machi. Nera Wareta. That's a really weird name. Shout out to that. Shout out to Germs. Then in '99, you had Gekisu Toma Runner. Gekisu Toma Runner on PlayStation in Japan. Then in '99 on arcades, you had the King of Fighters '99 that released. Then in '99 in Japan, you had the Misadventures of Tron Bonne releasing on PlayStation. And then in 2002 on PlayStation, you had C12 Final Resistance.
No, they didn't. They eventually merged between MediaWorks and ASCII. It's a Japanese company, into ASCII Media. 2008, the merger was approved in 2008. On January 10th, 2010, the formerly named ASCII company Media Leaves was merged into Enterbrain, dissolving the last of the ASCII entity. So
okay,
there we go.
Interesting.
Yep.
Then in 2004 in Japan, the Game Boy Advance released Boltai 2 Solar Boy Django.
Oh, here's a little interesting tidbit. One last one here still. MSX was the platform for which major Japanese game studios such as Konami and Hudson Soft produced video games. The Metal Gear series, for example, was first written for the MSX hardware. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's big
crazy.
in Japan.
Damn,
Yeah.
nice.
So there you go. Yep.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about it today, and we got a little bit of
a
additional knowledge behind it too. That's dope.
Yeah, let's go.
Then in 2004 in Japan on PlayStation 2, you had Gradius 5.
Ooh, love Gradius. Gradius back in the day was fun.
Then in 2004 in Japan, you got Game Boy Advance released Naruto Path of the Ninja. Then in 2004, Japan released on GameCube Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door. This is one of my favorite Mario games. I'm not going to lie to you. Paper Mario is one of my favorite versions of Mario. Well, is my favorite version of Mario, I should say. Paper Mario was dope as fun. Then in 2004 on PC, you had RPG Maker XP release. Then in
RPG Maker's
yep.
big, man.
Super big.
People still are. Yeah, they're huge. People were having a good time with that, making their own games.
Yep. Then in 2004, Japan on PlayStation 2, you had Tenchu Fatal Shadows.
Bring back Tenchu. Bring back. If that license is still underneath Activision, for the love of God, Microsoft, bring back Tenchu.
Definitely got to do that. Fun Speculation says, yo, brothers. What's going on, man?
Hey, fun. Caught us just at the end, brother. What's going on, Mav? Great to see you.
Let's see. Then in 2008 on the DS, we got Izuna 2, The Unemployed Ninja Returns.
The Unemployed Ninja?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Then in 2008, the Wii released Order Up.
No, Senior Click with $2 super chat. Pong, try to pronounce one of them Japanese names. No, sir, no. I will not embarrass that language with my pronunciations. as much anime as I watched, I still cannot pronounce things properly Japanese wise.
That's funny.
Steel's the expert.
No, I'm no expert. Then in 2008 on the Wii, you had Order Up that was released.
Order Up, let's go.
Then in 2010, in Japan on the PSP, you had Fate Extra.
Yep, good series. Fate series.
Yes, Fate is pretty solid. Then in 2013, you had PC release Mercenary Kings. There was a Mercenaries game that released on Xbox, I believe.
Mercenaries was before. Mercenaries was the game prior to. Oh my god, my brain today. 4 hours of sleep. This is not good. Mercenaries was freaking amazing.
The game was amazing, bro. Like
I love Mercenaries, and I wish it came back. It turned into.
It deserves to be remade, in my opinion.
It turned into. Oh my God, what's the game, Steel?
I don't know. I didn't know it turned into something.
And 4 of them. Oh, good God. Chad, help me out. Mercenaries. No. Mercenaries turned into. Why can't I do the name right now? Anyways.
Yeah, now I need to look
either
it up.
Either Chad's going to get it or it's going to pop up. No,
Mercenaries game. Let's see if they can fix it. Because there was a Mercenaries 2. Both of those games are really good.
What's the name? Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can see all the covers. I played them all.
Crackdown?
No, Avalanche game.
Fun speculation with the $4.99 Diablo monster voice. There you go. That shit gets me every time. Hired Guns? That's what Tim said.
No.
Army of Two? No.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I can't find. Google don't know either.
Why
Just Cause?
Yes, thank you. Just Cause. Thank you.
Did it really?
Thank you.
Mercenaries turned into Just Cause?
It was the precursor for Just Cause. Yes.
Really?
Freaking thank you.
Really? That makes me kind of interested to play Just Cause 4.
You haven't played Just Cause at all?
I've never played Just Cause.
Are you
at
kidding
all.
Me?
Like, no. Like, I haven't played a single game.
Bro, one of the best sandboxes you could ever have. And that's what Mercenaries was, right? That's what Mercenaries introduced, was that action, explosive war
I like the
sandbox.
mission whatnot that was in it.
Yeah,
I like
it was about yeah. But Just Cause, yeah. If you've never played Just Cause, you should play Just Cause if you like Mercenaries. Oh, 100,000.
Yeah, Mercenaries is like that was like a top of notch game for me.
Bro, just Cause you can attach a freaking oxygen tank with the grapple to a dude, and you could shoot the oxygen tank, and it will pull him into the sky as it shoots off. Like. Literally, it's like one of the best sandboxes ever created. Like get into a helicopter and just create mass chaos in towns. Like, bro, yeah.
Wizzy says play Just Cause 3. Why not 4?
4 is not as good as 3. Most
really?
people consider 3. Yeah. Most consider 2 or 3 your best Just Cause. So,
I'll do.
You can get the complete pack for nothing.
I'll do 3. I'll check out 3.
Check out 3.
Yeah, that's. I don't know when I'm gonna check it out. Because I got Remnant to play, and I got Diablo to play. But
yeah, but Mercenaries back in the day.
Mercenaries was an amazing game.
Mercenaries, me and the kiddo used to play Mercenaries nonstop.
Same thing with me and my pop. Yep, same exact thing. I was infatuated with that game. It felt good to play. It felt impactful.
Yep,
the game was amazing. The story was good. I liked it, at least personally. So yeah, I'm about to try Just Cause 3.
Yep.
All right. Then in 2013 on PC, you had Mercenary Kings. I think I probably said that. Yep. Then in 2014 on PlayStation 4, you had Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey, New and Tasty.
Shout out to Oddworld.
I used to love Oddworld back in the day. That's what really, as a kid, that's one of the games that really stick out for me on PlayStation 1. Just the moments that you would have in that game, getting like platforming, getting through the game. Yeah, it was goofy. It was goofy and it was over the top and all that. But I loved Abe as a character. He was dope.
Abe's voice reminds me of No Spicy Girl.
Yeah, it does. It does. Tim, he says, still, I'll gift you the series. You ain't got to do that, man. I will appreciate it, but I would definitely play it. If you did that, I would want to definitely play it on stream.
Yeah,
I would definitely want to play it. I wonder if
I bet your PC runs at 60 frames too.
Oh, of course. If it that would be the only place that I would really want to play it as.
I might have to go back and buy. Yeah, I might have to go back because that was the problem with Just Cause 4 2 was the 30 frames. And it was
I would definitely.
So.
I would definitely rather play that game on PC. Steve Wizzy says still Just Cause 4 felt like it was thrown together. Yeah, that's not good at all.
Yeah. Go back to 3. I still had fun time with 4, the bit that I did play with it, but Just Cause 3 was 2 and 3. I toss up. But
Tim also says really Just Cause series. I put as much hours in as Skyrim. Damn.
Yeah, because it's an open world sandbox, baby. You just do whatever the hell you want to.
I mean, yeah, but I still like. I feel weird when games like literally let me do whatever I want. Like I still like to have like.
Well, there's missions. There's missions. You can follow the story.
Okay,
there's there's all that. It's just like that.
I can approach it however I want. Is essentially.
Yeah, you could do. Yeah, you could do whatever, and then you get lost going collecting and doing all sorts of shit off to the side, right?
That sounds dope.
Yeah, like
I want to see what kind of mods. You probably got some crazy mods for that shit too.
Probably.
I need to check that. I need to look into it.
The double XL edition, which is everything in Just Cause 3, is literally like $4.
Oh wow!
On PC.
That's crazy. Damn, that's really dope. Yeah, I need to get that on PC. Yeah. It'd be dope.
I might even have to pick it up on PC.
That sounds super fun. I need to check that out. All right. Then in 2015, Android released Bleach Brave Souls. Shout out to the Brave Souls players out there. My brother's one of them. He's been playing the game for a really long time. And they keep it really updated. Again, it's one of those games to where they really dig into all the lore and everything, and they create characters, and I don't know, they bring things to reality. It's kind of chibi-ish though. It's another one of those gotcha kind of games, but it's fun from the little bit of time I played it.
Wait, Wizzy, that's the thing. Wizzy, if you've got any confirmation about that From now owns Tenchu, please send it to me. We follow each other on Twitter. Send it to me in the DMs if you've got anything that confirms that Tenchu is actually owned by From Software now, because I thought it was just licensed, because if you go to Activision Blizzard's site, they list Sekiro as one of their IP. I know that, right, and that's when From got Tenchu. Sekiro started as a Tenchu game and then became Sekiro. So I'm still not, I'm not disbelieving you, because I've heard both sides and I've gone back and forth on this, Wizzy. So if you've got some kind of confirmation that they for sure own the rights to Tenchu, that it wasn't just licensed to them, please let me know, because I've gone back and forth on it, because it's weird. Why would they sell the rights to From? From starts making a Tenchu game. It turns into Sekiro, and then Activision Blizzard publishes Sekiro and owns the IP. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's weird to me.
Maybe they
changed how that would go down, but maybe
because the game. Maybe they changed it because the game changed. It wasn't a Tenchu style game, because Sekiro is definitely not that. Sekiro is definitely, that's a game that I should probably be playing, that I have put 10 hours into and I haven't been back to. But
right,
that game is challenging.
Right,
like there's there's From Soft. That's probably of the upper echelon.
Absolutely. Either way, Microsoft, once you own ABK, if you got to go buy the rights back from, please go buy the rights back from and make a Tenchu game, a straight up Tenchu game. All right. I appreciate all the Sekiro players out there, all the big fans of Sekiro. It's not a game for me. Give me Tenchu. I'm back in day one. Let's do it. Let's go. There's room for both.
Tenchu was a lot like Origami, but different. Yeah. Right,
but different.
Yeah,
it was so good, and it could be challenging too. Tenchu had
high
challenge. Yeah.
I remember people that used to watch my brothers play. Brothers play. All right. Then in 2016 on Linux, Macintosh, and PC, you had Human Fall Flat.
Shout out to Human Fall Flat.
Then in 2020 on Linux, Macintosh, and PC, you had Volleyball Heaven. Can only imagine what that game's about, Paul.
Is that like Dead or Alive beach volleyball?
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you know the
It's a visual
version
novel.
of-
It's a visual novel.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's not. Did you know that the latest version, Paradise or whatever, I think it's called Paradise,
Of what?
that came out a few years ago, Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball is no longer available on Steam. It's only available in Japan in the East. You have to get a VPN to access it.
No, because I've never played Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball.
I looked it up.
I bet you
Up
did.
'cause
I bet you
I
did.
looked it up because I was
Uh-huh.
gonna get Paradise. But
Okay.
then I found out I need a VPN and all that nonsense. I was like, no, but they're still updating it still.
Mm.
They got new volleyball players dropping in all the time.
Oh, I bet they do. Best volleyball mechanics for you, huh?
Yes. One of the best beach volleyball games ever made. Probably the best beach volleyball game ever made.
I mean, from what I've seen,
The
it does
mini
have some
games?
good mechanics. It's got
Yeah,
some
the
good
mini
mechanics.
games too. Walking across the pool on the floaties. Man, good stuff. Fun.
Interesting. Then in 2022, Macintosh and PC released Senses Midnight. And then probably the more disturbing one on this list, this year, apparently, Nintendo Switch released Hospital Doctor Fix Me Up for Kids, Boys and Girls.
Whoa. No.
Yeah,
Hospital Doctor Fix Me Up for what?
for kids, boys and girls.
Fix Me Up for kids. Okay, so it's Fix Me Up for kids, boys and girls. Okay, I see it now. Okay, so Hospital Doctor Fix Me Up for kids. So it's like just play doctor kind of
Mhm.
game.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
But that was your This Day in Gaming segment, ladies and gentlemen. And it is towards the end of the show. Look, I want to thank you all for joining us on this actually quite wondrous episode 112 of Living Split Screen. We had a lot of booming conversations today, a lot of hype from the chat today. I want to thank everybody that got involved, not only on the super chat side of things, but also just overall conversations in chat. Y'all were really getting
Part
it
of the
in.
splitters.
Yes, and if you're part of the splitters, much more is to come, and I greatly appreciate your support and appreciation. With that being said,
It's Dead or Alive Venus Vacation still. Sorry.
okay, gotcha.
So anybody's interested and want to get a VPN, right? So you can get the VPN, Dead or Alive Venus Vacation. So it came out like 5 years ago, 8 years ago, but they're still supporting it. So if you're
Interesting.
for a great beach volleyball game, go get Dead or Alive Venus Vacation. And it's got fantastic closet for all you fans like Steel that need the looking right.
No,
Nice
I like them to be a
Got
little
a
bit
nice
more
outfit.
clothed.
They got
Personally?
outfits still Steel. Well, you can get some dresses and stuff.
I don't want dresses. I don't need no mini skirt, upskirt action. I don't need any of that. You give me a good pair of leggings, a cute shirt.
Well, sure, they got those too.
Okay, but it's still, super bouncy, right? Super bouncy.
Yeah.
Anyway, you stupid.
Penis fly
You're
trap.
so stupid.
Okay, East Side Vandal.
Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I do want to thank you all for coming out and joining us on episode 112. A lot is happening over the weeks. A lot's going on behind the scenes. Gaming industry is booming more than ever. It's getting to be a very busy time as far as games go. There's no telling what we're going to end up playing this evening. Probably going to be Remnant when I get back from my festivities later. We're going to jump right back into Remnant because that's what I'm thinking about. But nonetheless, you can find me, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place. I frequent the streets of Twitter and the Xbox ecosystem. But I have to introduce and tell you to get us out of here, Pong Soul.
Not introduce me.
Yeah, I gotta introduce
We
your
start the
outro.
show over again.
I gotta introduce the outro.
Introduce my outro. Great. Tim the Source says my wife, Pongso and Steel, is okay with me being a splitter, staying in the kitchen. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tim the Sorcerer. No, listen, y'all, this was fantastic. Again, thank you. Heartfelt thank you again for all the love, all the support, all the respect, everything that you guys have done through our entire adventure that Steel and I started on Living Split Screen and in podcasting here on Saturday mornings. This community is the best ever. And all of you, whether you've been here since the beginning, whether you just joined us this week or a couple weeks ago, wherever the case may be, again, we can't do this without you. It'd just be me and Steele in our party chat doing the exact same thing. Like I said yesterday, that's exactly what I got from Steele. One little topic turned into a 15-minute classic Steele rant on over party chat, right? I just sat there and just listened, right? So, but we're here because of you and because of all of you. And the reason why we became YouTube partners is because of all of you continuously sharing us out, being here every day, helping the algorithm, helping more people find us on a consistent basis. That's what it's been all about. Has it been the fastest channel growth ever? Absolutely not. But Steele and I knew it was going to be that way. But the consistency from this community every Saturday to be here has just been nothing short of phenomenal. So thank you for that. Appreciate all the support today. Shout out to Senior Click with another $2 super chat. Amazing episode, guys. Thank you, Senior Click. Again, you are a gigantic supporter. So many of you are gigantic supporters of so many shows. The fact that you choose to come here and also support me and Steele is not lost on us. It's never expected, but always appreciated. Decado coming through with another 5 memberships, gifted memberships. Thank you, Decado. Again, all of you, whether you're doing that or whether you're communicating with us in the chat and talking to other people in the chat, or whether you're lurking, it's all the same. Nothing but love and respect to each and every single one of you. Can't say that enough. Just makes an old man's heart just beat a little bit faster. And again, it just makes it's just, I'm just so happy to be here and enjoying this hobby in this industry with all of you that are so passionate about it as well, like Seal and I. So thank you. I'm rambling again, but it does mean a lot. I can't believe we're here, Steele. So episode 112 in the books. What a great Saturday morning. We got to get Steele out of here. He's got a bunch of stuff to do and he wants to get to some Remnant 2 at some point today. So listen, Pongso everywhere. Pongso on Xbox, Pongso on Twitter. You know the drill there. Tonight, it is the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam, right? Got to go check out Blam. His channel, he's been around for 6+ years now. My God, dude's one of the best hosts in the business. It's PTK, it's Fuzzy, it's myself, and tonight we have Captain Logan, who is a huge Sea of Thieves fan, huge player. He is massive in that community over there. He also does some co-hosting with Luke Lore over at the Xbox Expansion Pass podcast as well. Shout out to Luke. Great podcast over there, but we're going to have Captain Logan on tonight. So we're going to have a fun time tonight. So be there tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, the best place to end your Saturday night. Next week, it starts all over again. Tuesdays, Xbox Vector podcast, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick. Don't need to sell his channel, but I still do. He does it 5 days a week. He's always promoting. He's had huge growth numbers. Mr. 13K subs now. Listen, Xbox Factor Podcast. If you're going to check out one of his shows, check out his Tuesday show. Some of the best panels you'll ever see on there. Some of the best topics. Boom is always hyped Tuesday mornings. You should see our DMs. The man's always coming up with topics. Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there. Thursdays, PM in the PM, Fun Speculations channel. Pong and Mav in the PM. You know the drill there. Big community. Fun Speculations approaching 4K subs already now. Again, big, massive growth. The energy in this community is off the chart. PM in the PM. We have a fun time on Thursday night, just like me and Steele here. It's a similar style. Me and Mav catching up from the week so far, talking about this stuff, getting the chat involved. So show up for PM in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time every Thursday night. Fun Speculations channel. Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate. Back over on Fun Speculations channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Always a good time. We get the rest of the family involved. Never know how big the panel is going to be or how small it's going to be, but we laugh a ton. Things go sideways, up, down. You can hear Psychonauts' rambles, famous rambles now. You never know what his topic he's going to hit on, but be there on Xbox Ultimate. We always have a great time every Friday night. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming, people. It truly, truly is. Enjoy whatever it is you're playing right now. And there's so much, no matter what you're playing on. So enjoy it. Have a great rest of your weekend. Play what you love. Love what you play. I'm going to talk to you all real soon. See you. Get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people and boys and girls, I'm over here changing some things behind the scenes real quick as I see things popping up. I'm just trying to make things a little bit different. I want to thank you guys again for joining us today, and the new members, I want to say thank you and welcome to the Splitters, as we are officially calling ourselves. And I'll continue to adjust some things and make things special as we move forward. But you guys stay safe, be careful out there, take care of yourself, get some gaming in, and I'm enjoying some early birthday festivities today. Maybe some good foods. I got Greek on the mind, so we'll see. Much love. Y'all stay safe. Peace.